not least the growing of plants, are full of subtle changes and 146. Present unexpected problems. So if a constant watchfulness is demanded, a certain alertness to small variations is necessary, too, and this would have held particularly during the first stages of domestication and acclimatization. In the close garden patch overcrowding would lessen the yield, but overspacing might permit too many weeds, while selectivity was the condition for achieving and maintaining variety. The protection of favored plants was an essential part of the whole effort to protect and foster and appreciate the forces of life. If hunting is by definition a predatory occupation, gardening is a symbiotic one, and in the loose ecological pattern of the early garden, the interdependence of living organisms became visible, and the direct involvement of man was the very condition for productivity and creativity. Behind all these varied changes in domestication was an inner change whose significance has been slowly, indeed reluctantly, dawning upon the students of early man, the change that went on in his mind and was translated, long before he made further practical use of them, into the forms of religion, magic, and ritual, the consciousness of sexuality as a central manifestation of life itself, and of woman's special role in both affecting and symbolizing sexual delight and organic fecundity. This sexual transformation, this eroticization of life, is still visible in the early Egyptian and Sumerian legends. Enkidu has to be deliberately won away from his barbarous bachelor preoccupation with hunting by being enticed and seduced by a town prostitute. But by the time sexuality finds expression in ritual or legend, many unrecorded aspects of it had probably disappeared. What is left in the record are the rituals of Osiris, or the sacred ritual union of the king and the goddess, in the form of a priestess, at the Babylonian New Year festival. A later rite, the Hellenic dance orgies of the wild women, after Bacchus, probably points to a much older manifestation. 3. The climax of domestication. The overwhelmingly material preoccupations of our own age, its impatient efforts to turn pinched subsistence economies into affluent industrial economies, tempt us to regard the whole process of domestication as a more. The climax of domestication 147. Or less deliberate effort to increase the supply of food. Only belatedly has it dawned on a few scholars that primitive man did not look at the world in this way, and that what is a primary motive for us played only a secondary role, if any at all, in his life. In reconstructing the process of domestication, we would do well to treat the increased consciousness of sexuality, an essentially religious consciousness, as the dominating motive power in this whole change. From later data we may plausibly reconstruct a religious cult, exalting the body and the sexual functions of woman as the ultimate source of all creativity. The first evidence of this deepened sexual consciousness, as I have already pointed out, may have borne fruit in the Paleolithic ivory carvings of female figures with all their sexual traits greatly enlarged. But until we come to historic times, it is notable that both the woman's male mate and her child are missing. These enter the picture for the first time in Jericho, where, as Isaac points out, cultic figurines in groups of 3 occur, each containing man, woman, and child. With the cultivation of plants, woman's special sexual characteristics become symbolically significant: the menstrual onset of puberty, the breaking of the hymen, the penetration of the vulva, the milking of her breasts, make her own life a model for the rest of creation. All these activities, in becoming concentrated and magnified, also become sacred. The interest in woman's central role intensified the consciousness of sex in many other aspects. Birds, which are almost absent from cave paintings, were everywhere in evidence in tropical regions, and multiplied in the temperate clearings. With the spread of berry bushes and vines, birds became the very model of human sexuality by their premarital preening and courting, by their tidy nesting in a fixed habitat, by their calls and songs, by their unflagging care of the eggs and fledglings. Feathers, which remained, with flowers, the dominant form of body decoration in Polynesia, may well be remnants of this early identification and appreciation of the role of beauty in sexual activity. Birdsong itself may have awakened the latent musical gifts of man. One of the signs of domestication still visible in art is the part that birds and insects both begin to play in the human imagination, an interest that may have been stirred by the important role one plays in scattering seeds, the other in fertilizing annuals. The beetle's change from chrysalis to winged creature became a symbol of the passage and release of the human soul, and Egyptian paintings of birds vie with Audubon's both in quality of observation and in beauty. Not merely do hawk and ibis-headed gods 148 play a part in Egyptian religion, but in far Siberia engravings have been found on a stone block, dated 3000 BC by a Russian archaeologist, with birds' heads, while the appearance of wings on early human or godlike figures indicates a later association of bird flight with command and with swift communication. With some reason Aristophanes chose birds to symbolize both aspects in his Cloud Cuckooland Utopia. That birds and insects are indispensable to the cultivation of gardens and fields, and that the birds are needed to keep down the overpopulation of insects, such as the locust invasions that still recur in Mesopotamia, must have been discovered by the ancient cultivators who likewise found out how to improve the yield of date palms by hand fertilization. The heightened consciousness of her sexual role not merely gave a new dignity to woman, no longer merely a drudging camp follower of the hunter, committed to the dirty work of separating and chewing the guts for thread, and scraping and tanning the skins, it filtered through the imagination into her other activities, shaping vases, coloring textiles, ornamenting the body, perfuming with blossoms the air. Certainly the lunar rhythm that governs woman's own menstruation was transmitted to planting, for to this day the phases of the moon are still piously respected by primitive cultivators all over the world. If Alex Ander Marshack prove right in interpreting the inscriptions on ancient reindeer bones, 35,000 years ago, which correlate with similar signs in Azilian rock wall paintings, as a lunar calendar, this would only reinforce the view that the initial steps leading to domestication go back to the food collecting stage. The world of plants was woman's world. With much better reason than one can speak of the agricultural or the urban revolution, one might call this essential change, which was the prelude to all the other great changes that came in with domestication, the sexual revolution. All the daily acts of life became sexualized, eroticized. So emphatically concentrated was this image that, in a whole series of figurines and paintings, woman herself, as represented in Paleolithic art, disappears, only the sexual organs are left. With this change, one must identify, on shadowy but widespread evidence, the myth of the Great Mother. But there is a dark side to woman's dominance, plainly revealed in the late Babylonian epic of Marduk's bloody struggle with Tiamat, the savage Ermitor, for in taking the lead in this cultural transformation, woman's latent masculine animus must often have come to the fore. In more than one later religious myth, she is bodied forth as a powerful figure, attended by lions, as the vengeful Fury, the destroyer goddess, like Kali, the devourer, in Hindu religion, while the male principle, in the Great Mother myth, is represented as a minor lover. 149. An accessory, but hardly an equal mate. To forget this other side of woman's triumphs in domestication would be to prettify and falsify the whole story. 4. As the anthropologist repeatedly finds, the intermingling of practical knowledge and causal insight with magical prescriptions often based on fantastic associations, characterizes so-called primitives of our own time, and must have been equally true in earlier cultures. No myth, however life-oriented, is wholly rational in its promptings, and the steady accumulation of empirical knowledge that accompanied the earliest garden culture was not sufficient to ward off spurious, often perverse, suggestions of the unconscious, fostered originally by some accidental success. Perhaps the most mysterious of all human institutions, one that has been often described but never adequately explained, is that of human sacrifice, a magical effort either to expiate guilt or promote a more abundant Yield of crops. In agriculture, ritual sacrifice may have resulted from a general identification of human blood with all the other manifestations of life, possibly derived from the association of menstruation and blood with fecundity. Such a belief might have been given a factitious support from the gardener's empiric knowledge of the fact that in order to produce a few lusty plants 100 seedlings may have to be rooted out. In gardening, such sacrifice is a means of ensuring growth, and the effect of thinning and pruning would not have escaped the sharp eyes that had discovered the function of seeds and had selected and cultivated many plants. But at the point where causal insight might have been sufficient to establish the wholly rational practices of mulching, watering, thinning, and weeding, the unconscious may have misread the process and offered an infantile improvement of its own, as a surer and quicker way of arriving at the same results, killing not a few plants, but a human being whose blood would ensure more abundant fruits. Was not blood the essence of life? Even this might have been based on observation of a rich vegetational growth above a shallow human grave, and to that extent the sacrificial offering may have sometimes been as effective as the dead fish that the American Indians used to plant under a hill of corn. These are unverifiable conjectures, but they are not entirely baseless. 150. There is better evidence for human sacrifice in the Neolithic community than there is for anything that could be called war. Along with all the vast gains achieved through domestication, rooted in the cult of the mother, one must take into account the possibility that the perversion of hump sacrifice then came into existence. At this point one must call in the scholar of religions. According to the myths of the early horticulturalists of the tropical regions, Mircea Eliade observes in City Invincible, the edible plant is not given in nature, it is the product of a primordial sacrifice. In mythical times, a semi-divine being is sacrificed in order that tubers and fruit trees may grow out of his or her body. There is similar evidence from the Near East in the early myths of Osiris and Tammuz, as well as in the later one of Dionysus. The solemn doing to death of one or more victims, often a young girl, at the beginning of the vegetative season, in many widely scattered regions of the earth, is an historically attested fact. And though this practice was gradually shifted to animals, fruits, or plants with the oncoming of civilization, human sacrifice was never wholly dropped. In such advanced cultures as those of the Maya and the Aztecs, sacrifice remained right down to the Spanish conquest. Among the cultivated Maya, slaves were even sacrificed at an upper-class feast, merely to give it a properly genteel elegance. Significantly, the sacrificial offerings of fruits by Cain, the farmer, were less acceptable to Jehovah than those of Abel, the pastoralist, who sacrificed an animal. Human sacrifice, then, is the dark shadow, vague but ominous, that accompanied the myth of maternity and the superb technical and cultural feats of domestication. And as so often happens, this particular mutation, quantitatively restricted in the culture where it originated, dominated and debased the urban civilization that grew out of it, by taking another collective form, the collective sacrifice of war, the negative counterpart of the life-promoting rituals of domestication. But if the sacrificial altar was one derivative from the domestic hearth, the oven, the kiln, and the furnace were others, from this source came the firing of bricks and clay vessels, and eventually the transmutation of sand into glass and stones into metals. And here again art preceded utility. Glass was first used for decorative beads and iron for finger rings, while in early Jericho the clay figure of a cow preceded pottery. The Paleolithic clay bisons had by many thousand years preceded the Neolithic milch cow. 151. 5. As the archaeological finds now show, the domestication of the herd animals came in at the same level as seed agriculture, and one would hardly have been possible without the other, though in time herding spread to the grasslands as a specialized nomadic culture. Carl Sauer has brought cogent arguments to show that mixed farming antedates pastoralism, and in the absence of contrary evidence, his argument seems decisive. But here again it is doubtful if the first steps in animal domestication were due to any desire to increase the food supply. As with the earlier domestication of the dog and the pig, even their use as scavengers was probably secondary to a playful sense of companionship, such as still exists among the Australian Aborigines with their possums and their wallabies. And with what eventually proved to be highly useful cattle, the ox, the sheep, and the goat, sexuality itself may well have first set them apart as expressive symbols, employed in religious and magical rituals. Eric Isaac has pointed out that in view of the size and fierceness of the animal, the original domesticators must have had a strong motive for overcoming the difficulties of the task. That this motive was economic is unlikely, since it would not have been possible to foresee the uses to which the animal might be put, and the only obvious use, that of the animal as meat, would not have warranted the effort of capturing the animal, keeping him alive in captivity, and feeding him. The most sensible explanation remains that of Edward Hahn, who argued that the urus was domesticated for religious, not for economic reasons. Although the reason for the religious significance of urus is not certain, it probably lay in the animal's horns, which were considered to correspond to the horns of the moon, which in turn was identified with the mother goddess. Hathor, the Egyptian moon goddess, was a cow. Long before she appeared in Egypt, a human figure holding a crescent horn appeared on the walls of a Paleolithic cave. If sexual power was exalted by the myth of the Great Mother, it is obvious that the bull was both sexuality and power incarnate, with his mighty chest, his flagrant testicles, and his sudden spearing penis. Not merely did the bull appear in later ages, on the Narmer palette, for instance, as the symbol for the king, but the bull was frequently sacrificed in historic times instead of the divine king. If the slaying or castration of the male was possibly the ultimate expression of woman's sexual dominance in Neolithic culture, the domestication of urus might even be explained as a 152. Defensive measure by the male to transfer the sacrifice to an animal. One cannot overlook the fact that the chief fertility myths of later periods, like those of Osiris or Dionysus, involve the murder and the brutal dismemberment of a male deity, whose death and resurrection result in the emergence of plant life. Animal domestication may well have begun, then, with the capture of rams and bulls for purposes of ritual, and eventual sacrifice. Conceivably this went hand in hand with the utilization, also for religious purposes, of the surplus milk of the ewes and cows necessary to propagate the captured stock. The fondling and petting of the young of the species, treated as members of the family, forming part of the house and byre, possibly reinforced the general process of gentling, like what happened to Remus and Romulus, but in reverse. The preservation of the urine and excrement of sacred cattle, as is still done in India, very likely had the same religious origin. Hocart, following Hahn, is not overstating the case when he says that manuring is difficult to explain on what is called rational grounds. The first use of excreta on fields may have been as a purifiant life-giver. Here again, as with milking, practices begun as religious ritual had results that probably did not escape the sharp eyes of the Neolithic cultivators, long before their value for agriculture was so well established that, in an Akkadian poem, the farmer welcomes the pasturing of the herdsman's animals on his untilled land. Even the eating of domestic animals may have first had a religious significance, which set it apart from the eating of the products of the chase or of fishing. One was eating the body and blood of a god, or at least the sacrificial substitute for a god. Once the domestication of animals reached the stage of utilizing their milk, their blood, or their meat, this new art brought into further use a custom derived directly from ritual sacrifice, the deliberate slaughter in cold blood of man's playmate, companion, and friend. Only the dog and the horse, the earliest and the latest of the domesticates, usually escaped this fate, but in Mexico even the dog did not escape. Civilized man, who has long been a beneficiary of domestication, habitually effaces this ugly practice from his consciousness. When the hunter goes after big game, he often risks his life to get the food, but the cultivator and his descendants risk nothing but their humanity. This killing in cold blood, this suppressing of pity toward creatures man had hitherto fed and protected, even cherished and loved, remains the ugly face of domestication, along with human sacrifice. And it set a bad precedent for the next stage of human development, for, as Lorenz's study of the rabbit and the pigeon 153 helps explain, the savagery and sadism of domesticated man has, time and time again, surpassed that of any carnivore. Hitler's satanic accomplice in mass torture and extermination was known as a good family man. The originally sexual and religious motivations of animal domestication were supported by the mechanical inventions which, in many parts of the world, proved helpful, indeed essential, to seed cultivation. It is significant that the first known harnessing of cattle to sleighs or wagons was in religious processions, just as the earliest vehicles that have survived were not farm wagons or even military chariots, but hearses, which are found buried with draft animals and human attendants in the royal tombs at Kish, Susa, and Ur. So, too, the plough, as Hocart suggests, may have first been a purely religious instrument, drawn by a sacred ox, held by a priest, penetrating Mother Earth with its masculine tool, getting ready the soil for fertilization, so that gardens and fields, opened actually by digging stick or pickaxe, as yet never worked by any plough, might benefit by the ritual. The plough is from its earliest development, Isaac again observes, associated with cattle in ritual usage. As with every other aspect of culture, domestication was a cumulative process, and in tracing all the changes brought about by this new habit of life, one must give due attention to holdovers as well as novelties, and also take note of cultures where parts of the new institutional complex for long were missing. In Sumer, despite the enormous crops available from seed agriculture, animal husbandry did not completely suffice to provide meat. As S. N. Kramer notes, there are texts recording the deliveries of deer, wild boars, and gazelles, something we need hardly wonder at, for in due season supplies of venison and grouse and hare still come into fashionable metropolitan markets of London or Paris. But although the pre-Columbian peoples of the New World domesticated dogs, guinea pigs, llamas, and vicuñas, they never achieved the kind of mixed farming economy we note in the Old World, and as a result, Gertrude Levy has pointed out, that failure deprived these peoples of those undertones of the pasture and sheepfold that had united the protective aspect of the mother goddess with the deeply remembered service of the hunted beasts. 154. 6. The Neolithic synthesis. What Neolithic domestication did, once cattle were incorporated into farming, was to bring together at a higher level the two oldest economies, those of the food gatherers and the hunters. And though mixed farming did not spread to every part of the world, many of its subsidiary inventions did so, not least, the institutional complex of the archaic village. The initial stages of domestication, though slow if one judges them by the pace of the last 3 centuries of mechanization, were full of adventurous adaptations and useful surprises. Each new addition to the diet, each increase in the size and quality of fruit, each new fiber that proved useful for spinning into thread and weaving, each new medicinal plant that dulled pain, healed wounds, or overcame fatigue, must have given far more genuine reason to rejoice and marvel than the latest motor car or rocket model. Not merely the growing of food but its preparation became the subject of thought and art, with the clay vessels that began to appear around the 8th millennium BC, boiling as well as roasting and baking became feasible, though possibly in the tropics green bamboo vessels preceded them. With a variety of foods and condiments available, cookery, the proper putting together of this variety, became an art, at least in seasonal feasts. During this phase of domestication, the free imaginative forms of Paleolithic art disappeared. The first decorated pottery confined itself to geometric figures, doubtless symbolic, but skeletonized, and the weaving of textiles, a slow, deliberate, repetitious art, was probably long void of decoration. Yet in textiles, many Neolithic plants, which had provided dyes once used in body decoration, finally contributed to the color of the cloth, while in later geometric symbols the order and regularity of Neolithic culture was externalized. Though there was no richness of invention in tools and utensils till the end of the Neolithic phase in the Near East, when the loom, glazed pots, the plough, and the potter's wheel came in, this supposed lack is due to the current habit of restricting the term invention to mechanical appliances. Against that misleading habit this whole book is a reasoned protest. On a more realistic interpretation, there had never been a period before the 19th century more rich in inventions. For every new plant that was selected or hybridized or made to yield more heavily was a new invention. Now that plant hybrids can be patented in the United States, quite as much as the new antibiotics, perhaps this fact may be more Gen 155. Errolly recognized. Infinitely more was accomplished in this line of inventions in the 5,000 years before the Bronze Age than has been achieved by civilization in an equivalent period since. The agricultural utilization of herd animals and grain, which took place between 5000 and 2000 BC, in the area breasted called the Fertile Crescent, swinging from the Nile around to the delta of the Euphrates River, completed the process of domestication and magnified every new possibility. But insofar as it brought about a radical improvement, it was the pattern and the process, not any single set of tools or any single species of plant or animal that made this change so effective. For the skilled cultivators of Luzon, in the Philippines, the Igorotes, who practice irrigation and terracing, still do not use the plow, and the oasis of Jericho supported a town before pottery was introduced. The result everywhere was a great burgeoning of life accompanied, one must suppose, by a sense of well-being and security. With a plentiful supply of grain for bread and beer, with the possibilities of storage in bins and barns and granaries, protected against rodents by cats and snakes, as well as by baked clay walls, large populations could be secured against famine, except when visited by some dire natural calamity. Where only a handful of fishermen, hunters, and trappers could once live, now many times that number of cultivators could flourish. Villages might grow into country towns, or even cities, as Jericho and Poundatalhiaic now indicate. But this last stage of domestication had one unforeseen result: it overcame the dominance of woman. For the first effect of animal domestication was to restore the balance of the sexes, even before patriarchal pastoral specialization set in. Carl Sauer sums it up neatly: cattle, cart, plow, broadcasting, and drilling, all began as ceremonies of a rising fertility cult of the Near East, in which the officiants were males, and henceforth the care of the cattle, the hand at the plow, the sower, were male. The husbandman thereafter takes over the agricultural operations, the women return to the house and to garden work. Not herding and plowing alone, but castrating, slaughtering, butchering, became masculine occupations, all essential to the new economy. While henceforward goddesses, queens, and priestesses appear side by side with their masculine counterparts, the repressed male element recovered lost ground in every part of the economy. But woman, freed from her masculine obligations to work and govern, no longer crippled physically by excessive muscular effort, became more enchanting not just for her sexuality but for her beauty. With all the knowledge of breeding that domestication brought in, it would be strange if it did not have some effect in human sexual selection. The subtle contours and undulating lines of a 156. Woman's body were a perpetual delight to the Egyptian sculptor, so that even today the delicate carving of a lovely nude on a sarcophagus lid tempts the masculine hand to stroke it, as the polished mons veneris of more than one figure in the Louvre testifies. 7. By now it should be plain that Neolithic domestication produced a mixed economy, which combined different forms of plant cultivation and animal breeding in different regional patterns, but beneath all these superficial changes was the enrichment of sexuality, and the expression of life in harmony with the processes of seasonal growth and fruition. In this mixed economy, the seed cultivator, at the end, is the dominant figure, the quarryman, the fisherman, and the trapper are persistents, while the food collector and the hunter are remnants. Yet almost unnoticed till the transition to the Bronze Age are two figures in the background, the woodman and the miner, though it is doubtful if either of these was at the beginning a specialized occupation. The woodman, as feller of trees, opened the forest for seed cultivation, as the maker of dams and irrigation ditches, the provider of fuel for pottery kilns and metal furnaces, the builder of rafts and boats, sledges and wagons. He plays an obscure part in the earliest phases, since his special tools and products, unlike stone, survive only by the happiest accident. But the woodman is in fact the primitive engineer, and his work was essential to all the metallurgical and engineering activities that grew out of the Neolithic economy. The first great power machines of modern industrialism, the watermill and the windmill, were made of wood, and even the boilers of the first steam engines and locomotives were made of wood. Neolithic village culture drew from every part of the valley section for its resources and its techniques. Though the village was rooted in the soil, even the earliest villages reached out for stone or wood or minerals, even as they reached out for mates in marriage, beyond the usual ambit of daily life, and while technical changes were introduced slowly, a steady infiltration of inventions nevertheless took place. The Farmer's Almanac still records the peasant's earliest debt to the astronomical advances of the Bronze Age, while the iron hoe, the spade, and the plowshare bear witness to the farmer's later debt to the Iron Age. But if the basic Neolithic 157 culture absorbed many of the later advances of civilization, it did so at its own good time. Unless overcome by brute force, it did not willingly trade certified goods for dubious gains. The customs of this archaic Neolithic culture were handed down in a more or less continuous tradition that reaches back into the Mesolithic phase, and that tradition spread at an early date to every part of the earth. The archaic village was a rooted community, and because its roots went deep, it tapped still deeper sources in man's past, preserving, like cultivated flowers whose wild forms are no longer known, some of the earliest, though of course unidentifiable human experiences, in folklore, proverbs, riddles, songs, dances, even children's games, whose original meanings can now only be caught in hints, beyond any possibility of accurate translation. With protection and continuity ensured by the village itself, there was more time for the watchful guardianship and instruction of the young, and in all probability a greater number of them survived the diseases of infancy. Sustained, too, by a more sufficient diet. If more survived, there would be a larger number of siblings in the same nest, and this would accelerate the pace of learning almost as much as grandparental care and example. For more of the old, too, would be likely to survive. Though the first dolls were probably Paleolithic, the appearance of children's toys indicates not merely a greater margin for playful activity but a growing interest in children's needs. Little children are of no use in the hunt, on the contrary, they handicap free movement. But they could now be enjoyed for their own sake, like puppies and kittens, and what is more, they could be used, too, for picking and hulling vegetables as well as minding, at a later stage, the herds and flocks. Intermingled with this economy from the beginning was a whole array of ancient magical rituals and religious notions, tightly bound up with many practical achievements. They formed what André Varignac has characterized as archaic culture, whose beliefs, superstitions, observances, ceremonies are worldwide, and still pop out under sophisticated later behavior. Evans has identified many of these Neolithic practices that still continue among the peasants of Ireland. Summer is welcomed on May Eve by ceremonies of decking with flowers the house, byres, middens, and springs, which are thus linked in a golden chain of fertility, for the flowers chosen. Marigolds, primrose, and gorse are golden yellow, the color of fresh butter. Clearly there is in this an element of sympathetic magic. Thus the dandelion, which is blessed with both a golden head and a milky stem, is the plant of bride, associated with the favorite Irish saint, who was a milkmaid, protector of cows, and successor of a pagan goddess. 158. Wherever the seasons are marked by holiday festivals and ceremonies, where the stages of life are punctuated by family and communal rituals, where eating and drinking and sexual play constitute the central core of life, where work, even hard work, is rarely divorced from rhythm, song, human companionship, and aesthetic delight, where vital activity is counted as great a reward of labor as the product, where neither power nor profit takes precedence of life, where the family and the neighbor and the friend are all part of a visible, tangible, face-to-face community, where everyone can perform as a man or woman any task that anyone else is qualified to do there. The Neolithic culture, in its essentials, is still in existence, even though iron tools are used or a stuttering motor truck takes the goods to market. The institutional accompaniments of Neolithic culture made as important a contribution to civilization as any of its technical inventions. The reverence for ancestral ways and ancestral wisdom preserved many customs and rituals that could not be committed to writing, including the basic principles of morality, the nurture of life, the sharing of communal goods, the practice of forethought for the future, the maintenance of social order, the establishment of self-discipline and self-control, ungrudging cooperation in all the tasks needed to maintain the integrity or the prosperity of the local group. This pattern seems to have been solidly established before written records were made, so solidly that it has preserved its continuity while civilizations have risen and fallen and written records have been made and destroyed and made again. Whatever rational criticisms remain to be made, this culture had two outstanding characteristics: it was universal, and it survived under every sort of catastrophe. In an age whose inordinate scientific triumphs have brought on grave doubts of its own capacity for survival, these traits are perhaps worthy a more searching analysis, and a more ready appreciation. Are we sure that these surviving archaic traditions are mankind's worst curse or the greatest obstacle to man's continued development? Until the present period of urbanization, the greater part of the world's population, as the French geographer, Max Sour, has pointed out, some 4/5 at the time of his writing still lived in villages and practiced a routine of life from birth to death that closely resembled the ancestral Neolithic mode, in all but the use of stone tools. Even beneath the new universal religions, like Christianity, the old gods and demons of the household and the shrine remained, in Italy and France, quite as much as in Mexico, Java, or China. The extraordinary durability of Neolithic village culture, as compared 159 with the more daring transformations of later urban civilizations, bears witness to its having done justice to natural conditions and human capabilities better than more dynamic but less balanced cultures. Once this culture had reached a plateau, its further achievements were small. The new peaks will be found in the metal-using civilizations that took their rise afterward. But the total amount of culture needed to ensure its continuity could be mastered within the span of youth and transmitted to a community holding as few as 50 families, and the multiplication of such communities throughout the planet made it possible for these fundamental human achievements to survive every natural disaster or human crisis. Great cities might be leveled to the ground, their temples ransacked, their libraries and records burned, but the village at least would spring up again, like fireweed, in the ruins. The secret of this social and technological success was twofold. Every member of the community had access to the entire cultural heritage, and could ordinarily master every part of it, and there was no order of authority, no hierarchy of precedence, except the natural one of age, since in such a community, he who lived longest knew most. The easy interchange of skills and occupations, with a minimum amount of specialization, gave village culture a flexibility and range that counterbalanced its eventual conservatism, once the first great experiments in domestication had been made. Even the specialists who became a necessary part of such communities, the potter or the blacksmith, the miller or the baker or the weaver, could on call take part in communal work at harvest time. In short, every member of the village community, of every age from childhood onward, had an active part in its whole economic and social life, each contributing his effort and skill to the extent of his ability. In his admirable study of the Trobriand islanders who lived in so many ways at the same level as the earliest Neolithic farmers, Malinowski brings out this happy relationship. Tiny children, he noted, actually did make their own gardens. The heavier labor is of course done for them by their elders, but they have to work seriously for many hours at clearing, planting, and weeding, and it is by no means a mild amusement to them, but rather a stern duty and a matter for keen ambition. This daily participation in a meaningful activity is exactly what is missing in the modern machine economy, and probably accounts in large measure for juvenile boredom and juvenile delinquency. In Neolithic agriculture, man had for the first time a round of work equally varied, equally demanding, equally enjoyable, in which the whole community could participate, on a far higher level of well-being than had been possible in a mainly food-gathering economy. This daily work not 160 merely unified the reality principle and the pleasure principle, making one a condition of the other, but it brought the outer and inner life into harmony, making the most of man's powers, but neither taxing them too heavily, nor overemphasizing one set of functions at the expense of another. For both security and enjoyment, the cultivators performed more work than was strictly necessary for obtaining crops. The gardens of the community, Malinowski emphasizes, are not merely a means to food, they are a source of pride and the main object of collective ambition. Care is lavished upon the effects of beauty. Upon the finish of the work, the perfection of various contrivances, and the show of food. If the art and decoration of Neolithic peoples is less imaginative than that of the Paleolithic hunters, it is perhaps because so many of their aesthetic needs were served directly through their daily work, through sexual play, and through their enjoyment of the forms and perfumes of the flowers. Some of this delight disappeared, perhaps, with the large-scale cultivation of cereals and still more with dingy urban overcrowding. But the joy of working together as families, producing and sharing abundance, made regular work a ceremony and a sacrament, a source of health and sanity, not a penalty and a curse. Through the daily round, every member of the archaic village was in conscious touch with all the operations of field, garden, pasture, and swamp, a witness and a willing participator in the plantings, breedings, and matings of field and fold, and, finally, in the begetting and nurturing of his own offspring, at one with all the generative forces of life, all the more because the most intense and heady joys open to the organism those of sex permeated his daily rituals, as promise or fulfillment. Work and play, religion and education were united. That aspect of the archaic culture is still visible in such villages as remain close to the old ways. An American physician in East Africa writes me that his native women patients, despite all the hardships of their lives, still wear on their faces the lineaments of satisfied desire. The unashamed sexuality of the village community, which remained exuberantly evident in historic times in Greece in the phallic post, the Hermes, which stood outside the door of the dwelling house, often with the carved figure showing an erect penis, was the antithesis of the sexual exhaustion that flagellates itself with pornography in the dissolute metropolis of today. Eating and copulating, singing and dancing, conversing and telling stories, were integral parts of the working life, so however repetitious the routine, the inhabitants, like the peasants described by Tolstoy in Anna Karenina, had the joy of being at one with themselves and their world, not like the growing mass of unfortunates today, alienated by 161. The sterile environment, the sordid routine, and the faked excitements and amusements of a modern city. All had been drowned, as Tolstoy describes it, in the sea of their joyful common toil. God had given them the day and the strength, and both the day and the strength had been devoted to labor which brought its own reward. They did not feel themselves strangers and afraid in a world they never made. Their ancestors had helped to make the world for them, and they in turn would conserve that world and pass it on, renewed and sometimes improved, to their children. Most of the equipment that makes for domestic comfort, the hearth, the chest, the closet, the storeroom, beds, chairs, cooking utensils, drinking vessels, blankets, woven clothes, and hangings, in short, the whole furniture of domestic life are Neolithic or Chalcolithic inventions, mostly before 2000 BC. If some wicked fairy were to wipe out this Neolithic inheritance, leaving us only vacuum cleaners, electric washing machines and dishwashers, electric toasters, and an automatic heating system, we should no longer be able to keep house. Indeed, we should not even have a house to keep, only unidentifiable and uninviting space units, now, alas, massively achieved in current bureaucratic housing projects from Paris and New York to Singapore and Hong Kong. All this may be said on behalf of the archaic Neolithic synthesis, but once seed cultivation was achieved, its greatest days were over and all the adventurous experiments of domestication had reached a terminus. By the 5th millennium in the Near East, the Neolithic community had achieved a basis for stability and security. Life had now become predictable and manageable. This economy, as long as it remained on a subsistence level, with a sufficient holdover of food to ensure against the unexpected, was self-regulating and self-maintaining. Its motto was, "Enough is plenty." When its customary wants were fulfilled, its members had no impulse to work harder in order to achieve other goals. The household gods demanded no inordinate gifts or sacrifices. If threatened with a surplus, such communities disposed of the excess easily, by free gifts or periodic feasts. Despite all its basic human advantages, the archaic village nevertheless had too narrow a province. There was nothing of the heroic in its ways, nothing of the saintly or the self-transcending in order to achieve some higher good. As in the terminal stage of the 19th century utopian community at Amana, Iowa, its very prosperity and its generosity in communal distribution may often have brought about a slackening in effort and a falling off in productivity. Through having favored equally the zealous worker and the drones, even the industrious might in time do a little less than their best. The very stability and fruitfulness of such a community, 162, might cause it prematurely to cease experiment and settle down. Isolation, in-group loyalty, self-sufficiency, these archaic village traits do not make for further growth. The smugness of Main Street began long ago. In short, the Neolithic village community had to pay the penalty for its success. Its own virtues arrested it. The horizon was too confined, the routine too limited, the religion too closely bound to petty ancestral gods, the village itself too complacent in its isolation, too narcissistic and self-absorbed, too suspicious of the stranger, too hostile to invading customs, its little local good a stubborn enemy to any foreign best. Even the language of such villages tended to become so inbred that a local dialect might be unintelligible a day's walk away. In surviving tribal communities, all these vices have become ingrained by 5,000 years of repetition and protective isolation and perverse elaboration. The creative moment has long passed. All these traits made for persistence and endurance, but at a low level. Once formed, the Neolithic culture lacked the very qualities that had made it so attractive in the beginning: its exploratory curiosity and its adventurous experiments. In many parts of the world, an elaboration of Neolithic techniques took place, but further human development, though it always fell back on the Neolithic stabilities when threatened with extinction, took a different route, exploiting not sex but power, the root of civilization. Yet it is not, perhaps, a mere coincidence that the occupational therapy now used to restore neurotic patients to normal activities and mental balance utilizes the chief Neolithic arts: weaving, modeling, carpentry, pottery making. The repetitive nature of these formative tasks helps control the erratic, unchanged annelid impulses of the personality and provides in the end a gratifying reward for submitting to a constructive routine. Perhaps this was not the least contribution of Neolithic culture. It taught man the importance, not only of sex and parenthood, but of regular work. That lesson we forget at our peril. Chapter 8. Kings as Prime Movers. 1. The role of social organization. During the 3rd millennium BC, a profound change took place in human culture. History, in the sense of a transmissible written record of events in time, came into existence, and a new set of institutions, which we associate with civilization, a term I shall later redefine and qualify, sprang up in a few great river valleys. Archaeologists have attempted to portray this transformation mainly as the result of technological changes, the invention of writing, the potter's wheel, the loom, the plow, the making of metal tools and weapons, and the large-scale cultivation of cereals in open fields. V. Gordon Childe even introduced the dubious notion of the urban revolution as the culminating stage of the previous agricultural revolution. All these technical improvements were important, but behind them was a more central motive force that has been neglected, the discovery of the power of a new kind of social organization, capable of raising the human potential and bringing about changes in every dimension of existence. Changes that small, down-to-earth communities, on the early Neolithic scale, could hardly contemplate even in the imagination. In attempting a hypothetical reconstruction of prehistory, I have sought to show that every technical advance was intermeshed with necessary psychosocial transformations both before and after, the emotional communion and rigorous discipline of ritual, the beginnings of ideated communication in language, the moralized ordering of all activities, under the discipline of taboo and rigorous custom, to ensure group cooperation. On these three foundation stones, communion, communication, and cooperation, the basic village culture was erected. But outside the restricted 163 territory of the tribe or village, these essential modes of socialization operated only sporadically and ineffectively. The communal pattern itself was universal, but each group was a social island col. Wherever this village culture was left to itself, it eventually became FOS. Jotter it continued to develop, it was either by being into association with a larger society, or by assimilating institutions filtering down from the higher civilizations. Out of the early Neolithic complex of social organization burst in small units, but unified in a large one. That is, based on neighborly intimacy, customary usage, and but auto-entrafly directed, under the control of a dominant minority, no longer confined to a limited territory, but deliberately going out of bounds to seize raw materials and enslave helpless men. JS new culture was dedicated, not just to the enhancement of HF but to the expansion of collective power, HLJNG new instruments of coercio. Tai had, by the third power on a scale that was never to be surpassed DME. At DNF point, human effort moves from the limited horizontal plane of the village and the family to the vertical plane of a whole society. The new community formed a hierarchic structure, a social pyramid, V, from BA-E to FMOC included M.Jes, many villages, many occupations, often many regional habitat. ODs. This IOL structure was the BA.JC invention of the New Age, V/without it. Neither its monuments NOI could ha built, nor, one must add, would their premature persistently taken place. One ha Jane some of the beneficent cultural change in Lilo and brought about by the meeting and fusion of the one complexes whose prayer have been trying to plot, and it is not surprising that the juncture look place ill the hot valleys of the Jordan, the Euphrates, the Tigris, the and the Fntu from Di-in, the Iranian, and the Abyssinian highlands came the Trunte and the woodcutter, J. The first domesticatory of grain in the lowland valleys, in whose drying swamps and lakes green if janf of cultivation began to appear, there was still enough game left to excite the hunter and hamper the tanner, so, Hayr cray temporarily high a happy lymbiotic myothiat io flow. But from the south and east came the Mesolithic garden and orchard culture, who e special pfllv.ary complement, with their sugars and offloaf and /tarch and tfk% and that v/old help n165. Support much let ECR populations. Peoply who thrive on the date, teef of mill, or the breadfruit, no a freedom from importunate laboy that may well have made then original Bobby Toddy Iem like a garden oi Eden they Cain leem to Herman Melville only a century oi ten ago. We have corroborative evidence of mill mingling in the discovery I Mesopotamian artifacti in Ifarapa and Mohenjo Daro on me Indus River, while undai Mehud Sildavor, Woolley found 2 ama/onite beadf, be it otseolio.arik, U-.1 known place of origin is the Niljui Ilils of Nil, India, and it are possible that the interchange of their cultivated plants took place at an even, ulni idage. Both the technical and the social components of civilization made TFE appearance at almost the same time in the classic Rive Valley I from me Nile to the Wangjalo, and if the mixture ol a diversity of needs and inventions was responsible for the immense explosion of POWEI that FTCTU ally took place, no belly I geographic conditions loy sued, I inixlui could be found. I or until wheeled vehicles were invented, and lyre.es and camels domesticated indeed fight down to the end ol tin nu enl han luri the river was the backbone of both transportation and sea onaniotheation, even the wide ocean was a smaller obstacle to human in el sequoias than mountain and desert. The great rivers were drainage basins, not only of water, but of olurk, not only of plants, but of occupations and technical inventions, and the existence of a river guaranteed the water supply necessary large ctop from their heavily silted soils in Mesopotamia too, sometimes time, ciops of barley or wheat were possible eve/y year. Undai PI management, which was forthcoming, the mainly subsistence economy of the village would be turned into, economy ol abundance. The new flood of energy from food, which rivaled that from coal and petroleum in the 19th century, provided both the jandwak and the incentive for a new kind of political society, hut no tool 01 bum lime. In the ordinary sense, was responsible fo** the form that this organization bss since tly new institutional and ideological complex took hold, certainly in Egypt and probably in Mesopotamia and El Solui, before wheeled vehicles and plows were invented, or even a written lat us what ordinary mechanical inventions did was to speed and facilitate the new form of organization. 166. 2. The change of scale. Viewed from our present technical perspective, the passage to civilization is hard to interpret. While no single technical factor marked the transition from the Neolithic economy to the typical forms of a power-centered economy, abundant power was available, power sufficient to build if not to move mountains, before metals had been smelted and hard-edged metal tools had been put to work. Yet civilization from the beginning was focused on the machine, and it will help us to understand what was new in the post-Neolithic techniques, if we place the new inventions side by side, along with the institutional controls that they demanded. We shall then see how the might of an invisible machine anticipated the machine itself. When we turn to the early records of Sumer and Egypt, the chief source of power still derives from agriculture, the large-scale planting of grain in bounded and measured fields, whose boundaries must be restored by public authority if effaced by flood. Grain cultivation takes place under public control, for the land and its products belong to the local god, and the surplus is duly stored in centralized granaries within the fortified citadel of the newly built cities. As population increased in the river valleys and the available land got taken up, irrigation and canalization, once done sporadically on small scale in the village, gave way to a wider system of public organization, and it was in the orderly exercise of this overall control by the temple and the palace that writing was first invented, to keep account of quantities of produce received or dispersed. The political agents that collected and distributed the grain could control the entire population. In all these operations two changes become increasingly evident, a change of pattern and a change in scale. The common factor that underlies these activities is an increase in mechanical order, mathematical exactitude, specialized skill and knowledge, and, above all, centralized intelligence. These new qualities derive directly from the systematic observation of the heavens, and the careful plotting of the movements of the planets and the precession of the seasons. Though our knowledge of Babylonian astronomy and mathematics comes from very late documents, The formulation of the Egyptian calendar, at the beginning of the 3rd millennium BC, indicates the culmination of a long and widespread process of exact observation and some kind of mathematical notation. Concern with the heavenly bodies and the discovery of a dynamic pattern of order in their seemingly random distribution may have been one of civilized man's earliest triumphs. And #1. In the beginning. From Peking man onward, some 500,000 years ago, caves have served as the womb and the tomb of human culture. All over the world, caves and grottos became sacred places, reserved for ceremonials and for memorials of the dead. The Paleolithic cave, top left, at La Magdalene has 2 female figures at either side of the entrance and a horse in the foreground at the right, not visible here. The Temple of Shiva at Elephanta, one of the many examples in India of temples and statues hollowed out of a stone mountain, repeats that ancient arrangement of symbols. But early man also appropriated caves for shelter, security, and storage. Witness, top right, this later Amerindian habitation within a cliff. Top left, La Magdalene, Tarn. From Siegfried Gideon, The Eternal Present. Photograph by Akil Wieder. Top right, Gila National Monument. New Mexico. Courtesy of United States Department of the Interior, National Park Service photo. Bottom, Shiva Temple, Elephanta, c. 8th century. Courtesy of Museum of Fine Arts, Boston. 2-3, Representations of Life. Paleolithic art extends over a period of almost 20,000 years, 4 times the total span of historic civilizations. To interpret its varied manifestations as examples of a single Paleolithic culture would be absurd, all the more because dates and even time sequences are often obscure. But 2 recurrent themes pervade this art, whether mobile or stable, whether incised on bone tools or carved in little portable figures or spread monumentally over rough walls and natural vaults. One is the power and grace of the animals these varied peoples trapped or hunted, the bison, the hairy mammoth, the deer, the horse, the ibex, and the other is the wonder and mystery of sex, centered in woman's organs of generation. The hunted animals were a source of food, clothing, tools, and ornaments, a center of organized work, and a conspicuous feature of the habitat, at once a means of material sustenance and an agent of psychic power through the sacramental transference of blood, not least daily companions, whose breeding and feeding habits the hunter closely studied. Animals dominated the minds of Paleolithic hunters, much as mechanical power, in guns, motor cars, planes, rockets, automatic machines, dominates modern man. We can only guess, without any assurance of coming near the mark, what these images meant to succeeding generations of Paleolithic peoples. But the discovery of the mature paintings of the Altamira caves opened up a new era in the interpretation of Aurignacian and Magdalenian man, proving he not merely had time for art but ambitions, devotions, aspirations commensurate with our own. Photograph of mural from the Lascaux cave paintings, by Fernand Windels, see bibliography. 4. The enchantments of sex. Some of the earliest Paleolithic art is far more accomplished, both technically and aesthetically, than comparable images done tens of thousands of years later in Azilian, Halafian, or Cyclitic cultures. The emphasis on the sexual organs and secondary sexual characteristics like the buttocks, as in the Venuses of Willendorf or Lespug, has been sometimes too glibly taken as showing their equivalence to comparable figures in later mother goddess religions. More prudently, one may interpret these figures, along with detached vulvas and phalluses often found nearby, as demonstrations of a positive conscious interest in sex and possibly in sexual rights. But the woman of Lossel, carved in the rock, holds a bison's horn, itself a sexual symbol long in use in Italy as a taunt of cuckoldry. The combination of crescent horn and female form recurs in the Egyptian moon goddess, Hathor, and may indicate an early astronomical interest. This in turn would make still more plausible Marshak's reading of a moon calendar in the markings on a multitude of Paleolithic bones and pierced cylinders, see bibliography. Such inscriptions would imply a capacity for patient, orderly scientific observation that would match the aesthetic advances in Paleolithic art. 5. Anticipations in clay. Since there is no evidence of clay being used for pot making till many thousands of years later, these modeled clay bisons stand out not merely as noteworthy examples of art, but as a first experiment with this natural plastic, so important later in Neolithic pots and buildings. As so often with technological advances, the playful or religious use anticipated the utilitarian. Top, bisons from TUCD Audubert. Left, the Venus of Lossel. In the Bordeaux Musée d'Arts. Both photographs from a Leroy Gourhan's Père Histoire d'Art Occidental. Courtesy of Editions d'Art Lucien Mazenod. 6. The World of Dream. 7. Ancestors, Gods, Masks. 6. The World of Dream. The ambivalent nature of the dream, its bestiality and its divinity, has long been recognized. No better example could be found than Matthias Grünewald's Eisenheim altar, one panel showing a prostrate Saint Anthony, beset by diabolic beast forms standing for lusts, appetites, fears, hatreds, springing partly from man's pre-human past, the other, in the sun-haloed Christ, representing the emergence of the human and divine, released symbolically from the stone tomb and from his brutal but lethargic captors. Panels from the Eisenheim altar, Colmar, by Matthias Grünewald. 7. Ancestors, Gods, Masks. Among the demons, spirits, powers, gods that haunted early man, one constant presence seems manifested almost everywhere, the ancestors, whether as ghosts or carved idols. Top. To heed the ancestors' admonitions, to conform to their practices, to walk obediently in their ways, enabled the group to remain safely human. Rigid conformity was an absolute necessity, since even small departures might break the chain of cultural continuity. But the social elaborations of primitives were often as regressive and stultifying as technological ceremonialism and scientific exhibitionism have become today. The mask, lower right, may have originated as a labor-saving device for quickly altering personality or exchanging roles, lower left. The powerful abstract image of a supernatural being foreshadows some of C.S. Lewis's or Olaf Stapledon's fantasies, an exquisite rendering realistic even as to the vestigial legs of the big brain. These forms, often termed primitive, are actually terminal stages of an elaborate, involuted tribal culture. Top, painted wooden figures of the ancestors shown in Sacred Men's House, New Guinea. Lower left, group of tribesmen under an umbrella-like mask, representing a sacred being, worn collectively by initiates, Angoram, New Guinea. Both illustrations from Douglas Fraser, Primitive Art. Lower right, Secret Society initiation mask of the Bena Biambo tribe of the Congo, Kinshasa. Courtesy of the Smithsonian Institution, No. 204,314. The hand preceded the face as a worldwide symbol in cave painting, sometimes sacrificially mutilated by the removal of one or more finger joints. Cave art likewise presents more abstract signs, doubtfully named tectiforms, and diversely interpreted as huts, traps, animal corrals. But the serried dots and the plan, bottom, seemingly mathematical notations, have even been interpreted as sexual symbols. However elusive the explanation, these signs surely indicate not only abstract thought but the earliest beginnings of the permanent record. Upper left, left hand on low ceiling, El Castillo. From Siegfried Gideon, The Eternal Present. Photograph by Hugo P. Hertig. Upper right, Strong Wind, Ojibwe, by George Catlin. U.S. National Museum, courtesy of the Smithsonian Institution. Lower, abstract signs, sometimes called tectiforms, El Castillo, Santander. From Siegfried Gideon, The Eternal Present. Photograph by Akil Welder. 9. Signs and Symbols. 1. 10. Dance Before Drudgery. After the glaciers retreated, wave after wave of cave art washed over Spain and Africa, and continued in existence, through the Bushmen, almost into recent times. The hunters shown here are highly stylized, but animated, indeed intensely dynamic, moving over the wall as in a dance. Were such fluent compositions perhaps a last expression of the hunter's freedom and aesthetic release before the monotonous Neolithic tasks took over? Painting from rock shelter of Cuevas del Civil. Alcácer, Castellan, Spain. Photograph courtesy of the American Museum of Natural History. 1 KT. *R. 11, The human emphasis. The changeover from hunting and gathering to food production and food preservation was probably responsible for the disappearance, in time, of the old animal art. But James Mellarf's recent excavations at Poundatalhuyuk in southwestern Turkey reveal how much of the Paleolithic life lingered, at least in symbol and probably in sport and play, even in the emerging towns. These murals have the advantage of the new technology. The rough irregular cave wall gives way to the smooth plaster surface, bounded by a rectangle. But the painting itself shows continuity with the older cave paintings, and contrasts with the stodgily abstract cult figurines or the geometric decorations of Neolithic pottery. Dr. Kathleen Kenyon has associated these aesthetic and social changes with the amelioration of the climate and environment that followed the last retreat of the glaciers. Wall painting found in dwelling at Karatalhuyuk. Inset, reconstruction of whole painting by Anne-Louise Stockdale. Courtesy of James Mellart. 12. Neolithic economy. The formation of village settlements, once considered a direct result of the agricultural revolution, had its beginnings at a much earlier stage. Paleolithic houses and hearths have been uncovered in southern Russia from perhaps more than 10,000 years before Jarmo or Jericho. Diggings by a joint Turkish-American expedition at Kayaniye in Turkey preceded by Pumpelly's path-breaking finds in Turkestan in 1904 seem to indicate that the beginnings of food production may now be pushed back to around 1,000 years ago. Similarly, the finding here of the earliest metal artifacts around 9000 BC, including pins, apparently made from cold-hammered copper, still further blurs the old distinction between the Stone and the Copper-Bronze Ages. These new datings make the early appearance of Jericho and Çatalhöyük more credible. The unearthing of the bones of wild sheep, goats, and pigs in this area would indicate an early start for mixed farming. In tropical areas, Neolithic agriculture, based on rice, taro, yams, breadfruit, coconut, tells still another story. With its security of food and continuity of site, Neolithic culture had perhaps 6,000 years to spread via small independent relatively self-contained communities before any attempt was made to unify their activities, increase the tempo of production, or extract the surplus products by coercion or conquest, for the benefit of a ruling class. Excavation at Kayaniye by Turkish, Arab, and American archaeologists, with Robert J. Braidwood, of the Oriental Institute, Chicago, as co-director. Courtesy of Robert J. Braidwood. 13. Neolithic continuities. Though pottery no longer serves to identity Neolithic culture, the need for storing liquids, produced by brewing, winemaking, and oil pressing, hastened the development of baked clay containers. Clay pots were lighter than stone, and easier to make, especially after the invention of the potter's wheel. The Cretan pots shown here survived fire and earthquake, and over 3,000 years later a similar type of pot is still used in Vietnam for making fish sauce. Upper, wine jars found in ruins of the palace at Knossos in Crete. Photograph from Ewing Galloway, New York. Lower, jars for making fish sauce. From Vietnam, by Felix Green. Courtesy of DRV Information Department. 14. Birds, songs, and flowers. The flowering of Neolithic agriculture is properly symbolized by the richness of bird life, not merely on river or canal bank, but in the swamps and tilled fields, where they kept down the insects that so often made mass assaults on the crops. The new delight in birds was both aesthetic and practical, as in Italy today, even small birds were welcome additions to the peasant's diet. The Egyptian Audubon who painted the lower picture was no careless observer. The ornithologist identifies one hoopoe, 3 shrikes, and a redstart. Upper, Fowling in the marshes. 1420 1375 BC. Lower, birds in an acacia tree. Tomb of Khnumhotep. c. 1920-1900 BC. Both pictures in Nina Davis, Ancient Egyptian Paintings. Courtesy of the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago. 1.5, Vital and Mechanical Polarities. The upper bird picture in 14 gains much by juxtaposition to the stone carving of Ramses I, receiving offerings in death. In the above, the king is a colossus, indeed a god, patently towering above the little people, yet the composure and order of this carving show an aesthetic sensitiveness and human feeling that have not been completely suppressed by the strict external regimentation introduced in the Pyramid Age. The athletic activity and winged excitement of the bird catcher's painting, left, like the superb modeling of Egyptian nudes, which surpass even the Greeks in subtlety, modify the established clichés of Egypt as static, immobile, rigid, death-centered, and soften the impression made by the early megamachine. Bas-relief from the Temple of Ramses I at Abydos. Courtesy of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, gift of J. Pierpont Morgan, 1911. 11N and 16-17, megamachines in operation. Left, hauling a monumental sculpture of a bull on a sledge. Note gang bosses with uplifted staves. Right, Assyrians building a mound for the erection of a palace. Note the frieze of soldiers. Both taskmasters and soldiers were essential parts of the megamachine. Illustrations from Austin Henry Layard's The Monuments of Nineveh, 2 volumes. London, 1853. 1.8, Divine Kingship Above and Below. Upper, a king conferring with his god on equal terms, the fact that the ideograph for God, a star, hovers equidistant over both is significant. Lower, the stela of the vultures. The Sumerian phalanx, a pedestrian tank, grinding over the bodies of its victims. Collections du Musée du Louvre, both photographs by courtesy of the director of the Museums of France. 19. Civilized destruction. The Assyrians, like the later Mongols and Aztecs, were notorious for their insensate destructiveness and ingenious sadism. But the demolition and sacking of Hamanu only prefigured on a modest scale the psychotic ABC plans and massively inhumane practices of reputedly civilized governments today. Marble slab, the sacking of Hamanu, Kauianjik. Photograph courtesy of the Mansell Collection, London. 20. Achievements of the megamachine. The first exhibition of megatechnics comes from the step pyramid at Saqqara, constructed under the architect, engineer, scientist, and physician, Imhotep, who well earned his later deification. This pyramid of King Zosur, the dominant feature of a whole city dedicated to the dead, surpassed all contemporary works, and has defied time almost as well as the colossal later pyramids of Chephren and Cheops. The megamachine was reassembled repeatedly for military purposes under the institution of divine kingship. But it displayed its best form and highest efficiency in large-scale engineering activities. The Great Wall of China, built in the 3rd century BC, to keep Mongol invaders at bay, pushing across a difficult terrain for 1,500 miles, gives evidence of the megamachine's massive constructive powers. Photographs from Ewing Galloway, New York. 2.1, From ancient to modern. The Corinth Canal, well begun by the Romans in AD 67 and completed in 1893, would have been inconceivable without the megamachine. As a mechanical feat, it still takes the breath away when one passes by steamer between its towering walls of solid stone, broken by an occasional Roman figure or inscription. Photograph from Ewing Galloway, New York. 22-23, Handicraft and the Human Scale. Despite the prestige of megatechnics, the lesser arts and crafts spread far and wide, accumulating skills, perfecting traditional methods, utilizing local resources, making regional adaptations, establishing standards of workmanship, and making endless innovations in design. The majority of crafts were carried on in the home or the farmstead, dividing their tasks according to age, skill, and strength, calling for both active participation and personal responsibility. These Japanese paintings of typical medieval crafts, reputedly by Yoshinobu Kano, c. 1620–1630, are roughly contemporary with similar European wood engravings by Jost Ammon and others. The whole series was conceived with rare sociological insight, showing not merely the workers, the materials, the work processes, but also the domestic setting. Only lack of space prevents me from showing the range of individual habitations, from the humble cottage of the matmaker, with its old thatched roof, to the elegant and commodious apartments of the favored trades, gold lacquer, embroidery, armor, swords, that served the military aristocracy. Left, weaving and spinning. Note different ages from the elderly spinster to the child winding thread. Upper, metal working. Characteristically, the charcoal fire also supplies water for domestic tea. Lower, leather workers and glove makers. From paintings in the Katane, a Buddhist temple in Kawagoye. Courtesy of Professor Tsutomu Akuta. 24. Animal and water power. The belief that power machines date from the 18th century is historically as unrealistic as the notion that the age before 1920 was the horse and buggy age, despite the fact that the many-sided transportation network then in existence, based on railroads, electric trolleys, steamboats, ferries, private motor cars, and pedestrians, was definitely more efficient, flexible, reliable, and far more rapid in densely populated areas than the crippled, ecologically disruptive system of mono-transportation via public plane and private auto favored today. But the emancipation of human labor from exhausting drudgery began long before with the use of animal power, as in the cattle-driven pump still used in Egypt, and with the use of wind power for sailboats. Upper left, Egyptian Saki, Nile Valley. Lower left, the Mabry Mill, Virginia. Both photographs from Ewing Galloway, New York. Above, battery of windmills, man-powered galley with auxiliary sails, foreground, sea-going 3. Mast sailing ship, rear. From the Nuremberg Chronicle. Right, windmill on the Vecht River, the Netherlands. Photograph from Ewing Galloway, New York. 25. Wind power. The invention of the Greek watermill, 3rd century B.C., and the Persian invention of the windmill, 8th century B.C., not merely served agriculture and land reclamation, but improved mining technology. The widespread adoption of this cheap form of energy probably contributed as much as moral improvement to wipe out the more ancient forms of slavery. By the 15th century, batteries of windmills and fleets of sailing ships were witnesses to the new power age. Cotton mills and paper mills in New England and elsewhere were still using water power at the end of the 19th century, and even later. 26. Industrial and military arts. Quite early medieval book illuminations and wood and stone carvings in churches pictured the homely crafts and vocations. This growing interest in the work process competed with the iconography of the Trinity, the Virgin Mary, and the saints, though the two interests mingled in the guild processions and the mystery pageants and plays. Such symbolic representation of the arts and crafts indicates not only vocational pride but a recognition of the role of work in forming and expressing a balanced human personality. The most spectacular advances in medieval techniques, apart from power mills, were made in the mining and working of metals, lead roofs for public buildings, copper and iron pots, brass and iron cannon, steel swords from Toledo. Significant innovations appeared both in long-distance destruction, cannon, and long-distance oceanic transportation, by means of the new 3-mast sailing ship, guided by the magnetic compass, and later, the sextant, the chronometer, and the increasingly exact navigation charts and maps. What is usually treated as the technological backwardness of the 6 centuries before the so-called Industrial Revolution represents in fact a curious backwardness in historical scholarship. Significantly, the great technical advances of the 18th century took place in the earliest Neolithic or Chalcolithic industries, textiles, pottery, metallurgy, canal building. Large capital investments in the metallurgical, military, industries spurred the pre-industrial revolution economies of Europe as much as nuclear weapons and rockets do currently in the United States. Capitalism, mining, militarism, and mechanization along with megalomania went hand in hand. Upper, metal workers' shop, showing mine, left, and forge, right. Lower, heavy siege cannon with cannonballs, first stone, later metal. Also 3 small bore guns mounted for rapid fire, a first step toward the machine gun. 27. Domestic improvements. Technical innovations in the domestic arts, from the piping of water and the invention of the water closet and the iron cook stove and oven, to the wider use of washable linens and cotton underclothes, have spread slowly. But from the 16th century on, there was a notable increase of inventions directly concerned with child care, the potty stool, the high chair, the toddler, the rocking cradle. All shown here, indicate increased concern with the welfare of children, a prelude to Europe's population explosion. Many important inventions were first conceived as children's toys, automatic figures and miniature automatic workshops, magic lantern projectors, gyroscopes, and talking dolls, forerunners of the adult toys of our own age, the tape recorder, the motion picture camera, and the computer. 28. Playful automation. Fantasy and play have constantly had a part in mechanization and automation. Early clocks like the ancient cathedral clock in the Marienkirche in Liebeck not merely recorded the hours and days, but ostentatiously paraded animated automata when the hour struck. This side of automation reached its climax in the lifelike contraptions of Vaucanson, whose famous duck ate and even defecated, and in the jacket draws draftsman shown here, who executed 4 drawings in pen and ink. Behind this playful automation was a deeper motive, only now visible, the desire to create life by purely mechanical means, or at least to place every living function under mechanical direction and control. Le Dessinateur, automaton by Henry Jacquet Draws, fabricated 1772 to 1774. Courtesy of the Museum of Art and History, Neuchâtel, Switzerland. 29. From manuscript to typeface. From 3000 BC onward, writing was the chief means of converting the kinetic energy of mind into potential energy, therewith greatly enlarging the stored resources of culture and vastly widening the scope of human association in space and in time. No other single invention deserves to rank with writing except the collective achievement, over the ages, of intelligible speech. The European invention of the printing press with movable type, centuries after the Chinese application of carved wood blocks to book printing, was the next advance of comparable importance. The printing press, with its use of uniform, replaceable parts, movable type, was the model for other forms of standardized mass production, centuries before Samuel Bentham and Eli Whitney. But note, before the printing press was invented, handicraft was aesthetically mechanized, for the first uniform typefaces were already in existence in medieval manuscripts and Roman monuments. Comparing the lettering in this 15th century book of Hours, inset, upper left, with the Gutenberg Bible, 1456, the notable fact is that nothing has altered except the mode of production, even the elaborate initial letter and the floral border for long remained. But the printed page had already been standardized. Inset is from a book of Hours in the Edinburgh University Library. The page of the Bible is courtesy of the Art Institute of Chicago. 30-31, Subterranean mechanization. The series of inventions which made deep mining feasible paved the way for many of the major technical innovations of the last 5 centuries. The railway, the subway, the mechanical lift, the steam engine, air conditioning, daytime artificial lighting, all derive from mining practice. The illustration at right demonstrates a closed system of automation, without workers, in which a watermill is attached to a pumping system to carry off underground water. Left, transport and washing of ores. Right, undershot water wheel and pump for automatic mine drainage. From Agricola's De Re Metallica, see bibliography. 32. The Second Coming of the Megamachine. 2 panels from the mural by José Clemente Orozco, in the Baker Library at Hanover, NH. By permission of the trustees of Dartmouth College. The change of scale 167. The cultivation of this new language gave its possessors, the early priesthood, an exceptional power of astronomical and then meteorological prediction. This was a source of their supernatural authority, as interpreters of cosmic influences and their human consequences. That skill was not so prone as magic to be confounded by incorrigible events. The orderly cosmos thus disclosed satisfied one of man's deepest needs, though that need was perhaps ultimately a product of this order. The Voltairean notion that the offices of priesthood were created merely to perpetrate fraud and blackmail upon gullible believers without performing any tangible services, overlooks the fact that the temple by its command of this higher knowledge made an essential contribution to large-scale farming, by synchronizing agricultural operations. The earliest stages of this religious transformation antedates writing and can only be inferred from the later documents. But there is general evidence of a shift in interest and authority from the gods of vegetation and animal fertility subject to human weaknesses, to suffering, misfortune and death, to the gods of the sky, the moon, the sun, and the planets, the lightning and the storm wind, powerful and implacable, awful and irresistible, not to be swayed from their course. Atum and Enlil, like Marduk and Zeus later, were incarnations of cosmic power. In a Hittite ritual for the building of a new royal palace we still find, to me, the king, have the gods, the sun god and the weather gods, entrusted the land and my house. These earth gods and sky gods remain side by side in most cultures, but if the vegetation gods continued to be the more sympathetic, lovable, and popular, there is no doubt which were the more powerful. The regularity and order that had first come in with Neolithic grinding and polishing, and became visible in geometric patterns and decoration, now spread over the whole landscape. Rectangles, triangles, pyramids, straight lines, bounded fields, testify to both astronomic order and strict human control. Standardization was the mark of the new royal economy in every department. Confucius was characterizing a much earlier achievement of this culture when he observed, "Now all over the empire carriages have wheels of the same size, all writing is with the same characters, and for conduct there are the same rules." But, above all, there was a change in scale. Quantification and magnification are the marks of the new technology. Instead of the little Neolithic shrine, there stands a towering temple, the mountain house, and nearby a huge granary, instead of the cluster of frail, mud-walled village houses, for a score of families, a wall-engirdled city, with 1,000 or more families, no longer merely a human home, but the home of a god. 168. Indeed a replica of heaven. And the same change of scale shows itself in every department, not least in the tempo of life. Changes that once would have needed scores of years to consummate now took place almost overnight, not because better tools and equipment were at the disposal of the builders and fabricators, but because a highly efficient type of social organization, hitherto unknown, had taken command. Since our documents come mainly from the brief Bronze Age and the following Iron Age, scholars have been tempted to throw the emphasis on the many technical improvements that the use of copper and bronze first made possible. But the radical changes I am calling attention to antedated the age of metals by many centuries, possibly by millennia. V. Gordon Guide's attempt to explain this vast explosion of power and confident human command mainly through inventions like the plow and the military chariot, neglected the most important fact, namely, that the technological exhibitionism that marks the beginning of the Pyramid Age was effected with only small, modest, mechanically primitive instruments, chisels, saws, mallets, ropes. The huge stones that were transported for miles to the pyramids at Giza were borne on wooden sledges, and raised into position without the aid of a wheel, a pulley, a windlass, or a derrick, or even any animal power except that of mechanized men. 3. The increase in the food supply and the population that marked the dawn of civilization may well be characterized as an explosion if not a revolution, and together they set off a train of minor explosions in many directions, which have continued at intervals over the entire course of history. But this outburst of energy was subjected to a set of institutional controls and physical compulsions that had never existed before, and these controls rested upon an ideology and a myth which perhaps had their faint beginnings in the magical ceremonies in Paleolithic caves. At the center of this whole development lay the new institution of kingship. The myth of the machine and the cult of divine kingship rose together. Until the 19th century, conventional history had remained largely a chronicle of the deeds and misdeeds of kings, nobles, armies. In revolting against this studious inattention to the daily affairs of ordinary people, democratically oriented historians swung to the opposite extreme and b. 169. Little the part that kings and institutions derived from kingship have actually played. Today, both historians and anthropologists have been looking at kingship with a more open eye, if only because the massing of centralized economic and political power in every modern state, totalitarian or quasi-totalitarian, has cast a fresh light on the earliest similar assemblages. The institution of kingship, as Henry Frankfurt, its brilliant modern interpreter, pointed out, is one of the early innovations to which we can assign an approximate date, place, and agent, fairly closely in Egypt, little more loosely in Mesopotamia. The historic effort, as recorded on two famous Egyptian palettes, begins at the point where the Paleolithic hunting chief, the first among equals, passes over into the powerful king, who takes to his own person all the powers and prerogatives of the community. As to the origin of the king's unconditional supremacy and his special technical facilities, there is no room for doubt. It was hunting that cultivated the initiative, the self-confidence, the ruthlessness that kings must exercise to achieve and retain command, and it was the hunter's weapons that backed up his commands, whether rational or irrational, with the ultimate authority of armed force, above all, the readiness to kill. This original connection between kingship and hunting has remained visible all through recorded history, from the stele upon which both Egyptian and Assyrian kings boast their prowess as lion hunters, to the preservation of vast hunting forests as the inviolable domains of kings in our own epoch. Benno Landsberger notes that with kings in the Assyrian Empire, hunting and fighting were virtually interchangeable occupations. The unscrupulous use of the weapons of the hunt to control the political and economic activities of whole communities was one of the effective inventions of kingship. Out of that a whole series of subsidiary mechanical inventions eventually came. In the mixture of Paleolithic and Neolithic cultures, there was doubtless an interchange of psychological and social aptitudes as well, and up to a point this may have been of common advantage. From the Paleolithic hunter the Neolithic cultivator may have gained those qualities of the imagination that the dull, thrifty, sober round of farming did not awaken. So far no weapons of the hunt, still less weapons of warfare, have been unearthed in the earliest Neolithic villages, though they became common enough in the Iron Age, and this lack of weapons may account for the primitive peasant's docility and for his easy surrender and virtual enslavement, for he had neither the tested courage nor the necessary weapons, nor yet the means of mobilizing in large numbers for fighting back. But at the same time the punctual, prudent, methodical life of the agricultural community gave the incipient rulers some share in the Neolithic. 170. Habits of persistence and orderly drill, which the hunter's mode of life, with its fitful spurts of energy and uncertain rewards, did not encourage. Both sets of aptitudes were needed for the advance of civilization. Without the assurance of a surplus yield from agriculture, kings could not have built cities, maintained a priesthood, an army, and a bureaucracy, or waged war. That margin was never too large, for in ancient times war was frequently suspended by common consent till the harvests were gathered. But sheer force could not by itself have produced the prodigious concentration of human energy, the constructive transformation of the habitat, the massive expressions in art and ceremonial, that actually took place. That demanded the cooperation, or at least the odd submission and passive consent, of the entire community. The agency that effected this change, the institution of divine kingship, was the product of a coalition between the tribute-exacting hunting chieftain and the keepers of an important religious shrine. Without that combination, without that sanction, without that luminous elevation, the claims that the new rulers made to unconditional obedience to their king's superior will, could not have been established. It took extra, supernatural authority, derived from a god or a group of gods, to make kingship prevail throughout a large society. Arms and armed men, specialists in homicide, were essential, but force alone was not enough. Even before the written record becomes available, the ruins from the earliest pre-dynastic Ayyubid period of Ur indicate that the transformation had already been effected. Here, as elsewhere, Leonard Woolley found a temple, within a sacred enclosure, where the royal granary, at once a food storehouse and a bank, would likewise be placed. The authority, priestly or royal, that collected, stored, and allocated the grain, held the means of controlling a large, dependent population provided the granary was constantly guarded by walls and warriors. Under the protective symbol of his god, housed in a massive temple, the king, who likewise served as high priest, exercised powers that no hunting chief would have dared to claim merely as the leader of his band. By assimilation, the town, once a mere enlargement of the village, became a sacred place, a divine transformer, so to say, where the deadly high-tension currents of Godhead were stepped down for human use. This fusion of sacred and temporal power released an immense explosion of latent energy, as in a nuclear reaction. At the same time it created a new institutional form, for which there is no evidence in the simple Neolithic village or the Paleolithic cave, an enclave of power, dominated by an elite who were supported in grandiose style by tribute and taxes forcibly drawn from the whole community. 171. The efficacy of kingship, all through history, rests precisely on this alliance between the hunter's predatory prowess and gift of command, on one hand, and priestly access to astronomical lore and divine guidance. In simpler societies these offices were long represented separately in a war chief and a peace chief. In both cases the magical attributes of kingship were grounded on a special measure of functional efficiency, a readiness to take responsibility and make decisions in government. This was fortified by the priesthood's observation of natural phenomena, along with the ability to interpret signs, collect information, and ensure the execution of commands. The power of life and death over the whole community was arrogated by the king, or imputed to him. This mode of ensuring cooperation over a wider area than was ever ordered before contrasts with the petty ways of the farming village, whose ordinary routine is carried on by mutual understanding and consent, guided by custom, not command. In Egypt almost from the beginning, in Mesopotamia at intervals, the king was conceived as a god in his own right. Egyptian history, as a tale transmitted, begins at this point. By this union of cosmic and earthly powers the ruler became at once a living person and an immortal. He was born and died like other men, yet he would be reborn, like his other self, Osiris, even as his power was renewed each day, like that of the returning sun, Adam-Re, after effecting a safe passage through the night and emerging again in the east. As with Ptah, the primal Egyptian deity, the words coming forth from the king's mouth brought a world into existence, and when he uttered a command, he must be obeyed. Not merely did he hold the powers of life and death over the community, but he was the living incarnation of that community. They were one, as Ptah himself was one with all he had created. The pharaoh's life was the community's life, his prosperity its prosperity, his health its health. The community lived and flourished vicariously, through the king, so impiously saluting every mention of his name with the words, life, prosperity, health, they were also ensuring these benefits for themselves. The earlier chieftains and their followers, well armed, contemptuous of bodily injury or hardship, dissociated from the laborious routines of cultivators and herdsmen, and disinclined to systematic work, were probably already using these proto-military traits to exercise power and draw tribute, in food or women, from their intimidated, compliant, unarmed village neighbors. The weapon that established this new rule of force was not, Pace Child, the Bronze Age war chariot, still many years away, but a far more primitive weapon, the mace. Such a club, with a heavy head of stone, which was useful for killing a wounded animal with a single blow. 172. On the skull, must have proved equally efficient in doing the same job at close quarters with frightened, weaponless peasants, or with the captured chief and warriors from a rival band, who appear as cowering captives on surviving pallets and stealing. Witness the final act of Marduk's battle with the primeval goddess Tiamat. With his unsparing mace he crushed her skull. Should we be surprised, then, to find that the period of political unification of the Upper and Lower Nile Valley, which marks the beginnings of kingship in Egypt, coincides with mass graves in which are found an unusual quantity of cracked skulls? The significance of this weapon, particularly the time and place of its appearance, has been curiously overlooked. In the 6th millennium at Hostler, James Mellart notes, the economy showed a great decline in hunting and an absence of hunting weapons, but significantly the mace and sling survived. Thus it is no accident that the mace, in only a slightly sublimated form, the scepter, has remained the symbol of royal authority and unchallengeable power throughout the ages. When the British Parliament is in session, a gigantic specimen lies on the Speaker's table. So much for the shadowy events that must have led up to the establishment of kingship. The next step, which set it on foundations that sustained it, with occasional lapses, for more than 5,000 years, comes properly within the bounds of history, more especially sacred history, for it was based on the application of supernatural powers to the control of human behavior. The clue to this second stage lies in the first reputed act of Menes, the unifier of Upper and Lower Egypt, the earliest pharaoh of record, repeated again and again by kings throughout history, the establishment of a temple to sustain his own claim as the divine sun god, Adum-Re, at the site of what was doubtless an already venerable shrine in Memphis. The document that tells of this event establishes the pre-existence of an all-embracing god, Ta, whose energies pervade creation. By the time kingship took form as a unifying agent that transcended local limitations, a multitude of deities, male and female, great and small, personified, or rather annualized, in the form of falcons, beetles, cows, hippopotamuses, lions were already in existence, each with a different character and different social functions, often related to a different aspect of the environment. Out of this fecund, multi-headed family of gods, with its swarm of distant relatives in every little village, the sun god had in Egypt become preeminent, and the new authority of kingship was sustained, not by brute strength alone, but by its representation of the eternal power and order of the cosmos. Here a new kind of science, different from the close observation and 173. Intimate association that fostered domestication, came into existence, now based on an abstract impersonal order, counting, measurement, exact notation attributes without whose early development no such consummate monuments as the pyramids could have been built. The counting of the days, the observations of the lunar months and the solar year, the determination of the rise and the flood stage of the Nile, all this was the task of the priestly caste. This new power and order were effectively symbolized, as I have already noted, by the establishment of the first Egyptian solar calendar. Though heavily overlaid by dramatic legend, sensuous metaphor, and infantile magic, astronomical order spread into every department. The emerging institutions of civilization were power-minded, cosmos-centered, mechanically regulated and regimented. Space and time, power and order, became the main categories of a divinely regulated existence. The recurrent movements of the moon and the sun, or great expressions of natural power, such as flood and storm and earthquake, left a profound impression on the mind and awakened, it would appear, at least in the dominant minor, an interest in exerting their own physical power in imitation of the gods themselves. In the ancient Chinese Book of Changes, I Ching, one reads, we may be ahead of heaven, but heaven will not violate its course, we must follow, and adapt ourselves to its time and its seasons. Everywhere, early and late, this laid the basis of the new regimen, and became a source of an even more rigorous regimentation. In ancient China, Joseph Needham observes, the promulgation of the calendar by the emperor was a rite corresponding to the issuing of minted coins, with image and superscription, in later Western countries. Both modes were symbols of rational order and coercive physical power, and both significantly remained a royal or priestly monopoly through the ages, for the exclusive right to coin money and establish uniform weights and measures is an emblem of all state sovereignty, while the calendar most of the world now follows was first put forward by the Emperor Julius Caesar, and rectified by the Roman Pope, Gregory XIII. Without this widely shared reverence for undeviating cosmic order, the great technical achievements of early civilization would have lacked the mathematical precision and physical mastery they actually showed. By identifying the person of the king with the impersonal, above all implacable, order of the heavens, royal power received an immense supercharge of energy. The king's political authority, based on weapons and military exertion, was vastly augmented by the inordinate supernatural powers he wielded. This was fortified in Egypt, where royal power became most absolute and most assuredly identified with the divine, by close 174. Association with older organic vitalities with an even more ancient manifestation of the sun, horns, and his father, Osiris, the god of vegetation and the teacher of agriculture and the handicrafts to men. In symbolism, the king was originally a bull, the very incarnation of physical strength and sexual fertility, doubtless tied in the unconscious to the sacred cow, Hathor, who was both cattle goddess and moon goddess. Moon gods, sun gods, storm gods were based, Iliad notes, on hierophanies of the sky, high, bright, shining, sky, rain. The Sumerian sky god Anu became the chief god of the Babylonians, and his temple at Uruk was called a sky house. This fixation on cosmic forces was a sound interpretation of the condition of man, his dependence upon physical events beyond his control. While the Paleolithic identification with the animal world and the Neolithic immersion in sexuality were not abandoned, the sky religion struck a lofty note. The contemplation of the distant heavens, the consciousness of long passages of time, could have had only a faint start in earlier cultures. Except for circular amulets and incised bones, there is no legible sign of them in cave art. This new interest in the lofty, the distant, the regular, the predictable, the calculable coincided with the birth of kingship, but older interpretations of the world were not easily sloughed off. On the contrary, the most delusive practices of sympathetic and verbal magic still remained and attached themselves to the gods of the sky. The word still seemed so important that in one legend the goddess Isis tries to secure power for herself by using magic to learn Aram's secret name. The Turin papyrus from the 19th dynasty, 1350 to 1200 BC, from which we learn this story, was itself a charm whose words were repeated as a cure for snake bite. But in the end the sky gods prevailed. The phenomena of the sky, measured with increasing care and exactitude, gave the assurance of an orderly world, part of which at least was lifted above primal chaos or human caprice. As the chief representative of these heavenly powers, at least in his own territory, the king could maintain order everywhere. Once confined mainly to tribal ritual and articulate speech, order now became universal. Eventually the Babylonians introduced the same concept of predetermined order into the seemingly irregular events of daily life. They plotted the course and position of the planets and associated this with the hour of a person's birth in order to predict the entire course of his life. The biographic data needed for such plotting was based on systematic observation. Thus scientific determinism, not less than mechanical regimentation, had their inception in the institution of divine kingship. Long before the Ionian scientists of the 6th century BC, the fundamental mathematical and scientific foundations had been laid in astronomy. This, then, was the Khan. Mesopotamian corroboration 175. stellation of rational insights and irrational presumptions that produced the new technology of power. Before we follow through the consequences of this change, let us witness the same phenomena operating under quite different geographic and social conditions. If the myth of divine kingship was to capture the forces of civilization and become further enlarged through the derivative myth of the machine, it was essential that it should be capable of overriding purely local circumstances and taking advantage of different cultural settings. As a matter of fact, during later ages kingship not merely seeped back into more primitive tribal societies, but its technical and institutional complex spread, by one means or another, over the whole planet, from China and Cambodia to Peru and Mexico. At this point I shall use the same evidence Henry Frankfurt handled so competently only to come to a different conclusion. 4. Mesopotamian corroboration. In Mesopotamia, kingship arose roughly at about the same time as in Egypt, though in neither case can the earliest manifestation be dated. The ancient Sumerian king list expresses no doubt about the origins of kingship. It was lowered down from heaven. This means that kingship was from the beginning a religious phenomenon, not just an assertion of physical prowess and organized manpower, nor yet a mere enlargement of venerable ancestral authority. From the beginning, kingship in Sumer or Akkad combined both authority and power, understanding and command, the same qualities that Breasted noted as attributes of the sun god after 3000 BC. With this new office came a comparable enlargement of the sense of time. Egyptian, Mesopotamian, Hindu, and later Mayan religions all embrace cycles of thousands of years, and a single king, Lugalbanda, was assigned a 1200-year reign, which would have been long for a whole dynasty. Even if these years were months, as early commentators on Manetho's chronology supposed, that was still a long span. To kings, therefore, was attributed not merely an enlarged cosmic power but a more intense and prolonged vitality. Every dimension of existence was magnified, whether on earth or in heaven. In Mesopotamia, it is true, it was only at intervals that the king, beginning with Naram-Sin, identified himself as a god. Henry Frankfurt, Leaning. 176. Backward to emphasize the genuine differences in the physiognomy of Sumerian and Egyptian cultures, nevertheless counts almost a score of such instances in a span of some 800 years. But that the claim could have been made at all shows that the underlying presuppositions were not in fact so different. Certainly kingship everywhere partook of divinity. All kings exercised their extraordinary authority by divine right, for the king was a necessary executioner of the gods' decrees, as well as the chief agent for establishing great collective enterprises such as the building of cities and canal systems. Significantly, it was during the Third Dynasty of Ur a period of vigorous constructive activity that all the kings except the founder claimed divinity. This evidence decisively couples divine kingship with the characteristic public works program of the mega-machine. Little tasks might still be left to little men, but big tasks belonged to the king by reason of the special powers he commanded, above all, the unique power to create a colossal labor machine. As in many primitive tribal communities examined during the last few centuries, and among later historic nations, the king shifted back and forth between a sacred and a secular role, now a religious, now a military head. This duality is still in evidence among various primitive tribes, and it holds all through civilized history. Even today, the wearer of the British crown is the titular head of the established church, whose archiepiscopal sanction in turn is a necessary condition, as Edward VIII discovered, for holding royal office. That was the archetypal relationship from the beginning. So, too, the upstart Napoleon, to confirm his legitimacy as emperor, sought the offices of the Roman pontiff to sanctify his coronation, though in seizing the crown from the Pope's hands to place it on his own head, his overweening ego committed a sacrilege that any ancient Babylonian would have told him was sure to bring a heavenly curse down on his pretensions. Both to establish and maintain kingship, an infusion of divine power was essential. But the constant intercourse with heaven, necessary for the guidance of the king, demanded professional aid from priests, magicians, soothsayers, interpreters of dreams, and readers of cosmic signs, who in turn were dependent upon the king's secular power and wealth for their own status and office. This essential coalition between royal military power and often dubious supernatural authority anticipated a similar alliance between scientists and mathematical games theorists with the higher agents of government today, and was subject to similar corruptions, miscalculations, and hallucinations. Again and again dependence upon unverifiable data from heaven vitiated. Mesopotamian corroboration 177. The ability to make rational decisions in battle, for instance, on the basis of the locally visible circumstances. Too often the soothsayers' addled counsels counted more heavily than the soldiers' professional knowledge, as the Mari letters testify. On the theological basis of kingship, then, the testimony of Mesopotamia is as clear as that of Egypt for all their historic and geographic differences. Of culture. And the words uttered by the earliest kings of both lands continue to ring through history both in the claims of legitimate kings like Louis XTV, and in the no less extravagant assertions of a Hitler, a Stalin, or a Mao, whose abject and adoring followers have imputed omniscience to them. The words that the young Babylonian god Marduk uttered, before becoming the chief defender of his fellow gods against the ancient goddess of the primal waters, Tiamat, are the words kings learned to utter long before Marduk took his place in the Babylonian pantheon. The gods are in fact the kings of the unconscious, enlarged, as the kings in turn became incarnate dream gods, exercising visible supremacy over waking life, transmitting their claims of inviolable sovereignty to the whole apparatus of the state. As a condition of taking office, Marduk insists that when he gives a command, he must be obeyed by his fellow gods without question. Let my word instead of you, determine the fates, unalterable shall be what I may bring into being, neither recalled nor changed shall be the command of my lips. These words are worth noting. They set forth the terms on which the new collective mechanism was brought into existence. This new emphasis on unqualified power of command was in some measure, it would seem, a necessary reaction to the disorders and difficulties that multiplied with the growth of population. Regularity and security now became a political desideratum, for while small groups of people may migrate elsewhere when threatened, a whole city or a closely settled countryside cannot be evacuated for a season when overwhelmed by flood or starved by drought. The problems of regulating river flow and repairing flood damage, of apportioning water for irrigation, of storing sufficient food annually to avert famine before the next crop could be gathered. All these proved increasingly beyond the competence of any local community. There was genuine need for some unifying authority in these great valleys, and kingship, for lack of more rational cooperative authority, met that need. Though Neolithic agriculture had produced a hitherto unheard of abundance of food, this very affluence bred new anxieties. Throughout Mesopotamian history, Frankfurt notes, the kingship of the gods was believed to have originated, not as a natural concomitant of an orderly 178 society, but as the product of confusion and anxiety. But as I have sometimes observed, in the case of once poverty-stricken friends who have become affluent, wealth and security themselves may bring on a state of anxiety not experienced when their possessors did not know where the next day's food was coming from. While the forces of nature often worked catastrophically in Mesopotamia, beginning with the historic biblical flood, similar anxieties arose even in smiling Egypt, quite apart from the 7 lean years reported in the story of Joseph in the Bible. Egypt provides still other documentary references to a failure of crops and to famine, not only through plagues of locusts, but through an insufficient summer flooding of the Nile. During such crises there was need for an unchallengeable authority that could marshal the manpower of many communities and ration their resources equitably, and to the extent that such efforts brought relief, the ruler who took responsibility would earn gratitude, and gain support on other occasions. The association of kingship with anxiety, fear, and crisis has been, unfortunately, a long-continued one. Thorkild Jacobsen has shown that the oldest known political institution that can be identified, through a Mesopotamian text, is the urban assembly of all free men. This assembly in turn left the power to deal with current matters in the hands of a group of elders, but in times of emergency they chose a king to take charge for a limited period. Millennia later, Herodotus pictures a similar delegation of power, among the Medes and Persians, so, again, when the community was threatened, the Romans appointed a temporary dictator, and the same temporary concentration of power in a national emergency still characterizes the constitutional prerogatives of the President of the United States. Though only today has a president dared to fake an emergency in order to wield such power and politically sanctify his cumulative errors of judgment and his inhumane acts in Vietnam. The power that was thus concentrated in kingship in turn produced a reliable source of fresh crises in the institution of war. Everywhere war took precedence over even hunting as the main prerogative and the dominant activity of kingship. For in the act of establishing law and order within the sacred territory of their gods, kings came into conflict with rival kings and foreign gods, equally arrogant in their imputed divinity, who also claimed the same kind of blind loyalty and awestruck obedience. Too often they were tempted to assert their superior power by encroaching on neighboring states and despoiling their inhabitants. Even when nature smiled on a community, the man-made catastrophe of war was ever at hand, to create disorder and to bolster up the absolute power of kings. Conflicts between cities over water rights and land bound. Mesopotamian corroboration 179. Ares recur in the chronicles of Sumer and Akkad, but beyond these claims, whose settlement might have been a subject for reasonable compromise, were the irrational efforts of ambitious and tyrannous gods, to secure abject submission. Here again Jacobsen reinforces Frankfurt's interpretation. An orderly world for the Mesopotamian is unthinkable without a superior author. To impose his will. One can match Jacobsen's emphasis on the belief in superior authority by quoting the Egyptian satire on the trades. There is no profession free of a boss. The Mesopotamian feels convinced that the authorities are always right, or at least that there is no use arguing with them. The command of the palace, like the command of Anu, cannot be altered. The king's word is right, his utterances, like that of a god, cannot be changed. These words resound with sickening familiarity in our present totalitarian states, whether democratic or communist. This dictum, the first clear expression of what in present-day political systems is known as the party line or the consensus, lessens the importance, in this context, of the many differences that distinguish the ancient civilization of the Nile from that of the Euphrates and the Tigris. In both situations the king exercised godlike powers, and pragmatically, it hardly matters that while in Egypt he was also a divinity in his own right, in Mesopotamia he served usually as a surrogate, yet with full power zo faterni, as long as his luck held, to act in the god's name. His mission was to take part in the constant struggle between order and chaos, which, as Ephraim Spiezer reminded us, was the fatal drama renewed at the turn of each year. In the face of such fearful anxieties, and such violent means of relief from anxiety, one need hardly wonder that the village surrendered both its autonomy and its relative self-sufficiency to these higher powers, the divine king and the officers of the state, the governors and tax collectors, who rigorously carried out the king's commands. The scattered villages took their orders from the control centers. On earth, only one who was appointed by the gods a king could command such unconditional obedience, only one who could back such presumptuous claims with armed force, in the face of skepticism or active dissent, could have broken down the habits of self-government that small communities had evolved on the basis of ancestral customs and their own limited capabilities for taking counsel and exercising the common sense through prudent actions. Common sense was exactly what kingship, almost by definition, lacked. When the king's orders were executed, no one dared to tell him honestly how they had turned out. With the absolute powers bestowed by kingship, 180. Came an arrogance, a ruthlessness, an inflexibility, a habit of compulsion, an unwillingness to listen to reason, that no small community would have endured from any of its members, though the aggressive and humanly disagreeable qualities that make for such ambitious leadership might be found anywhere, as Margaret Mead discovered among the Mundugamar, whose leaders were known to the community as really bad men, aggressive, gluttonous for power and prestige. But once kingship, and the institutions that supported kingship, were firmly established, they remained the chief political model of civilized society right down to the end of the 19th century, and in the course of 5,000 years they spread to far more primitive tribal communities, like those of the Shillaks in Africa, where all the magical prescriptions and ideological premises have been preserved intact in much the same form we discover at the very beginning, along with the same breed of crumpled horn cattle that the ancient Egyptians delighted in. In so far as kingship was in time somewhat humanized, moralized, reduced to more modest dimensions, this came about largely through the stubborn resistance of village communities, many of whose ways and modes of life had spread, along with the migrant villagers themselves, into the new cities. Under the surface, we shall find that this struggle between a democratic and an authoritarian techniques has been going on all through history. 5. The technique of divine rulership. Unfortunately, most of our data on kingship come from documents put into writing centuries, even millennia, after the original events. Taking the lowest layers of Jericho as evidence, one finds, before there is any visible trace of kingship, an economy with a surplus sufficient to build a large town and keep its inhabitants permanently employed. Under those circumstances one must surmise that the primitive democratic community, as Frankfurt calls it, had evolved to a fairly high level of technical cooperation and skill without kingship. Possibly this happened under some milder, more persuasive form of government, such as might have arisen, upon Kathleen Kenyon's hypothesis, during the benign and more favorable CLI 181. Matic conditions that prevailed in this area immediately after the melting of the glaciers. The recent unearthing of fatal Heiak in Turkey gives further color to this hypothesis. Before its own specialized institutions based on coercion and punishment had fully taken form, kingship had sprung up as a mutation in agricultural communities that were still without any permanent division of labor or any strict separation of castes, with only a minimum of economic differentiation through vocational specialization, private property, or enslavement, a state more or less corresponding to Hesiod's Golden Age. If so, this might explain a persistent feature of early kingship, visible at a much later date in New World culture like that of the Incas, namely, its authoritarian communism, state-controlled, but benignly reproducing for the larger community the common sharing of labor and the products of labor as in the village. Basically, the same genial animus and the same type of coercive organization underlies contemporary communism. When kingship replaced the powers of the agricultural communes, their local functions were taken over on a grand scale by the central authority, in either the temple or the palace. Public property remained public property, but now it belonged to the god, in the person of the king. And when the ruler distributed either this property or fresh booty among his followers, it became private property, about which there has hung, throughout history, an aura of regal, if not divine, sacredness. The god's share in the produce of the land, apportioned by the temple, was the first claim upon it, an ancient custom continued in the tithe into medieval Christendom. Yet every member of the community had a customary share. As long as one served the gods and obeyed the king, one enjoyed security and a portion of the divine bounty. The welfare state today retains, or should one say has regained, many of these features. This state-administered communism seems to mark the earliest stage of kingship. The land itself, the common functions and the common rights, come under the control of the king, and when necessary, his edicts and laws replace the immemorial customs of the local community. For it is through the king that the community enjoys the favors of the gods, and so long as the people pay their taxes in grain and in labor, their security is assured. That basic communism is attested in Egypt and Mesopotamia, and again in Peru, and if kingship rested on such traditional modes, merely extending them and ensuring them, it perhaps explains why the harsher aspects of the system were accepted, though gross inequalities, as between slaves, freemen, nobles, which attended the growth of private property, all too soon crept in. What is still called the sovereignty of the state maintains without abate. 182. Meant the original royal claims of power and privilege, of ultimate ownership and unconditional obedience, along with such punishments or sacrifices as the sovereign may see fit to exact in the name of national welfare. This solidarity between a divinely empowered ruler and his community achieved classic expression in Egypt, as Frankfurt puts it. The trust which people put in their shepherds was that Pharaoh should wield to the full the absolute power to which his divinity entitled him, and which enabled him as nothing else could to ensure the well-being of the whole community. But the same relation holds equally, if not so fulsomely, elsewhere. The words of Wilson about Egypt: it is the king who built temples and cities, who won battles, who made laws, or who provided bounty for the tombs of his nobles, are echoed by Kramer describing the activities of the king of Lagash. Even the forms of speech traditionally used by kings declare this, as in Shakespeare's Henry V, where sovereigns address each other as England and France. The relationship between king and community transcended the loyalties of clan, family, neighborhood, and it explains why kings, or even upstart counterfeits, tyrants, so often won popular support, as against such minor contenders for power and authority as magnates and nobles. Under this mystique of absolute power, functions that would later be taken over by the machine were at first conceived and executed solely through the unique offices of kingship. At the beginning, such power was associated with the idea of stewardship and responsibility to the gods. By 2000 BC no pharaoh could hope for immortality unless he had served the cause of righteousness and justice, Ma'at. In a text from the Middle Kingdom, Aram declares, I made the great inundation that the poor man might have his rights therein like the great man. I made every man like his fellow. In this declaration one sees a recognition of a persistent pressure not only to legalize but to moralize power, to keep it within bounds and make it respect the human condition. Thus the divine head of this hierarchy of power returned, at least in principle, to the egalitarian social and moral ideals of the village. There was always, it is true, an ambivalence in this relationship. The kindliness of the ruler that is emphasized in Egyptian texts goes along with his emphatic capacity to rouse terror and inflict death. Yet the memory of the earlier communal attributes of kingship partly offset, perhaps, the daily reminders of personal caprice and collective harshness. But too often, the documents tell us, the officials who executed the king's orders identified themselves with the source of authority, and characteristically overdid royal insolence without a compensating display of royal grace. More primitive types of community operate effectively in unison by 183. Clinging tenaciously to well-established habits and immemorial customs, conformity is the price of mutual toleration, and ostracism is the severest type of punishment that is usually invoked. But to ensure the performance of royal commands through a long human transmission belt, operating often at a great distance from the center of power, kingship required a more exacting kind of compliance. If the state organization was to work smoothly as a unit, conformity must be automatic and complete. This mechanical obedience was achieved by various symbolic and practical devices, and first, by establishing an insuperable psychological distance between the king and all who came near him. His person was not merely inviolate, untouchable, but those who came within his presence were commanded to prostrate themselves, as if dead, fully conscious that if they offended the king nothing would stand between them and death. In the presence of the king the highest functionary groveled like a slave, witness one of the Tel el Amarna letters, c. 1370 BC, at the 2 feet of the king, my lord, the sun god from heaven, 7 times I fall, both prone and supine. The suppliant was the first on which thou dost tread. Such submission, such abject self-humiliation, never had a counterpart among the humble members of any village community until civilized institutions filtered down from above. But this drill had the effect of turning human beings into things, who could be galvanized into a regimented kind of cooperation by royal command, to perform the special tasks he assigned them, however stultifying to their family life and incompatible with normal village routines. Not the least evil of this system was the sense of human degradation produced by its officers' obligation to take orders, slavishly, from a superior authority. M.I. Finley points out that free citizens, in later Greece and Rome, were extremely reluctant to accept high administrative offices for this very reason, and as a result even posts of ministerial or military command were often assigned to slaves, who were too thoroughly conditioned to obedience to recognize their humiliation. Individual initiative and responsibility had no place in the mega-machine, for such freedom might mean countermanding faulty orders or disobeying immoral ones. The dedicated members of the mega-machine, early and late, remain Eichmanns, doubly degraded because they have no consciousness of their own degradation. With the ideas of submission and absolute obedience which were essential to the composition of a human machine, came, however, the possibilities of disobedience, treachery, and rebellion. To ensure that the heavenly sanctions of kingship were sufficiently respected, kingship in the end 184 must be ready to fall back on force, not merely naked force, but force in ferocious, sadistic forms, repeatedly magnified into nightmarish extravagances of cruelty, as dehumanized as those we have witnessed in the last generation in the ingenious horrors perpetrated by civilized governments in Warsaw, Auschwitz, Tokyo, and Vietnam. Here, again, the gods served as a model for kings, for Marduk, in fighting Tiamat, his ancient rival, used the evil wind, the whirlwind, the hurricane. He yokes his storm chariot to a team, the killer, the relentless, the trampler, the swift. Sharp were their teeth, bearing poison. Again, this is not a trait that belongs only to the notably quarrelsome and violent Babylonians, Assyrians, or Hittites. In the metaphors used in the most ancient pyramid text, describing a deified pharaoh, one encounters a kind of unrestrained cannibal lust in dwelling on the scope and power of the divine king. As pictured there, kingship was actually a man-eating device. To match these frightful symbols one would have to turn to a playwright of our own day who presents a woman eating the genitals of her lover. Lest my characterization seem extravagant, let me support it with Ehrman's translation. He it is that eateth men, that liveth on gods, that possesseth the carriers and dispatcheth messages. The runner with all knives. He that strangleth them for him, he draweth out for him their entrails, he the messenger whom he sends death to. He it is that eateth their magic and swalloweth their lordliness. Their great ones are for his morning meal, their middle-sized ones for his evening meal, and their little ones for his night meal. He hath broken up the backbones and the spinal marrow, he hath taken away the hearts of the gods, he hath eaten the red crown, he hath swallowed the green one. He feedeth on the lungs of the wise ones, he is satisfied with living on hearts and their magic. To take such a characterization as a graceful rhetorical device is to close one's senses to the social context of the words. Brutal compulsion was the necessary accompaniment of the large-scale organization and the extensive order introduced by kingship. Herodotus' history is full of revolting descriptions of the rabid violence of kings, such as the tale he told of Cambyses. One of the king's dearest friends at court suggests that he is in the habit of drinking too much wine for his own good. To prove that the wine could have no effect, Cambyses drinks more recklessly than ever, then draws a bow and aims it at his friend's son, placed at the other end of the hall, shooting him through the heart, and finally tearing out the lad's heart to prove to the father that his arrow had pierced it. Primitive society recognizes by and large only two serious crimes, the breaking of the incest taboo and murder. But with the new system of 185 Administration and codes of law introduced by kingship, the number of possible crimes increased and the punishments became more terrifying. Disobedience to the orders of a superior was the worst of sins, and even answering back was a serious offense. If we may judge from the practice of the Cheyenne Indians, this may have been a Paleolithic hunting trait, for one of the 3 punishable crimes among them was disobedience to the leader's orders on the buffalo hunt. Woolley cites a Hittite law, and if ever a servant vexes his master, either they kill him, or they injure his nose, his eyes, or his ears. Such mutilations were the favorite forms of punishment. When one compares these practices with the decent, humane customs of surviving primitive peoples, one understands how the repressive cult of power introduced a degree of ferocity and debasement unknown among earlier groups, who inflicted bodily mutilations only on themselves, and then chiefly for magical reasons. Even under the relatively benign Code of Hammurabi, the systematic infliction of punishment by torture and the permanent maiming of the body was sanctioned, though such practices were quite foreign to the archaic small community before the Iron Age. These sadistic methods applied equally to education and left a mark that is only now being lifted. Functionaries with a whip to keep order were, Kramer tells us, a standard feature of the Sumerian school, and in Egyptian the verb to teach is also the verb to punish. The latter usage indeed survived into our own age, for parents in punishing a child before permissiveness, with a kind of inverted sadism, visiting punishment on everyone but the child, swung wildly to the opposite extreme would often say, "I'll teach you to behave." Apart from murder and rape, the most horrendous crimes punished by civilized authority stem back to the unpardonable sin of kingship, disobedience to the sovereign. Murderous coercion was the royal formula for establishing authority, securing obedience, and collecting booty, tribute, and taxes. At bottom, every royal reign was a reign of terror. With the extension of kingship, this underlying terror formed an integral part of the new technology and the new economy of abundance. In short, the hidden face of that beautiful dream was a nightmare, which civilization has so far not been able to throw off. 186. 6. Civilization and civilization. With kingship, power as an abstraction, power as an end in itself, became the chief identifying mark of civilization, as opposed to all the earlier norms and forms of culture. Civilization, still often used as a word of eulogy and admiration, in comparison with what used to be called savagery and barbarism, is taken as a general term to cover law, order, justice, urbanity, civility, rationality, and it currently implies a cumulative effort to further the arts and sciences, and to improve the human condition by continued advances in both technology and responsible government. All these terms of admiration and praise, which seemed in the 18th century self-evident and self-justifying, except to an occasional dissident like Rousseau, have now become ironic. At best they represent a hope and a dream that have still to be fulfilled. Here and hereafter I use the term civilization in quotation marks in a much narrower sense, to denote the group of institutions that first took form under kingship. Its chief features, constant in varying proportions throughout history, are the centralization of political power, the separation of classes, the lifetime division of labor, the mechanization of production, the magnification of military power, the economic exploitation of the weak, and the universal introduction of slavery and forced labor for both industrial and military purposes. These institutions would have completely discredited both the primal myth of divine kingship and the derivative myth of the machine had they not been accompanied by another set of collective traits that deservedly claim admiration: the invention and keeping of the written record, the growth of visual and musical arts, the effort to widen the circle of communication and economic intercourse far beyond the range of any local community, ultimately the purpose to make available to all men the discoveries and inventions and creations, the works of art and thought, the values and purposes that any single group has discovered. The negative institutions of civilization, which have besmirched and bloodied every page of history, would never have endured so long but for the fact that its positive goods, even though they were arrogated to the use of a dominant minority, were ultimately of service to the whole human community, and tended to produce a universal society of far higher potentialities, by reason of its size and diversity. Even immediately their symbols perhaps attracted those who were only spectators of these achievements. This universal component was present from the beginning, because 187 of the cosmic foundations of royal power, but the efforts to create a universal society were delayed, until our own day, by the lack of adequate technical instruments for rapid transportation and instantaneous communication. Yet the claim of universality itself, from Naram-Sin to Cyrus, from Alexander to Napoleon, was repeatedly made. One of the last of the all-powerful monarchs, Genghis Khan, proclaimed himself the sole ruler of the entire world. That boast was at once an aftermath of the myth of divine kingship and a prelude to the new myth of the machine. Chapter 9. The design of the mega-machine. 1. The invisible machine. In doing justice to the immense power and scope of divine kingship both as myth and active institution, I have so far left one important aspect for closer examination, its greatest and most durable contribution, the invention of the archetypal machine. This extraordinary invention proved in fact to be the earliest working model for all later complex machines, though the emphasis slowly shifted from the human operatives to the more reliable mechanical parts. The unique act of kingship was to assemble the manpower and to discipline the organization that made possible the performance of work on a scale never attempted before. As a result of this invention, huge engineering tasks were accomplished 5,000 years ago that match the best present performances in mass production, standardization, and meticulous design. This machine escaped notice and so naturally remained unnamed until our own day, when a far more powerful and up-to-date type, utilizing a congeries of subordinate machines, came into existence. For convenience, I shall designate the archetypal form by more than one name, in reference to a specific situation. Because the components of the machine, even when it functioned as a completely integrated whole, were necessarily separate in space, I shall for certain purposes call it the invisible machine. When utilized to perform work on highly organized collective enterprises, I shall call it the labor machine. When applied to acts of collective coercion and destruction, it deserves the title, used even today, the military machine. But when all the components, political and economic, military, bureaucratic, and royal, 188, 189, must be included, I shall usually refer to the mega-machine, in plain words, the big machine. And the technical equipment derived from such a mega-machine thence becomes megatechnics, as distinguished from the more modest and diversified modes of technology, which until our own century continued to perform the larger part of the daily work in the workshop and on the farm, sometimes with the help of power machinery. Men of ordinary capacity, relying on muscle power and traditional skills alone, were capable of performing a wide variety of tasks, including pottery manufacture and weaving, without any external direction or scientific guidance, beyond that available in the tradition of the local community. Not so with the mega-machine. Only kings, aided by the discipline of astronomical science and supported by the sanctions of religion, had the capability of assembling and directing the mega-machine. This was an invisible structure composed of living, but rigid, human parts, each assigned to his special office, role, and task, to make possible the immense work output and grand designs of this great collective organization. At its inception, no inferior chief could organize the mega-machine and set it in motion. And though the absolute assertion of royal power rested on supernatural sanction, kingship itself would not have prevailed so widely had these claims not in turn been ratified by the colossal achievements of the mega-machine. That invention was the supreme feat of early civilization, a technological exploit which served as a model for all later forms of mechanical organization. This model was transmitted, sometimes with all its parts in good working condition, sometimes in a makeshift form, through purely human agents, for some 5,000 years, before it was done over in a material structure that corresponded more closely to its own specifications, and was embodied in a comprehensive institutional pattern that covered every aspect of life. To understand the point of the machine's origin and its line of descent is to have a fresh insight into both the origins of our present mechanized culture and the fate and destiny of modern man. We shall find that the original myth of the machine projected the extravagant hopes and wishes that have come to abundant fulfillment in our own age. Yet at the same time it imposed restrictions, abstentions, and compulsions and servilities that, both directly and as a result of the counter-reactions they produced, today threaten even more mischievous consequences than they did in the Pyramid Age. We shall see, finally, that from the outset all the blessings of mechanized production have been undermined by the process of mass destruction which the megamachine made possible. Though the megamachine was first assembled during the period when copper for tools and weapons came into use, it was an independent innova. 190. The mechanization of men had long preceded the mechanization of their working instruments, in the far more ancient order of ritual. But once conceived, this new mechanism spread rapidly, not just by being imitated in self-defense, but by being forcefully imposed by kings acting as only gods or the anointed representatives of the gods could act. Wherever it was successfully put together, the megamachine multiplied the output of energy and performed labor on a scale that was never conceivable before. With this ability to concentrate immense mechanical forces, a new dynamism came into play, which overcame by the sheer impetus of its achievements the sluggish routines and the petty inhibitions of small-scale village culture. With the energies available through the royal machine, the dimensions of space and time were vastly enlarged. Operations that once could hardly have been finished in centuries were now accomplished in less than a generation. On the level plains, man-made mountains of stone or baked clay, pyramids and ziggurats, arose in response to royal command. In fact, the whole landscape was transformed, and bore in its strict boundaries and geometric shapes the impress of both a cosmic order and an inflexible human will. No complex power machines at all comparable to this mechanism were utilized on any scale until clocks and watermills and windmills swept over Western Europe from the 14th century of our era on. Why did this new mechanism remain invisible to the archaeologist and the historian? For a simple reason already implied in our first definition, because it was composed solely of human parts, and it possessed a definite functional structure only as long as the religious exaltation, the magical abracadabra and the royal commands that put it together were accepted as beyond human challenge by all the members of the society. Once the polarizing force of kingship was weakened, whether by death or defeat in battle, by skepticism or by a vengeful uprising, the whole machine would collapse. Then its parts would either regroup in smaller units, feudal or urban, or completely disappear, much in the way that a routed army does when the chain of command is broken. In fact, these first collective machines were as subject to breakdown, were ultimately as frail and vulnerable as the theologico-magical conceptions that were essential to their performance. Hence those who commanded them were in a constant state of anxious tension, often with good reason, fearing heresy or treason from their near equals and rebellions and reprisals on the part of the submerged masses. Without submissive faith and unqualified obedience to the royal will, transmitted by governors, generals, bureaucrats, taskmasters, the machine would never have been 191. Workable. When these attitudes could not be sustained, the mega-machine collapsed. From the beginning the human machine presented two aspects, one negative, coercive, and too often destructive, the other positive, life-promoting, constructive. Yet the second factors could not readily function unless the first were in some degree present. Though a primitive form of the military machine almost certainly came before the labor machine, it was the latter that achieved an incomparable perfection of performance, not alone in quantity of work done, but in the quality and complexity of its organized structures. Now to call these collective entities machines is no idle play on words. If a machine be defined, more or less in accord with the classic definition of Franz Rulli as a combination of resistant parts, each specialized in function, operating under human control, to utilize energy and to perform work. Then the great labor machine was in every aspect a genuine machine. All the more because its components, though made of human bone, nerve, and muscle, were reduced to their bare mechanical elements and rigidly standardized for the performance of their limited tasks. The taskmasters ensured conformity. Such machines had already been assembled if not invented by kings in the early part of the Pyramid Age, from the end of the 4th millennium on. Just because of their detachment from any fixed external structures, these labor machines had much fuller capacities for change and adaptation than the more rigid metallic counterparts of a modern assembly line. In the building of the pyramids we find not only the first indubitable evidence of the machine's existence, but the proof of its astonishing efficiency. Wherever kingship spread, the invisible machine, in its destructive if not its constructive form, went with it. This holds as true for Mesopotamia, India, China, Yucatan, Peru, as for Egypt. By the time the mega-machine had taken form, all the preliminary stages had been obliterated, so we can only guess at the way in which its members were assorted, assigned their places, and trained in their duties. At some point in the process an inventive mind, or more probably a series of inventive minds, following through the opening gambit, must have been able to grasp the essential problem that of mobilizing a large body of men and rigorously coordinating their activities in both time and space for a predetermined, clearly envisaged, and calculated purpose. The difficulty was to turn a random collection of human beings, detached from their family and community and their familiar occupations, each with a will or at least a memory of his own, into a mechanized group that 192 could be manipulated at command. The secret of mechanical control was to have a single mind with a well-defined aim at the head of the organization, and a method of passing messages through a series of intermediate functionaries until they reached the smallest unit. Exact reproduction of the message and absolute compliance were both essential. This grand problem may well have been first worked out in quasi-military organizations in which a relatively small body of hunters, roughly disciplined to obey their leader, were addressed to the task of controlling a much larger body of unorganized peasants. At all events, the type of mechanism created never operated without a reserve of coercive force behind the word of command, and both the method and the structure have been passed on, almost without change, to all military organizations, as we now know them. Through the army, in fact, the standard model of the mega-machine was transmitted from culture to culture. If one single invention was necessary to make this larger mechanism operative for constructive tasks as well as for coercion, it was probably the invention of writing. This method of translating speech into graphic record not merely made it possible to transmit impulses and messages throughout the system, but to fix accountability when written orders were not carried out. Accountability and the written word both went along historically with the control of large numbers, and it is no accident that the earliest uses of writing were not to convey ideas, religious or otherwise, but to keep temple records of grain, cattle, pottery, fabricated goods, stored and dispersed. This happened early, for a pre-dynastic Narmer mace in the Ashmolean Museum at Oxford records the taking of 120,000 prisoners, 400,000 oxen, and 1,422,000 goats. The arithmetical reckoning was an even greater feat than the capture. Action at a distance, through scribes and swift messengers, was one of the identifying marks of the new mega-machine, and if the scribes formed the favored profession it was because this machine could not be effectively used without their constant service, to encode or decode the royal messages. The scribe, he directeth every work that is in this land, an Egyptian New Kingdom composition tells us. In effect, they probably played a part not too dissimilar to that of the political commissars introduced into the Soviet Russian army. They made possible the constant report to political headquarters essential for a centralized organization. Whether the military or the labor machine came first, they had the same organization. were the Egyptian and Mesopotamian raiding parties and mining gangs military or civil organizations. At first these functions were undistinguishable, or rather, interchangeable. In both cases the fundamental unit was the squad, under the supervision of a gang boss. Even in the 193 domains of the rich landed proprietors of the old empire, this pattern prevailed. According to Enon, the squads formed into companies, marching or parading under their own banner. At the head of each company of workmen stood the chief workman, who bore the title, chief of the company. Nothing like this, one may venture to say, had ever been seen in an early Neolithic village. The Egyptian magistrate, Ehrman observes, cannot think of these people otherwise than collectively. The individual workman exists for him no more than the individual soldier exists for our higher army officers. Precisely, this was the original pattern of the archetypal megamachine and has never been radically altered. With the development of the megamachine, the broad division of labor between functions and offices, long familiar to us in the army, was likewise applied at an early date to highly specialized parts of the work process. Flinders Petrie notes that in the realm of mining, a sphere wherein, both in Egypt and Mesopotamia, the work army, I repeat, can hardly be distinguished from the military army, a minute division of labor had been established. We know from the mummy records, Petrie observed, how minutely work was subdivided. Every detail was allotted to the responsibility of an individual. One man prospected, another tested the rock, a third took charge of the products. There are over 50 different qualities and grades of officials and laborers named in the mining expeditions. These divisions, inevitably, became part of the broader social organization that operated beyond the closed domain of the megamachine. And by the time Herodotus visited Egypt in the 5th century BC, the overall division of labor and the minute subdivision into specialisms no longer confined to the megamachine had reached a point comparable to that which it has come to in our own time, for he records that some physicians are for the eyes, others for the head, others for the teeth, others for the belly, and others for internal disorders. But note the difference between the ancient human machine and its more efficiently dehumanized modern rivals, in both its method and its underlying purpose. Whatever the actual results of their employment, all modern machines are conceived as labor-saving devices. They attempt to perform the maximum amount of work with the least immediate expenditure of human effort. Labor-saving had no part in the institution of the earliest machines, just the contrary, they were labor-using devices, and their inventors had reason to exult over the increased number of workers that they could, by efficient design and organization, bring to bear on any given task, provided the job itself were big enough. The total effect of both types of machine was the same. They were designed to perform with efficiency and undeviating exactitude, and with 194 copious power, tasks that could never be performed by individual tool users more loosely organized. Both types of machine achieved a hitherto unattainable level of efficiency. But instead of freeing labor, the royal megamachine boasted of imprisoning and enslaving it. If purely humane modes of work, which men would undertake voluntarily to fulfill immediate needs, had prevailed, the colossal achievements of early civilizations would probably have remained inconceivable. This must be granted. And it is even possible that the modern non-human machine, powered by extraneous energies, meant to economize labor, might never have been invented, for the mechanical agents had first to be socialized before the machine itself could be fully mechanized. But at the same time, if the collective machine had not been able to utilize forced labor either by periodic conscription or slavery, the colossal miscarriages, perversions, and wastages that so constantly accompanied the megamachine might not have taken place. 2. Mechanical standards of performance. Let us now examine the human machine in its archetypal form. As so often happens, there was a certain clarity in this first demonstration that was lost when the machine was diffused and worked into the more complex patterns of later societies, mingling with familiar, humbler survivals. And if the megamachine never achieved a higher peak of performance than in the Pyramid Age, This is perhaps not only because of the singular engineering talents that designed and operated these early machines, but also because the myth that held the human parts of the machine together could never again exert such a massive attractive power, unstained as it was until the 6th dynasty by any serious letdowns and failures. Until then its triumphs were indisputable, its chronic perversities still unexposed. Among all the feats of construction in which the mega-machine excelled, the pyramid stands forth as an archetypal model. In its elemental geometric form, in the exquisite accuracy of its measurements, in the organization of the entire working force, in the sheer mass of construction involved, the final pyramids demonstrate to perfection the unique properties of this new technical complex. To exhibit the properties of this system. 195. I shall concentrate upon the pyramid alone, in particular, the Great Pyramid at Giza. The Egyptian pyramid was conceived as a tomb to hold the embalmed body of the pharaoh and secure his safe passage into the afterlife. The king alone, at first, had the prospect of such a godlike extension of his existence. In mummy and pyramid, time symbolically stood still forever. This heavenly destination of the king altered every earthly prospect, but as with the conquest of space today the common man played no part in it. Except to pay the bill in taxes and forced labor. Between the first stone pyramid built in the step form we find later in Mesoamerica and the mighty pyramid of Cheops' 4th dynasty, the first and the most enduring of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, lies less than a century and a half, a change comparable in speed to the development of steel frame building construction in our own age. On the ancient time scale for inventions the most primitive form and the final one, never again to be equaled, were practically contemporary. The swiftness of this development indicates a concentration of physical power and technical imagination. That transformation is all the more striking because the pharaoh's tombs did not stand alone, they were part of a whole city of the dead, a complex structure with buildings that housed the priests who conducted the elaborate rituals deemed necessary to ensure a happy future existence for the departed divinity. The Great Pyramid is one of the most colossal and perfect examples of the engineer's art at any period or in any culture. Even without allowing for the primitive character of the tools available in the 3rd millennium BC, no construction of our own day surpasses this in either technical virtuosity or audacity. And yet this great enterprise was undertaken by a culture that was just emerging from the Stone Age, and was long to continue using stone tools, though copper was available for the chisels and saws that shaped the massive building stones for the new monuments. All the operations were performed by hand. National conscription, if not serfdom or slavery, was an essential part of the system, essential as a source of sufficient energy. Even the priesthood, Ehrman tells us, was not absolved from forced labor. The actual operations were performed by specialized handicraft workers, aided by an army of unskilled or semi-skilled laborers, drafted at quarterly intervals from agriculture. The whole job was done with no other mechanical aids than 2 simple machines of classic mechanics, the inclined plane and the lever, for as yet neither wheel nor pulley nor screw had been invented. We know from graphic representations that large stones were hauled on sledges, by battalions of men, across the desert sands. But note, the single stone slab that 196 covers the inner chamber of the Great Pyramid where the pharaoh lay weighed 50 tons. An architect today would think twice before calling for such a mechanical exploit. Now the Great Pyramid is more than a formidable mountain of stone, 755 feet square at the base, rising to a height of 481.5 feet. It is a structure with a complex interior, consisting of a series of passages at different levels that lead into the final burial chamber. Yet every part of it was built with a kind of precision that, as Breasted properly emphasized, belongs to the watchmaker's art rather than that of the modern bridge builder or skyscraper constructor. Blocks of stone were set together with seams of considerable length, showing joints of 1/10,000th of an inch, while the dimensions of the sides at the base differ by only 7.9 inches, in a structure that covers acres. In short, fine measurement, undeviating mechanical precision, and flawless perfection are no monopolies of the present age. The pharaonic social organization had leaped ahead 5,000 years to create the first large-scale power machine, a machine whose total output was from 25,000 to 100,000 manpower, at the very minimum. The equivalent of 2,500 horsepower. Obviously no ordinary human hands, no ordinary human effort, no ordinary kind of human collaboration such as was available in the building of village huts and the planting of fields, could have mustered this superhuman force, or have achieved this almost supernatural result. Only a divine king could demand such a massive act of the collective human will and effect such a large-scale material transformation. Was it possible to accomplish such massive engineering feats without the aid of a machine? Emphatically not. Only a complex power machine could fabricate these immense constructions. The ultimate product itself showed that it was not only the work of a machine, but of a highly refined type of machine. Though the material equipment of dynastic Egypt was still crude, patient workmanship and disciplined method made good these shortcomings. This mega-machine was composed of a multitude of uniform, specialized, interchangeable but functionally differentiated parts, rigorously marshaled together and coordinated in a process centrally organized and centrally directed, each part behaving as a mechanical component of the mechanized whole. In some 3 centuries, possibly in half that time in Egypt, the human machine had been perfected. The kind of mind that designed the pyramids and the massive temples and walled cities represented a new human type, capable of effecting the abstract organization of complex functions in a structural design whose final form determined every stage in the work. Not 197. Merely mathematical calculations but meticulous astronomical observations were necessary for the sighting of these great structures, so that each side was oriented exactly in line with the true points of the compass. These fine measurements called for a rigorous standard of workmanship unsurpassed until our own era. Since at inundation the pyramid site is only 1/4 of a mile from the river, a rock foundation which demanded the removal of sand was needed. In the Great Pyramid the perimeter of its bed deviates from true level by little more than half an inch. The minds that solved these problems and carried out these designs were obviously minds of the highest order, with a unique combination of theoretic analysis, practical grasp, and imaginative foresight. Imhotep, who built the first stone pyramid at Saqqara, was a minister of state, an architect, an astronomer, and a physician. No narrowly trained specialists or experts these, but men who moved freely over the entire area of existence, like the great artists of the Italian Renaissance. Their prowess and their self-confidence were equal to any occasion, indeed sometimes defied prudence and outstripped the powers of their mighty machines, as late * in the embedded Aswan obelisk, weighing 1,168 tons, never finally detached from the solid rock. Now the workers who carried out these designs also had minds of a new order, mechanically conditioned, executing each task in strict obedience to instructions, infinitely patient, limiting their response to the word of command. Machine work can be done only by machines. These workers during their period of service were, as it were, stripped down to their reflexes, in order to ensure a mechanically perfect performance. Their leaders, nevertheless, could read written orders, and the men employed may have recognized a few signs, for they left their names in red ochre, Edwards tells us, on the blocks of the Meidum Pyramid. Boat gang, vigorous gang, craftsman gang, and so forth. In their inurement to mechanical order they would have felt at home today on any assembly line. Only the naked pin-up girl was lacking. Alike in organization, in mode of work, in rapid tempo of production, and in product, there is no doubt that the machines which built the pyramids and the great temples, and which performed all the great constructive works of civilization in other areas and cultures, were true machines. In their basic operations, they collectively performed the equivalent of a whole corps of power shovels, bulldozers, tractors, mechanical saws, and pneumatic drills, with an exactitude of measurement, a refinement of skill, and an even output of work that would still be a theme for boasting today. These characteristics were no monopoly of Egypt, the German excavators. 198. At the site of Uruk reckoned that the construction of only one of the proto-literate temple complexes there must have taken 1,500 men, each working a 10-hour day, 5 years to build. This extension of magnitude in every direction, this raising of the ceiling of human effort, this subordination of individual aptitudes and interests to the mechanical job in hand, and this unification of a multitude of subordinates to a single end derived from one source alone, the divine power exercised by the king. The king, or rather kingship, was the prime mover. In turn, the staring success of the enterprise confirmed that power. Such strict, all-embracing order began, one must remember, at the top, consciousness of the predictable movements of the sun and the planets, or, if Zelia Nuttall's old surmise was right, the even more steadfast and predictable position of the pole star. In giant collective works, as in the temple ceremonials, it was the king who gave forth the original commands, the king who demanded absolute conformity and who punished even trivial disobedience. It was the king who alone had the godlike power of turning men into mechanical objects and assembling these objects in a machine. The order that was transmitted from heaven through the king was passed on to every part of the machine, and in time created an underlying mechanical unity in other institutions and activities. They began to show the same regularity that characterized the movements of the heavenly bodies. No older vegetation myth, no fertility god, could establish this abstract order or detach so much power from immediate service to life. But note, only the minority who were closely attached to the mega-machine could fully share this power, while those who resisted it courted death as well. Might they resist the stars in their courses? Despite repeated setbacks and failures, these cosmic fantasies have remained intact to this day. Indeed, they have come back again in the guise of absolute weapons and absolute sovereignty, the far from innocent hallucinations of the nuclear age. 3. The monopoly of power. To understand the structure or the performance of the human machine, one must do more than center attention upon the points where it materialized. Even our present technology, with its vast reticulation of visible machines, cannot be understood on those terms alone. 199. Two devices were essential to make the machine work: a reliable organization of knowledge, natural and supernatural, and an elaborate structure for giving orders, carrying them out, and following them through. The first was incorporated in the priesthood, without whose active aid the institution of divine kingship could not have come into existence; the second, in a bureaucracy. Both were hierarchical organizations at whose apex stood the high priest and the king. Without their combined efforts the power complex could not operate effectively. This condition remains true today, though the existence of automated factories and computer-regulated units conceals both the human components and the religious ideology essential even to current automation. What would now be called science was an integral part of the new machine system from the beginning. This orderly knowledge, which was based on cosmic regularities, flourished, as we have seen, with the cult of the sun. Star watching and calendar making coincided with and supported the institution of kingship, even though no small part of the efforts of the priests and soothsayers was, in addition, devoted to interpreting the meaning of singular events such as the appearance of comets, eclipses of the sun or moon, or erratic natural phenomena such as the flight of birds or the state of a sacrificed animal's entrails. No king could move safely or effectively without the support of such organized higher knowledge, any more than the Pentagon can move today without consulting its specialized scientists, technical experts, games theorists, and computers, a new hierarchy supposedly less fallible than the intrail diviners, but, to judge by their gross miscalculations, not notably so. To be effective, this kind of knowledge must remain a secret priestly monopoly. If everyone had equal access to the sources of knowledge and to the system of interpretation, no one would believe in their infallibility, since their errors could then not be concealed. Hence the shocked protest of EPUWER against the revolutionaries who overthrew the Old Kingdom in Egypt was based on the fact that the secrets of the temple lay unbarred, that is, they had made classified information public. Secret knowledge is the key to any system of total control. Until printing was invented, the written word remained largely a class monopoly. Today the language of higher mathematics plus computerism has restored both the secrecy and the monopoly, with a consequent resumption of totalitarian control. Not the least affiliation of kingship with the worship of the sun was the fact that the king, like the sun, exerted force at a distance. For the first time in history, power became effective outside the immediate range of hearing or the arm's reach. No military weapon by itself sufficed to convey such power. What was needed was a special form of transmission gear, an 200 army of scribes, messengers, stewards, superintendents, gang bosses, major and minor executives, whose very existence depended upon their faithfully carrying out the king's orders, or, more immediately, those of his power. Full ministers and generals. In other words, a well-organized bureaucracy is an integral part of the mega-machine, a group of men, capable of transmitting and executing a command, with the ritualistic punctilio of a priest, the mindless obedience of a soldier. To fancy that bureaucracy is a relatively recent institution is to ignore the annals of ancient history. The first documents that attest the existence of bureaucracy belong to the Pyramid Age. In a cenotaph description at Abydos, a career official under Pepi I, in the 6th dynasty, c. 2375 BC, reported His Majesty sent me at the head of this army, while the counts, while the seal-bearers of the king of Lower Egypt, while the sole companions of the palace, while the nomarchs, governors and mayors of Upper and Lower Egypt, the companions and chief dragomans, the chief prophets of Upper and Lower Egypt, and the chief bureaucrats were each at the head of a troop of Upper or Lower Egypt, or of the villages and towns which they might rule. Not merely does this text establish a bureaucracy, but like Petrie's evidence, quoted earlier, it shows that the division of labor and specialization of functions necessary for efficient mechanical operation had already taken place. This development had begun at least 3 dynasties earlier, not by accident with the building of the Great Stone Pyramid of Djoser, at Saqqara. John Wilson observed, in City Invincible, that we credit Djoser, not only with the beginnings of monumental architecture in stone in Egypt, but also with the setting up of a new monster, the bureaucracy. This was no mere coincidence. And W. F. Albright, commenting upon this, pointed out that the greater number of titles found in sealings of the First Dynasty certainly presupposes an elaborate officialdom of some kind. Once the hierarchic structure of the human machine was established, there was no theoretic limit to the number of hands it might control or the power it might exert. The removal of human dimensions and organic limits constitutes indeed the chief boast of such an authoritarian machine. Part of its productivity is due to its use of unstinted physical coercion to overcome human laziness or bodily fatigue. Occupational specialization was a necessary step in the assemblage of the human machine. Only by intense concentration of skill at every part of the process could the superhuman accuracy and perfection of the product have been achieved. 201. The large-scale division and subdivision of labor throughout modern industrial society begins at this point. The Roman maxim that the law does not concern itself with trivial matters applies likewise to the mega-machine. The forces that were set in motion by the king demanded collective enterprises of a commensurate order, great earth-moving operations that turned rivers, dug canals, built walls. As with modern technology, the machine tended increasingly to dictate the purpose to be served, and to exclude other more intimate human needs. These human machines were by nature large and impersonal. If not deliberately dehumanized, they had to operate on a big scale or they could not work at all, for no bureaucracy, however efficient, could hope to govern directly 1,000 little workshops and farms, each with its own traditions, its own craft skills, its own willful personal pride and sense of responsibility. So the rigid form of control manifested in the collective machine was until our own time confined to great mass enterprises and large-scale operations. This original defect limited the extension of megatechnics until mechanical substitutes for the human operatives could be invented. The importance of the bureaucratic link between the source of power, the divine king, and the actual human machines that performed the works of construction or destruction can hardly be exaggerated, all the more because it was the bureaucracy that collected the annual taxes and tributes that supported the new social pyramid and forcibly assembled the manpower that formed the new mechanical fabric. The bureaucracy was, in fact, the third type of invisible machine. One might call it a communications machine coexisting with the military and labor machines, and an integral part of the final totalitarian structure. Not the least important qualification of a classic bureaucracy is that it originates nothing. Its function is to pass on, without alteration or deviation, the orders that come from above, from central headquarters. No merely local information or human consideration is admitted to alter this inflexible transmission process. Only corruption or outright rebellion can modify this rigid organization. Such an administrative method ideally requires a studious repression of all the autonomous functions of the personality, and a readiness to perform the daily task with ritual exactitude. Not for the first time, as we have seen, does such a ritual order enter into the process of work. Indeed, it seems highly unlikely that submission to colorless repetition could have been achieved at this point without the millennial discipline of religious ritual. Bureaucratic regimentation was in fact part of the larger regimentation 202 of life, introduced by this power-centered culture. Nothing emerges more clearly from the pyramid texts themselves, with their wearisome repetitions of formulae, than a colossal capacity for enduring monotony, a capac ity that anticipates the peak of universal boredom achieved in our own day. This verbal compulsiveness is the cycle side of the systematic general compulsion that brought the labor machine into existence. Only those who were sufficiently docile to endure this regimen or sufficiently infantile to enjoy it at every stage from command to execution could become efficient units in the human machine. 4. The magnification of personality. The marks of this cosmic mechanical order can be easily recognized. To begin with, as noted before, there was a change of scale. The habit of thinking big was introduced with the first human machine, for a superhuman scale in the individual structures magnified the sovereign authority. At the same time it tended to reduce the apparent size and importance of all the necessary human components, except the energizing and polarizing central element, the king himself. Paradoxically, the monopoly of power brought about a monopoly of personality, too, for only the king was endowed with all the attributes of personality, both those incorporated in the communal group and those that, precisely at this period, it would seem, were slowly beginning to emerge in the human soul, which was now pecking through the social shell in which its embryonic existence had been spent. At this earliest stage, personality and power went together, both centered in the king. For the sovereign alone could make decisions, alter ancient local customs, create structures, and perform collective feats that had never been imagined, still less carried out before. In short, he could behave like a responsible person capable of rational choice, released from tribal custom, free to be, when the situation demanded, a nonconformist, and able to introduce by edict and law deviations from the ancestral pattern. Like the king's original monopoly, that of immortality, some of these prerogatives would, under pressure, be passed along eventually to the whole community. But here it is the magnification that must be noted, all the magnification of personality. 203. Old dimensions were overpassed, just as the physical bounds of the village horizon and the small group were lifted. Now the sky was the limit, and the city was no less than a whole world in itself, closer to heaven in every dimension. Both in practice, and even more in fantasy, these magnifications applied to time and space. Kramer notes that in the early dynasties reigns of incredible length are attributed to legendary kings, a total of close to 250,000 years for the 8 kings before the flood and a total of 25,000 years for the first 2 dynasties after the flood. This tallies with similar periods that Egyptian priests were still assigning to ancient history when Herodotus and Plato visited them. Even in pure fantasy these are big numbers. This new cultural trait reached a climax in the abstract calculations of the Maya. Thompson tells us, on one stela at the city of Quirigua, accurate computation sweeps back over 90 million years, on another stela at the same site the date reached is some 400 million years ago. But this multiplication of years was only the secular side of the more general expansion of power, symbolized in the royal claim to immortality. In the beginning this was, in Egypt, solely the attribute of the divine king, even though as one notes in Sumer, where the entire court was simultaneously massacred in the interior of the royal tomb in Ur in order presumably to accompany the sovereign to another world, the servants and the minis. Ters of the king might also share this hope for immortality. In the Sumerian deluge myth Ziusudra, the king, Noah's counterpart, is rewarded by the gods and Enlil, not by a symbolic rainbow, but by being given eternal life like a god. The desire for life without limits was part of the general lifting of limits which the first great assemblage of power by means of the mega-machine brought about. Human weaknesses, above all the weakness of mortality, were both contested and defied. But if the biological inevitability of death and disintegration mocked the infantile fantasy of absolute power, which the human machine promised to actualize, life mocks at it even more. The notion of eternal life, with neither conception, growth, fruition, nor decay and existence as fixed, as sterilized, as loveless, as purposeless, as unchanging as that of a royal mummy is only death in another form. What is this but a return to the state of arrest and fixation exhibited by the stable chemical elements that have not yet combined in sufficiently complex molecules to promote novelty and creativity? From the standpoint of human life, indeed of all organic existence, this assertion of absolute power was a confession of psychological immaturity, a radical failure to understand the natural processes of birth and growth, of maturation and death. 204. The cult of the old fertility gods never shrank from facing death, it sought no monumental mockery in stone, but promised rebirth and renewal in the rhythmic order of life. What kingship promised was a grandiloquent eternity of death. If the gods of power had not triumphed, if kingship had not found a negative mode of increasing the scope of the human machine and therewith elevating the royal claim to absolute obedience, the whole further course of civilization might have been different. Along with the desire for eternal life, achieved by material as well as magical agents, kings and their gods nourished other ambitions that carried over the centuries to become part of the vulgar mythology of our own age. Etna, in the Sumerian fable, mounts an eagle to go in search of a curative herb for his sheep when they are stricken with sterility. At this early date, the dream of human flight was born, or at least was recorded, though that dream still seemed so presumptuous that Etna, like Daedalus, was hurled to death as he neared his goal. Soon, however, kings were guarded by winged bulls, and they had at their command heavenly messengers who conquered space and time in order to bring commands and warnings to their earthly subjects. Rockets and television sets were already beginning secretly to germinate within this royal myth of the machine. The genii of the Arabian Nights are only popular later continuations of these earlier forms of power magic. This power drive, which was the mark of the sky-oriented religions, became in turn an end in itself. Within the span of early civilization, 3000 to 600 BC, the formative impulse to exercise absolute control over both nature and man shifted back and forth between gods and kings. Joshua commanded the sun to stand still and destroyed the walls of Jericho by martial music, but Jehovah himself, at an earlier moment, anticipated the nuclear age by destroying Sodom and Gomorrah with a single visitation of fire and brimstone, and a while later he even resorted to germ warfare in order to demoralize the Egyptians and aid in the escape of the Jews. In short, none of the destructive fantasies that have taken possession of leaders in our own age, from Kemal Ataturk to Stalin, from the Khans of the Kremlin to the Khans of the Pentagon, were foreign to the souls of the divinely appointed founders of the first machine civilization. With every increase of effective power, extravagantly sadistic and murderous impulses erupted out of the unconscious. This is the trauma that has distorted the subsequent development of all civilized societies. And it is this fact that punctuates the entire history of mankind with outbursts of collective paranoia and tribal delusions of grandeur, mingled with malevolent suspicions, murderous hatreds, and atrociously inhumane acts. Paradoxically, despite the promise of an endless afterlife, the other 205 great prerogative of this royal technics is speed. All the king's projects must be executed within his own lifetime. Speed itself, in any operation, is a function of effective power and in turn becomes one of the chief means of ostentatiously displaying it. So deeply has this part of the myth of the machine become one of the basic assumptions of our own technology that most of us have lost sight of its point of origin. But royal commands, like urgent commands in the army, must be performed on the double. The current commitment to supersonic locomotion as a status symbol, already comically exposed in the intercontinental oscillations of the jet set in business and government, has its beginnings here. Nothing better illustrates this acceleration of pace than the fact that in Egypt, as later in Persia, each new monarch in the Pyramid Age built a new capital for use in his own lifetime. Compare this with the centuries needed to build a medieval cathedral in free cities that lacked royal resources for assembling power. On the practical side, road building and canal building, which were the chief means for hastening transportation, have been all through history the favored form of royal public works, a form that reached a brief technological peak in the Iron Age, when the Romans under Nero planned the cutting of the Corinth Canal through 98 feet of dirt and rock, a work that, if it had then been consummated, would have topped all their road and aqueduct construction. Only an economy of abundance, at a time when there were at most probably only 4 or 5 million people in the Nile Valley, could have afforded to drain off the labor of 100,000 men annually, and provide them with sufficient food to perform their colossal task, for in relation to the welfare of the community that was the most sterile possible use of manpower. Though many Egyptologists cannot bring themselves to accept the implications, John Maynard Keynes' notion of pyramid building, as a necessary device for coping with the surplus labor force in an affluent society whose rulers are averse to social justice and economic equalization, was not an inept metaphor. This was an archetypal example of simulated productivity. Rocket building is our exact modern equivalent. 5. But the most lasting economic contribution of the first myth of the machine was the separation between those who worked and those who lived in. 206. Idleness on the surplus extracted from the worker by reducing his standard of living to penury. Forced poverty made possible forced labor. In an agricultural society both rested on the royal monopoly of land and the control of the usufruct. According to Akkadian and Babylonian scriptures, the gods created men in order to free themselves from the hard necessity of work. Here, as in so many other places, the gods prefigured in fantasy what kings actually did. In times of peace, kings and nobles lived by the pleasure principle, eating, drinking, hunting, playing games, copulating, all in ostentatious excess. So at the very period when the myth of the machine was taking form, the problems of an economy of abundance first became visible in the behavior and the fantasies of the ruling classes here, too, mirroring in advance the processes at work in our own age. If we note attentively the aberrations of the ruling classes throughout history, we shall see how far most of them were from understanding the limitations of mere physical power, and of a life that centered upon an effortless consumption, the reduced life of the parasite on a tolerant host. The boredom of satiety dogged this economy of surplus power and surplus goods from the very beginning. It led to insensate personal luxury and ever more insensate acts of collective delinquency and destruction. Both were means of establishing the superior status of the ruling minority, whose desires knew no limits and whose very crimes turned into Nietzschean virtues. One early example of the vexing problems of affluence lies at hand. An Egyptian story, translated by Flinders Petrie, reveals the emptiness of a pharaoh's life, in which every desire was too easily satisfied, and time hung with unbearable heaviness on his hands. Desperate, he appealed to his counselors for some relief from his boredom, and one of them put forth a classic suggestion, that he fill a boat with thinly veiled, almost naked girls, who would paddle over the water and sing songs for him. For the hour, the pharaoh's dreadful tedium, to his great delight, was overcome, for, as Petrie aptly remarks, the vizier had invented the first musical review, that solace of the tired businessman and soldiers on leave. Too often, however, these passing modes of relief proved insufficient. Among the all too scanty literary documents as yet unearthed, two dialogues on suicide significantly remain, one Egyptian and one Mesopotamian. In each case a member of the privileged classes, with every luxury and sensual gratification open to him, finds his life intolerable. His facile dreams are unsalted by reality. The Egyptian debate between a man and his soul dates from the period following the disintegration of the Pyramid Age, and betrays the desperation of an upper-class person who had lost faith in the ritualistic exaltation of death as the ultimate fulfillment of 207. Life, which rationalized the irrationalities of high Egyptian society. But the Mesopotamian dialogue between a rich master and his slave, dating from the first millennium BC, is even more significant, for the principle finds that no piling up of wealth, power, or sexual pleasure produces a meaningful life. Another 7th century BC dialogue about human misery expands the theme. The fact that it has been called a Babylonian Ecclesiastes indicates the depth of its pessimism, the bitterness of power unrelieved by love, the emptiness of wealth condemned to enjoy only the goods that money can buy. If this is what the favored few could expect, in justification of thousands of years of arduous collective effort and sacrifice, it is obvious that the cult of power, from the beginning, was based upon a gross fallacy. Ultimately the end product proved as life-defeating for the master classes as the mechanism itself was for the disinherited and socially dismembered workers and slaves. In short, from its earliest point of development on, under the myth of divine kingship, the demoralizing accompaniments of unlimited power were revealed in both legend and recorded history. But these defects were for long overlaid by the exorbitant hopes the invisible machine awakened. Though a multitude of single inventions for long lay beyond the scope of the collective machine, which could provide only partial and clumsy substitutes, the fundamental animus behind these inventions, the effort to conquer space and time, to speed transportation and communication, to expand human energy through the use of cosmic forces, to vastly increase industrial productivity, to overstimulate consumption, and to establish a system of absolute centralized control over both nature and man, all had been planted and richly nurtured in the soil of fantasy during the first era of the mega-machine. Some of the seeds shot up at once in riotous growth, others required 5,000 years before they were ready to sprout. When that happened, the divine king would appear again in a new form. And the same infantile ambitions would accompany him, inflated beyond any previous dimension, different only because they were at last realizable. 6. The Age of the Builders. Now, no institution can thrive solely on its self-deceptions and illusions. Even after allowing for its many heavy impositions and flagrant mischiefs. 208. The design of the megamachine. The megamachine must still be counted as one of the greatest of mechanical inventions. It is doubtful indeed whether non-human machines would have been pushed to their present perfection if the elementary lessons in machine building had not first been made with malleable human units. Not merely was the megamachine the model for all later complex machines, but it served to bring a necessary order and continuity and predictability into the rough and tumble of daily life, once the food supply and the canal system had overpassed the boundaries of the little Neolithic village. What is more, the megamachine challenged the capricious uniformities of tribal custom by introducing a more rational method, potent Entirely universal, that made for greater efficiency. For the mass of men, it is true, the restricted, inhibited, often oppressive specialized mode of life that civilization imposed did not make sense, as compared with that of the village, whose inner compulsions and conformities were of a more humane order. But the whole structure produced by the megamachine had immeasurably greater significance, for it gave the smallest unit a cosmic destiny that transcended mere biological existence or social continuity. In the new cities all the disparate human parts were brought together, seemingly in a higher unity. As we shall see, when we make a fuller canvass of the megamachine, the many negative factors that accompanied it from the start became more formidable, instead of diminishing with its success. But before examining these negative traits, one must account for both the practical success and the apparent popularity of this institution, over many ages and in many different cultures. At the start, the virtues of divine kingship must have bedazzled all men. For this was the age of the builders, and the new cities that arose were deliberately designed as a simulacrum of heaven. Never before had so much energy been available for magnificent permanent public works. Soon cities set on man-made mounds rose 40 feet above the flood, with great walls 20, even 50 feet thick, wide enough at the top for 2 chariots to drive abreast. Likewise palaces were built big enough to house 5,000 armed men, who fed and drank from the communal kitchens. To say nothing of temples, like those at Sumer, 80 feet high, whose sacred enclosure was surrounded by another wall. Such a temenos was big enough to hold most of the population of a city to witness the sacred ceremonies. Great buildings whose baked clay surfaces were coated with brilliant glazes, even gold, sometimes encrusted with semi-precious stones, embellished at intervals by monumental sculptures of lions or bulls, dominated the new cities of Mesopotamia, and similar constructions, in different forms. 209. And materials, appeared everywhere. Such buildings naturally fostered communal pride. Vicariously, the meanest drudge in the new ceremonial centers and cities participated in these feats of power, these wonders of art, daily witnessing a life that was entirely beyond the reach of the humble peasant or herdsman. Even for the distant villager these monumental structures served as magnets which periodically, on festal days, would draw people from all over the land to the great capitals, to Abydos or Nippur, as later to Jerusalem or Mecca, to Rome or Moscow. These great constructive activities served as foundation for a more intense, consciously directed kind of life, in which ritual was transposed into drama, in which conformity was challenged by new practices, new resources, coming from every part of the great valley, in which there was a sharpening of individual minds through constant intercourse with other superior minds, in short, the new life of the city in which every previous aspect of existence was intensified and magnified. This urban life transcended that of the village in every dimension, importing raw materials greater distances, rapidly introducing new techniques, mixing different racial and national types. In the city in history I have paid due tribute to these collective expressions of order and beauty. Though villages and country towns set the original patterns of settlement, the construction and cultural elevation of a whole city was largely the work of the megamachine. The rapidity of its erection and the enlargement of all its dimensions, particularly its central nucleus, the temple, the palace, and the granary, bear testimony to royal direction. Walls, fortifications, highroads, canals, and cities, remain in every age what they were. In the age of the builders, supreme acts of the sovereign power. At the beginning this was no constitutional abstraction, but a living person. Throughout history, this original image of the city called forth human devotion and effort. The great mission of kingship has been to overcome the particularism and isolationism of small communities, to wipe out the often meaningless differences that separate one human group from another and prevent them from interchanging ideas, inventions, and other goods that might, in the end, intensify their individuality. Under kingship common standards were set up for weights and measures, boundaries were not merely clearly marked but, partly because of the expansion of royal power, widened, bringing more communities into a system of cooperation. Under a common code of law, conduct became more orderly and predictable, and frivolous deviations became less frequent. To an appreciable extent, this gain in law and order laid the foundations for a wider freedom. It opened the door to a world in every part of which any member of the human race might be at home, as if in his own village. 210. To the extent that kingship promised such helpful uniformity and universality, every community and every member of the community stood to benefit. In the building of the city and all the special institutions that accompanied it, kingship came to its greatest constructive culmination. Most of the creative activities we associate with civilization can be traced back to this original implosion of social and technical forces. These works created a well-founded confidence in human powers, different from the illusions and naive self-deceptions of magic. Kings demonstrated how much populous communities, once they were collectively organized in great mechanical units, could accomplish. This was an august achievement, and the vision that made it possible may honestly have seemed godlike. Had it not produced distortions in the human psyche, the results might have spread beneficently, in time, through all human activities, elevating and enhancing every common function and purpose throughout the planet. The mighty cultural heroes and kings who fabricated the mega-machine and performed these tasks, from Gilgamesh and Imhotep to Sargon and Alexander the Great, roused their contemporaries from a sluggish passive acceptance of cramped, natural limits. They called upon them to plan the impossible. And when the work was done, that which had seemed impossible of human performance had, in fact, been realized. From around 3500 BC on, nothing that men could imagine seemed to lie entirely beyond the reach of royal power. For the first time in man's development, it would seem, the human personality, at least in a few self-elevated but representative figures, transcended the ordinary limits of space and time. By identification and vicarious participation, as a witness if not an active aid, the common man had an exalted sense of human potentiality as expressed in the myths of the gods, the astronomical knowledge of the priests, and the far-reaching decisions and activities of kings. Within a single lifetime, the mind might encompass a higher state of creativity and a richer consciousness of being than had ever been open to any living creatures before. This, and not the widening of trade opportunities or the march of empires, was the most significant part of the so-called urban revolution. Though this heightening of the sense of human possibilities was the work of an audacious minority, it could not, like the astronomical lore of the priesthood, remain secret knowledge, for it permeated every activity of civilization and gave it an aura of beneficent rationality. People no longer lived from day to day, piously guided only by the past, reliving it in myth and ritual, but fearful of any new departure lest everything be lost. Writing and architecture, indeed the city itself, became stable, ind. 211. Pendant embodiments of mind. Though urban life developed inner tensions and conflicts to which smaller communities were by reason of their like-mindedness immune, the challenges of this more open mode of existence opened up fresh possibilities. If all the emergent advantages of these large-scale enterprises had been appreciated and the higher functions of urban life had been more widely distributed, then most of the early failings of the mega-machine might in time have been corrected, and even its incidental compulsions could have been lightened and eventually erased. But unfortunately the gods went mad. The deities responsible for these advances exhibited failings that effaced the genuine gains, for they battened on human sacrifices, and meanwhile they invented war as the ultimate proof of sovereign power and the supreme art of civilization. While the labor machine largely accounts for the rise of civilization, its counterpart, the military machine, was mainly responsible for the repeating cycles of extermination, destruction, and self-extinction. Chapter 10. The Burden of Civilization. 1. The Social Pyramid. Kingship deliberately sought by means of the mega-machine to bring the powers and glories of heaven within human reach. And it was so far successful that the immense achievements of this archetypal unit for long surpassed, in technical proficiency and output, the important but modest contributions made by all other contemporary machines. Whether organized for labor or for war, this new collective mechanism imposed the same kind of general regimentation, exercised the same mode of coercion and punishment, and limited the tangible rewards largely to the dominant minority who created and controlled the mega-machine. Along with this, it reduced the area of communal autonomy, personal initiative, and self-regulation. Each standardized component, below the top level of command, was only part of a man, condemned to work at only part of a job and live only part of a life. Adam Smith's belated analysis of the division of labor, explaining changes that were taking place in the 18th century toward a more inflexible and dehumanized system, with greater productive efficiency, illuminates equally the earliest industrial revolution. Ideally, the megamachines personnel should consist of celibates, detached from family responsibilities, communal institutions, and ordinary human affections, such day-to-day celibacy as we actually find in armies, monasteries, and prisons. For the other name for the division of labor, when it reaches the point of solitary confinement at a single task for a whole lifetime, is the dismemberment of man. The pattern imposed by the centralized mega-machine was transmitted. 212. 213. Eventually to local trades and crafts, in life-constricting servile work, for there is no human virtue left in handicraft when, as in the making of a spur, for example, 7 specialists were employed to perform the 7 specialized operations to make this simple tool. The sense that all work was degrading to the human spirit spread insensibly from the mega-machine to every other manual occupation. Why this civilized technical complex should have been regarded as an unqualified triumph, and why the human race has endured it so long, will always be one of the puzzles of history. Henceforth, civilized society was divided roughly into 2 main classes. A majority condemned for life to hard labor, who worked not just for a sufficient living but to provide a surplus beyond their family or their immediate communal needs, and a noble minority who despised manual work in any form, and whose life was devoted to the elaborate performance of leisure, to use Thorstein Veblen's sardonic characterization. Part of the surplus went, to be just, to the support of public works that benefit all sections of the community, but far too large a share took the form of private display, luxurious material goods, and the ostentatious command of a large army of servants and retainers, concubines, and mistresses. But in most societies perhaps the greatest portion of the surplus was drawn into the feeding, weaponing, and overall operation of the military mega-machine. The social pyramid established during the Pyramid Age in the Fertile Crescent continued to be the model for every civilized society, long after the building of these geometric tombs ceased to be fashionable. At the top stood a minority, swollen by pride and power, headed by the king and his supporting ministers, nobles, military leaders, and priests. This minority's main social obligation was control of the mega-machine, in either its wealth-producing or its ill-producing form. Apart from this, their only burden was the duty to consume. In this respect the oldest rulers were the prototypes of the style-setters and taste-makers of our own over-mechanized mass society. The historic records begin with this pyramid of civilization with its division of classes and its broad base of workers crushed by the load above, already firmly established. And since this division has continued right down to our own times and in countries like India has even hardened into inviolable hereditary castes, it has often been taken as the natural order of things. But we must ask ourselves how it occurred, and on what putative basis of reason or justice it has so long persisted, since an inequality of status, once ingrained in law and property, will only by accident coincide with the natural inequality of ability, due to the reshuffling of the biological inheritance of every generation. 214. In the fencing between Leonard Woolley and his Russian communist commentators, in Prehistory and the Beginnings of Civilization, the British archaeologist was puzzled by their insistence upon correcting his failure to underline a condition so normal, from his standpoint, that he did not bother even to mention it. Even Breasted was not guiltless of the same oversight, for he dated the beginnings of justice and moral sensitiveness from the moment when the plea of the eloquent peasant to be delivered from arbitrary despoilage and manhandling by a covetous landowner are at last listened to at court. Unfortunately, Breasted overstressed the improvement in law and morally, what he called the dawn of conscience, because he mentally started with the savage exploitation of power introduced by such early kings as Narmer and Scorpion, and their successors. Doing so, he completely overlooked the amicable, non-predatory practices of the Neolithic village where forbearance and mutual aid prevailed, as they do generally within pre-civilized communities. Breasted saw in this famous papyrus the increased ethical sensitiveness of the ruling classes, ready to relieve the poor peasants from the gross bullying and unconscionable robbery practiced too often by their superiors. But he did not ask how a dominant minority had gained the position that enabled them to exercise such arbitrary powers. The crisis of conscience that Breasted dwells on would have been more meritorious had it not been overdue, a tardy reparation like the surrender of their feudal privileges by the French nobility on the eve of the Revolution of 1789. If the eloquent peasant finally obtained justice, as seems indicated at the point where the document breaks off, it was only, we should remember, after he had been teased and tormented, even flogged, by his betters merely to increase their amusement over his delightful impudence in standing up for his rights and answering back. In the one-way system of communication characteristic of all mega-machines, such speaking up constituted an unthinkable affront to the ruling officers, and indeed it still remains so under military discipline. In the insolence of office the modern state has retained the bad manners as well as the overwhelming powers of earlier sovereigns. The underlying assumption of this system is that wealth, leisure, comfort, health, and a long life belonged by right only to the dominant minority, while hard work and constant deprivation and denial, a slave's diet and an early death, became the lot of the mass of men. Once this division was established, is it any wonder that the dreams of the working classes throughout history, at least in those relatively happy periods when they dared to tell each other fairy stories, was a desire for idle days and for a surfeit of material goods? These desires were kept from 215. An explosive eruption, perhaps, by the institution of occasional feasts and carnivals. But the dreams of an existence which counterfeited closely that of the ruling classes, as the Brummagem jewelry worn by the poor in Victorian England imitated in brass the gold baubles of the upper classes, have remained alive from age to age. Indeed, they are still an active ingredient in the fantasy of effortless affluence that currently hovers like a pink smog over megalopolis. From the beginning, make no doubt, the weight of the mega-machine itself was the chief burden of civilization. Not merely did it turn daily work into a grievous penalty, but it diminished the cycle rewards that compensate the hunters, farmers, and herdsmen for their sometimes exhausting labors. Never was this burden heavier than at the beginning, when the greatest public activity in Egypt was mainly directed to supporting the claim of the pharaoh to divinity and immortality. To give this whole tissue of illusions a semblance of credibility in the 29th century BC, the tomb of Prince Nikkara, son of King Khafra of the 4th dynasty, was endowed from the prince's private fortune with no less than 12 towns, the income of which went exclusively to the support of the tomb. Such heavy taxation for such empty ostentation still characterized the sun god, Leroi Solil, who built Versailles. But why stop there? This trait of kingship crops up at every point in history. The cost of this effort was noted, in another context, by Frankfurt. Egypt was drained of talent for the benefit of the royal residents. The graves at Kwa el Kabura cemetery in Middle Egypt used through the 3rd millennium show the scantiest equipment, and that of the poorest quality of craftsmanship, during the flourishing period of the Old Kingdom, when the pyramids were being built. That says everything. The future historians of the great states now busily projecting manned rockets into space will, if our civilization lives long enough to tell the tale, doubtless make exactly parallel observations. 2. The trauma of civilization. Though the labor machine can be followed fitfully through history more by public works like roads and fortifications than by any detailed descriptions, we possess most exhaustive documentary knowledge of the mega-machine from its massive negative applications in war. 4. I repeat, it was as a 216. Military machine that the whole pattern of labor organization earlier described, in squads and companies and larger units, was transmitted from one culture to another without substantial alteration, except in the perfection of its discipline and its engines of assault. This brings us face to face with two questions: why did the mega-machine persist so long in this negative form, and, even more significantly, what motives and purposes lay beneath the ostensible activities of the military machine? In other words, how was it that war itself became an integral part of civilization, exalted as the supreme manifestation of all sovereign power? In its original geographic setting, the labor machine is almost self-explanatory and even self-justifying. By what other means could the so-called hydraulic civilizations have regulated and utilized the water flow needed for the growing of large crops? No small efforts at local cooperation could have coped with this problem. But war itself offers no such justification. As an institution, it reversed all the patient laboriousness of Neolithic culture. Those who attempt to impute war to man's biological nature, treating it as a manifestation of the ravenous struggle for existence, or as a carryover of instinctive animal aggression, show little insight into the difference between the fantastic ritualized massacres of war and other less organized varieties of hostility, conflict, and potentially murderous antagonism. Pugnacity and rapacity and slaughter for food are biological traits, at least among the carnivores, but war is a cultural institution. The chief non-human species that practice war, with organized armies engaging in deadly combat, are certain varieties of ant. Those social insects some 60 million years ago had invented all the major institutions of civilization, including kingship, actually, queenship, military conquest, the division of labor, the segregation of functions and castes, to say nothing of the domestication of other species and even the beginnings of agriculture. Civilized man's chief contribution to this anthill complex was to add the powerful stimulant of irrational fantasy. In the earlier stages of Neolithic culture, there is still not even a hint of armed combat between villages, possibly even the massive wales around ancient towns like Jericho, as Bachofen suspected and Iliad confirms, performed a magico-religious function before they were found to furnish a decided military advantage. What is conspicuous in Neolithic diggings is rather the complete absence of weapons, though tools and pots are not lacking. This evidence, though only negative, is widespread. Among such hunting peoples as the Bushmen, the older cave paintings show no representation of deadly fighting, whereas later pictures, contemporary with kingship, do. Again, though ancient Crete was colonized by distinct and 217. Therefore potentially hostile groups, Child pointed out that they seem to have lived together peaceably, as no fortifications have been found. All this should cause no surprise. War, as Graham Clark well observed in Archaeology and Society, is directly limited by the basis of subsistence, since the conduct of any sustained conflict presupposes a surplus of goods and manpower. Until Neolithic society could produce such a surplus, the Paleolithic hunter was preoccupied with hunting his own game. This practice does not sustain more than 5 or 10 people at most per square mile. With such sparse numbers, murderous aggression would be difficult, and worse, suicidal. Even the establishment of territoriality between hunting groups, though probable, no more suggests sanguinary conflict than it does among birds. The heavy yields of Neolithic crops in the great valleys of the Fertile Crescent changed this picture, and altered the possibilities of life for both the cultivator and the hunter. For the hazards of cultivation were increased by the dangerous animals, tigers, rhinoceroses, alligators, hippopotamuses that infested Africa and Asia Minor. These predators, and even the hardly less dangerous creatures like the big cattle, urus, before they were domesticated, took their toll of both human beings and domestic animals, and often trampled on or devoured the crops. The courage to deal with such animals, the skill to kill them, belonged to the surviving Paleolithic hunters, not to the plodding gardeners and farmers, who at best might net fish or snare birds. The farmer, clinging to the hard-won patch of land, inured to regular toil, was the antithesis of the adventurous, roving hunter, and was disabled for aggression, if not paralyzed, by his mild virtues. Not the least of the scandals that provoked the indignation of an exponent of the old social order, when the Pyramid Age violently ended, was the spectacle of bird-catchers, mere peasants, not hunters, becoming army leaders. In Egypt and Mesopotamia these sedentary habits must have prevailed before the hunter learned to exploit them. The fact that the original cities of Sumer were often less than a dozen miles apart seems to argue for their having been established in a period before such closeness would provoke property encroachment and conflict. What is more to the point, this passiveness, this submissiveness, to say nothing of the lack of weapons, made it easy for small bodies of hunters to draw tribute in present-day usage protection money from much larger communities of farmers. Thus the rise of warriors, to speak in paradox, preceded war. Almost inevitably, this transformation occurred in more than one place, and at this point the evidence for armed conflict, between two independent and politically organized groups, the term that Malinowski 218 properly insisted upon as the criterion of war, as distinguished from mere bird-like territorial threats, robber raids, or cannibal head-hunting, becomes indisputable. War implies not only aggression but armed collective resistance to aggression. When the latter is absent, one may speak of conquest, enslavement, and extermination, but not war. Now the equipment, organization, and tactics of an army were not achieved overnight. One must allow for a period of transition before a large mass of men could be trained to operate under unified command. Until towns arose and population was sufficiently concentrated, the prelude to war was an organized but one-sided display of power and bellicosity in raiding expeditions for wood, malachite, gold, slaves. The radical institutional change to war cannot, I submit, be sufficiently explained on either biological or rational economic grounds. Beneath it lies a more significant irrational component that has as yet hardly been explored. Civilized war begins not by the direct conversion of the hunting chief into the war-making king, but in an earlier passage from the animal hunt to the man hunt, and the special purpose of that huavi, if we may cautiously carry back indisputable later evidence into the remote past, was the capture of victims for human sacrifice. There is much scattered data, which I have already touched on in discussing domestication, to suggest that local human sacrifice antedated intertribal or interurban war. From the beginning, on this hypothesis, war was probably the byproduct of a religious ritual whose vital importance to the community far transcended those mundane gains of territory or booty or slaves by which later communities sought to explain their paranoid obsessions and their grisly collective holocausts. 3. The pathology of power. A personal over-concentration upon power as an end in itself is always suspect to the psychologist. He reads into it an attempt to conceal inferiority, impotence, anxiety. When this tendency is combined with inordinate ambitions, uncontrolled hostility and suspicion, and a loss of any sense of the subject's own limitations, leading to delusions of grandeur, this becomes the typical syndrome of paranoia, one of the most difficult psychological states to exorcise. 219. Now, as it happens, early civilized man had reason to be frightened of the forces that he himself, by his series of technological successes, was unleashing. In the Near East, many communities were escaping from the constraints of a subsistence economy, with its circumscribed, domesticated environment, and were facing a world that was expanding in every direction, widening the area of cultivation, drawing, by rowboat and sail, after 3500 BC, on raw materials from distant regions, coming in frequent contact with other peoples. Our own age knows how difficult it is to achieve an equilibrium in an economy of abundance, and our tendency to concentrate responsibility for collective action in a president or a dictator is, as Woodrow Wilson pointed out long before dictators became fashionable again, one of the conditions, the easiest if the most dangerous, for effecting this control. I have already sought to trace the effects of this general situation in the development of kingship. I wish now to stress more specifically its relation to the sacrificial rituals of war. As the community spread farther and became more closely interrelated, its internal balance became less stable, and the possibility of damage and hardship, of starvation and loss of life, became more serious. Under circumstances beyond local control, neurotic anxiety probably grew. The magical identification of the divine king with the whole community did not lessen these occasions for anxiety, for despite royal claims to divine favor and immortality, kings were subject to mortal accidents and misfortunes, and if the king rose higher than common men, his downfall could be more shattering to the whole community. At an early stage, before any written documents are available, dream and fact, myth and hallucination, empiric knowledge and superstitious guesses, religion and science, formed an indistinguishable welter. One lucky change in the weather after a sacrificial ritual might give sanction to further propitiatory slaughters on an even grander scale. There is reason to suspect, from much later evidence in both Africa and America, put together by Fraser, that the king himself, just because he incarnated the community, may once have been slain as a ritual sacrifice. To save the adored ruler from such an unseemly fate, a commoner might be temporarily inducted into the office to become, in good season, the sacrificial victim, and when even such a sacrifice became locally unpopular as indicated clearly in the Mayan classic, the Popul Vuh, substitutes would be found by securing captives from other communities. The transformation of these raiding expeditions into full-scale wars between kings, as equal sovereign powers, backed by equally bloodthirsty gods. 220. Cannot be documented. But this is the only guess that ties all the components of war together and explains in some degree the hold that this institution has kept throughout history. The conditions favoring organized war, conducted by a military machine of great potency, capable of completely destroying massive walls, wrecking dams, razing cities and temples, were greatly enlarged by the genuine triumphs of the labor machine. But it is highly doubtful if these heroic public works, which demanded an almost superhuman effort and endurance, would have been undertaken for any purely mundane purpose. Communities never exert themselves to the utmost, still less curtail the individual life, except for what they regard as a great religious end. Only prostration before the mysterium tremendum, some manifestation of Godhead in its awful power and luminous glory, will call forth such excessive collective effort. That magical power far outweighs the lure of economic gain. In those later cases where such efforts and sacrifices seem to be made for purely economic advantages, it will turn out that this secular purpose has itself become a god, a sacred libidinous object, whether identified as mammon or not. All too soon the military organization needed for collecting captives had another sacred duty to perform, that of actively protecting the king and the local god against reprisals, by anticipating their enemy's attack. In this development, the extension of military and political power soon became an end in itself, as the ultimate testimony to the powers of the divinities that ruled the community, and to the supreme status of the king. The cycle of conquest, extermination, and revenge is the chronic condition of all civilized states, and, as Plato observed, war is their natural condition. Here, as was so often to happen later, the invention of the mega-machine, as the perfected instrument of royal power, produced the new purposes that it was later supposed to serve. In this sense the invention of the military machine made war necessary and even desirable, just as the invention of the jet plane has made mass tourism necessary and profitable. What is most notable, as soon as documents become available, is that the spread of war as a permanent fixture of civilization only widened the collective anxiety that the ritual of human sacrifice had sought to appease. And as communal anxiety increased, it could no longer be overcome by symbolic disembowelment at the altar, that token payment had to be replaced by a collective surrender of life on a far wider scale. Thus anxiety invited appeasement by magical sacrifice, human sacrifice led to manhunting raids, one-sided raids turned into armed combat, and mutual strife between rival powers. So ever larger numbers of people with more effective weapons were drawn into this dreadful ceremony, and 221. What was at first an incidental prelude to a token sacrifice itself became the supreme sacrifice, performed en masse. This ideological aberration was the final contribution to the perfection of the military megamachine, for the ability to wage war and to impose collective human sacrifice has remained the identifying mark of all sovereign power throughout history. By the time the written records tell of war, all the preliminary events in Egypt and Mesopotamia were buried and unrecorded, though they may in fact have been no different from those we have definite later knowledge of among the Maya and the Aztecs. Yet as late as the time of Abraham, the voice of God might command a loving father to offer up his son on a private altar, and the public sacrifice of prisoners captured in war remained one of the standard ceremonies in such civilized states as Rome. The modern historians glossing over all this evidence shows how necessary it has been for civilized man to repress this evil memory, in order to keep his self-respect as a rational being, that life-saving illusion. The two poles of civilization, then, are mechanically organized work and mechanically organized destruction and extermination. Roughly the same forces and the same methods of operation were applicable to both areas. To some extent systematic daily work served to keep in check the licentious energies that were now available for turning mere dreams and wanton fantasies into actualities, but among the governing classes no such salutary check operated. Sated with leisure, war gave them something to do, and by its incidental hardships, responsibilities, and mortal risks, provided the equivalent of honorable labor. War became not merely the health of the state, as Nietzsche called it. In addition, it was the cheapest form of mock creativity, for in a few days it could produce visible results that undid the efforts of many lifetimes. This immense negative creativity constantly nullified the real gains of the machine. The booty brought back from a successful military expedition was, economically speaking, a total expropriation. But it proved to be a poor substitute, as the Romans were later to discover, for a permanent income tax derived annually from a thriving economic organization. As with the later pillage of gold from Peru and Mexico by the Spaniards, this easy money must often have undermined the victor's economy. When such imperial robber economies became prevalent and preyed on each other, they cancelled out the possibility of one-sided gain. The economic result was as irrational as the military means. But to compensate for these insensate explosions of hostility, and these disruptions of orderly life or sustaining patterns of behavior, the mega-machine introduced a severer mode of internal order than the most custom-bound tribal community had ever achieved. This mechanical order supplemented 222. The ritual of sacrifice, for order of any kind, no matter how stringent, reduces the need for choice and therewith lessens anxiety. As the psychiatrist, Kurt Goldstein, has pointed out, compulsive patterns of orderliness become essential even when anxiety is caused by a purely physical injury to the brain. The rituals of sacrifice and the rituals of compulsion were accordingly unified through the operation of the military machine. And if anxiety was the original motive that brought about the subjective response of sacrifice, war, in the act of widening the area of sacrifice, also restricted the area where normal human choices, based on respect for all the organism's creative potentials, could operate. In a word, a compulsive collective pattern of orderliness was the central achievement of the negative megamachine. At the same time, the gain in power that the organization of the megamachine brought was further offset by the marked symptoms of deterioration in the minds of those who customarily exercised this power. They not merely became dehumanized, but they chronically lost all sense of reality, like the Sumerian king who extended his conquests so far that when he returned to his own capital he found it in the hands of an enemy. From the 4th century on, The stele and monuments of the great kings abound in insensate boasts of power and vain threats against those who might ransack their tombs or deface their inscriptions, events that nevertheless repeatedly took place. Like Marduk in the Akkadian version of the creation epic, the new Bronze Age kings mounted their chariots irresistible and terrifying, versed in ravage, in destruction skilled, wrapped in an armor of terror. With such sick-making sentiments we are still all too familiar, they are mimicked in the nuclear press releases of the Pentagon. Such constant assertions of power were doubtless efforts to make conquest easy by terrifying the enemy beforehand. But they also testify to an increase of irrationality, almost proportional to the instruments of destruction that were available, something we have seen again in our own time. This paranoia was so methodical that the conqueror, on more than one occasion, would level a city to the ground, only to build it again immediately on the same site, thus demonstrating his ambivalent role as destroyer-creator, or devil-god. In one half a century ago, the data for such historic acts might have seemed questionable, but the United States government followed precisely the same technique in the wholesale destruction and subsequent post-war rebuilding of Germany, capping an atrocious military strategy extermination bombing with an equally demoralized political and economic policy that handed back the victory to Hitler's unrepentant supporters. 223. This ambivalence, this duality between the two types of mega-machine, was expressed in the suave, spine-chilling threat at the end of a Sumerian poem quoted by S. N. Kramer. The pickaxe and the basket build cities. The steadfast house the pickaxe builds. The house which rebels against the king. The house which is not submissive to its king, the pickaxe makes it submissive to its king. Once the cult of kingship became firmly established, the demands for augmented power increased rather than diminished, for cities that had once existed peacefully almost within sight of each other, like the original cluster of towns in Sumer, now became potential enemies, each with its own bellicose god, each with its own king, each with its capability of massing armed force and inflicting destruction upon its neighbor. Under these conditions, what began as a neurotic anxiety, demanding collective ceremonial sacrifice, turned too easily into irrational anxiety and well-founded fear, which necessitated taking countermeasures of the same order or else abjectly surrendering, as the Council of Elders in Erech proposed to do when threatened. Note what is said as an encomium of one of the earliest exponents of this power system, Sargon of Akkad. In the Sargon Chronicle, he had neither rival nor opponent. He spread his terror-inspiring glamour over all countries. To maintain that peculiar halo of power which, Oppenheim notes, radiated only from kings, 5,400 soldiers ate daily in his presence, that is, within the citadel, where they protected the treasury and the temple granary, those monopolistic instruments of political and economic control. The wall around the citadel not merely gave extra security in case the outer walls of the city were breached, but likewise was a safeguard against any uprising by the local population. The very existence of a standing army of this order at daily beck and call indicates two conditions: the need for a ready means of coercion to keep order, and the capacity to enforce strict military discipline, since otherwise the army itself might have turned into a dangerous rebellious mob, as too often happened later in Rome. 224. 4. The course of empire. The solemn original association of kingship with sacred power, human sacrifice, and military organization was central, I take it, to the whole development of civilization that took place between 4000 and 600 BC. And under thin disguises it remains central today. The sovereign state today is only the magnified abstract counterpart of the divine king, and the institutions of human sacrifice and slavery are still present, equally enlarged and even more imperious in their demands. Universal military service, conscription on the pharaonic model, has grossly multiplied the number of sacrificial victims, while constitutional government by consensus has only made the power of the ruler more absolute, since dissent and criticism are not recognized. In time, the magical incentives to war took on a more reputable utilitarian disguise. while the search for sacrificial captives might be enlarged into an even more terror-making slaughter of conquered women and children, the victims, if spared, might be turned into slaves and so add to the labor force and economic efficiency of the conqueror. So the secondary products of military effort, slaves, booty, land, tribute, taxes, supplanted and guilefully concealed the once barefaced irrational motives. Since a general expansion of economic productivity and cultural wealth had accompanied kingship and seemingly offset its destructive tendencies, people were conditioned to accept the evil as the only way of securing the good. Besides, unless the mega-machine broke down, they had no alternative. The repeated death of civilizations from internal disintegration and outward assault, massively documented by Arnold Toynbee, underscores the fact that the evil elements in this amalgam largely cancelled the benefits and blessings. The one lasting contribution of the mega-machine was the myth of the machine itself, the notion that this machine was, by its very nature, absolutely irresistible and yet, provided one did not oppose it, ultimately beneficent. That magical spell still enthralls both the controllers and the mass victims of the mega-machine today. As the military machine grew stronger, the authority of the temple became less necessary, and the palace organization, grown rich and self-sufficient in a large territorial state, often overshadowed that of religion. Oppenheim draws this observation from the period after the fall of Sumer, but the shift in the balance of power and authority occurred repeatedly. Too often the priesthood became the compliant creature of the mega-machine it had helped originally to sanctify and firmly establish. 225. The very successes of the mega-machine reinforced dangerous potentialities that had hitherto been kept in check by sheer human weakness. The inherent infirmity of this whole power system lies exposed in the fact that kings, exalted above all other men, were constantly cozened, flattered, and fed with misinformation zealously protected from any disturbing counterbalancing feedback. So kings never learned from either their own experience or from history the fact that unqualified power is inimical to life. That their methods were self-defeating, their military victories were ephemeral, and their exalted claims were fraudulent and absurd. From the end of the first great age of the builders in Egypt, that of the 6th dynasty pharaoh, Pepi I, comes corroborative evidence of this pervasive irrationality, all the more telling because it issues from the relatively orderly and unbedeviled Egyptians. The army returned in safety. After it had hacked up the land of the sand dwellers. After it had thrown down its enclosures. After it had cut down its fig trees and vines. After it had cast fire into all its dwellings. After it had killed troops in it by many 10,000. That sums up the course of empire everywhere, the same boastful words, the same vicious acts, the same sordid results, from the earliest Egyptian palette to the latest American newspaper with its reports, at the moment I write, of the mass atrocities cold-bloodedly perpetrated with the aid of napalm bombs and defoliating poisons, by the military forces of the United States on the helpless peasant populations of Vietnam, an innocent people, uprooted, terrorized, poisoned and roasted alive in a futile attempt to make the power fantasies of the American military-industrial scientific elite credible. Yet in the very act of countenancing destruction and massacre, war in all its disruptive spontaneity temporarily overcame the built-in limitations of the mega-machine. Hence the sense of joyful release that so often has accompanied the outbreak of war, when the daily chains were removed and the maimed and dead to come were still to be counted. In the conquest of a country, or the taking of a city, the orderly virtues of civilization were turned upside down. Respect for property gave way to wanton destruction and robbery, sexual repression to officially encouraged rape, popular hatred for the ruling classes was cleverly diverted into a happy occasion to mutilate or kill foreign enemies. In short, the oppressor and the oppressed, instead of fighting it out within the city, directed their aggression toward a common goal and at 226. Attack on a rival city. Thus the greater the tensions and the harsher the daily repressions of civilization, the more useful war became as a safety valve. Finally, war performed another function that was even more indispensable. If my hypothetical connection between anxiety, human sacrifice, and war proved defensible, war provided its own justification, by displacing neurotic anxiety with rational fear in the face of real danger. Once war broke out, there was solid reason for apprehension, terror, and compensatory displays of courage. Patently, a chronic state of war was a heavy price to pay for the boasted benefits of civilization. Permanent improvement could come only by exorcising the myth of divine kingship, demounting its too powerful megamachine and abating its ruthless exploitation of manpower. Psychologically healthy people have no need to indulge fantasies of absolute power, nor do they need to come to terms with reality by inflicting self-mutilation and prematurely courting death. But the critical weakness of an over-regimented institutional structure, and almost by definition civilization was over-regimented from the beginning, is that it does not tend to produce psychologically healthy people. The rigid division of labor and the segregation of castes produce unbalanced characters, while the mechanical routine normalizes and rewards those compulsive personalities who are afraid to cope with the embarrassing riches of life. In a word, the obstinate disregard for organic limits and human potentialities undermine those valid contributions both to the ordering of human affairs and the understanding of man's place in the cosmos that the new sky-oriented religions had introduced. The dynamism and expansionism of civilized techniques might have proved a vital counterbalance to the fixations and isolations of village culture had its own regimen not been even more life-restricting. Now, any system based on the assumption of absolute power is vulnerable. Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tale about the emperor who set out in his airship to conquer the earth and was defeated by a tiny gnat getting into his ear and tormenting him, covers a multitude of other mischances. The strongest city gate might be opened by trickery or treachery, as Babylon and Troy found out, and the mere legend of Quetzalcoatl's return prevented Montezuma from taking effective measures to overwhelm Cortez's small band. Even the sternest royal commands might be disobeyed by men who still heeded their own feelings or trusted their own judgment, as did the tender woodcutter who secretly defied his king and preserved the life of Oedipus. After the second millennium BC, the use of the colossal labor machine became intermittent. It never again quite attained that apex of efficiency. 227. To which the fine dimensions of the Great Pyramids bear witness. Private property and private employment slowly took over many once public functions as the prospect of profit became more effective than the fear of punishment. The military machine, on the other hand, though it reached an early peak of regimentation in the Sumerian phalanx, furthered many technological improvements in other departments. It is scarcely an exaggeration to say that mechanical invention until the 13th century AD owed a greater debt to warfare than to the arts of peace. This holds over long stretches of history. The Bronze Age chariot preceded the general use of wagons for transportation. Burning oil was used to repel enemies besieging a city before it was employed for powering engines or heating buildings. So, too, inflated life preservers were used by Assyrian armies to cross rivers thousands of years before water wings were invented for civilian swimming. Metallurgical applications, too, developed more rapidly in the military than in the civilian arts. The scythe was attached to chariots for mowing down men before it was attached to agricultural mowing machines, while Archimedes' knowledge of mechanics and optics was applied to destroying the Roman fleet attacking Syracuse, before it was put to any more constructive industrial use. From Greek fire to atom bombs, from ballistas to rockets, warfare was the chief source of those mechanical inventions that demanded a metallurgical and chemical background. Yet after all these inventions are duly accounted for and appraised, no single one of them, nor even the whole series, proved so great a contribution to technical efficiency and large-scale collective operations as the megamachine itself. In both its constructive and destructive forms, the megamachine established a new pattern of work and a new standard of performance. Some of the discipline and self-sacrifice of the army has proved a necessary ingredient for every great society that raises its sights above the village horizon. Some of the orderly accountancy introduced by the temple and the palace into economic affairs is essential to every larger system of practical cooperation and trade. Finally, the self-operating machine, detached from detailed human supervision if not ultimate control, was implicit in the abstract model of the megamachine. What was once done clumsily, with imperfect human substitutes, always necessarily on a large scale, paved the way for mechanical operations that can now be managed adroitly on a small scale. An automatic hydraulic electric power station can transmit the energy of 100,000 horses. Plainly, many of the mechanical triumphs of our own age were already latent in the earliest megamachines, and what is more, the gains were fully anticipated in fantasy. But before we become 228 unduly inflated over our own technical progress, let us remember that a single thermonuclear weapon can now easily kill 10 million people, and that the minds now in charge of these weapons have already proved as open to practical miscalculations, humanly distorted judgments, corrupt fantasies, and psychotic breakdowns as those of Bronze Age kings. 5. Reactions against the megamachine. From the beginning, the balance of mechanized power seems to have fallen on the side of destruction. Insofar as the megamachine was passed on intact to later civilization, it was in the negative form of the military machine drilled, standardized, divided into specialized parts that its continuity was assured. This applies even to details of discipline and organization, such as the early division of labor between shock weapons and long distance firepower, between bowmen, spearmen, swordsmen, cavalry, and charioteers. "Do not be a soldier," advises an Egyptian scribe from the New Kingdom, "as a recruit he receiveth a burning blow on his body, a ruinous blow on his eye. And his pate is cleft with a wound. He is laid down and beaten. He is battered and bruised with flogging." On such soldierly foundations glamorous power was built. The destructive process began with the preparation of the smallest unit. Obviously, the Prussianism of the drill sergeant has a long history. It would be consoling to believe that the constructive and destructive sides of the megamachine cancelled each other out, and left a place for more central human purposes to develop, based on previous achievements in domestication and humanization. In some degree this actually happened. Since vast tracts of territory in Asia, Europe, and America were only nominally conquered, if at all, and apart from paying taxes and tribute their inhabitants led a largely isolated and enclosed communal life, sometimes over-elaborating their own provincialities to the point of self-stultification and ruinous triviality. But perhaps the greatest threat to the efficiency of the megamachine came from within, from its rigidity and repression of individual ability, and from a sheer lack of rational purpose. Apart from the destructive animus of the military machine, it had many 229 inherent limitations. The mere increase in actual power had the effect on the ruling classes of releasing the obstreperous fantasies of the unconscious, and giving play to sadistic impulses that had hitherto had no collective outlet. And at the same time the machine itself was dependent for operation upon weak, fallible, stupid, or stubborn human members, so that the apparatus was liable under stress to disintegrate. These mechanized human parts themselves could not be permanently held together without being sustained by a profound magico-religious faith in the system itself, as expressed in the cult of the gods. Thus beneath the smooth imposing surface of the megamachine, even when supported by awe-making symbolic figures, there must have been from the beginning many cracks and fissures. The fact is, happily, that human society could not be made to correspond exactly to the theoretic structure that the cult of kingship had erected. Too much of common everyday life escapes effective supervision and control, to say nothing of coercive discipline. From the earliest times on there are indications of resentment, defiance, withdrawal, escape, all celebrated in the classic story of the Jewish exodus from Egypt. Even when no collective retreat proved possible, the daily practices of the farm, the workshop, the marketplace, the hold of family ties and regional loyalties, the cults of minor gods, tended to weaken the system of total control. As noted before, the most massive collapse of the megamachine seems to have occurred at the early period when the Pyramid Age, to judge by its mortuary remains, was at its height. Nothing short of a revolutionary uprising can account for the interregnum of some 2 centuries that separated the Old Kingdom from the Middle Kingdom. And though the archaic power complex was finally restored, it was modified by various important concessions, including the extension of immortality, once a pharaonic or upper-class privilege, to the population at large. While the actual incidents that brought on and effected this overthrow of the central government are unrecorded, we have, apart from the eloquent testimony of silence, along with the falling off of construction, a vivid account of changes that could only have followed from a violent revolution, as detailed by an adherent of the old order, Epu-Wer. His lament gives an account of the revolution, seen from the inside, as graphic, if no less actionized, as Dr. Zhivago does of the Bolshevik Revolution. This first revolt against the established order turned the pyramid of authority, on which the megamachine was based, upside down. The wives of great men were forced to become servants and prostitutes, the papyri tell us, and the common people assumed positions of power. Doorkeepers say, "Let us go and plunder." A man regards his son as his enemy. Nobles are in lamentation while poor men have joy. Dirt is 230 the burden of civilization *. Throughout the land, there are really none whose clothes are white in these times. They who built the pyramids are become farmers. The stored grain supply of Egypt is now on a come-and-get-it basis. At this point, obviously, reality had broken through the imposing theological wall and toppled the social structure. For a time the cosmic myth and the centralized power dissolved, while feudal chiefs, big landowners, regional governors, town and village councils, restored to the service of their lesser local gods, took over the burden of government. All this could hardly have happened had not the grim impositions of kingship, despite the superb technological achievements of the megamachine, become intolerable. What was happily proved by this early revolution is something that we perhaps need to be reminded of again today, that neither exact science nor engineering is proof against the irrationality of those that operate the system. Above all, that the strongest and most efficient of megamachines can be overthrown, that human errors are not immortal. The collapse of the Pyramid Age proved that the megamachine exists on a basis of human beliefs, which may crumble, of human decisions, which may prove fallible, and human consent, which, when the magic becomes discredited, may be withheld. The human parts that composed the megamachine were by nature mechanically imperfect, never wholly reliable. Until real machines of wood and metal could be manufactured in sufficient quantity to take the place of most of the human components, the megamachine would remain vulnerable. I have cited this revolt, whose consequences, if not its detailed chain of causes, are attested, because it must stand for many other challenges, uprisings, and slave rebellions that have probably been carefully expunged from the official chronicles. Fortunately, we may add the capture and escape of the Jews, whose forced labor for the Egyptian megamachine was recorded. Likewise we know of the slaves' uprising that took place in Rome under the aristocratic leadership of the Gracchi. We have reason to suspect that there were many other human revolts, also suppressed without mercy, as Wat Tyler's rebellion and the Paris Commune of 1871 were put down. But there were more normal forms of expressing both alienation and resistance, if not active reprisal. Some of them were so normal, indeed, that they were nothing more than the healthy development of small-scale economic operations and secular interests. The city itself, though at the outset a major enterprise of kings, was not merely an active rival of the megamachine, but, as it turned out, a more humane and effective alternative, with a better means of organizing economic functions and drawing upon a diversity of human abilities. For the great economic strength of the 231 city lay not in its mechanization of production, but in its assemblage of the greatest possible variety of skills, aptitudes, interests, Instead of ironing out human differences and standardizing human responses to make the megamachine operate more effectively as a single unit, the city recognized and emphasized differences. By continued intercourse and cooperation, urban leaders and citizens were able to utilize even their conflicts to draw on unsuspected human potentialities, otherwise suppressed by regimentation and social conformity. Urban cooperation, on a voluntary give-and-take basis, was throughout history a serious rival to mechanical regimentation, and often effectually superseded it. The city, it is true, never completely escaped the compulsions of the megamachine. How could it, when the citadel, the very expression of the organized coalescence of sacred and temporal power, occupied the center, a visible reminder of the king's unscapable presence? Yet the life of the city favored the many-tongued human dialogue against the tongue-tying monologue of royal power, though these valuable emerging attributes of urban life were certainly never part of the original royal intention, and were often suppressed. Similarly, the city gave encouragement to small groups and associations, on the basis of neighborhood and vocation, whose threatening independence the constituted sovereign authority always eyed with suspicion. The fact remains, as Leo Oppenheim has pointed out, that in Mesopotamia, if not in Egypt, the city alone had sufficient force and self-respect to challenge the state organization. A small number of old and important cities enjoyed privileges and exemptions with respect to the king and his power. In principle, the inhabitants of the free cities claimed with more or less success, depending upon the political situation, freedom from corvée work, freedom from military service, as well as tax exemptions. Or to use the terminology I have introduced, these ancient cities claimed a large measure of freedom from the megamachine. 6. Curbs on the megamachine. Since the basic institutional transformations that preceded the construction of the megamachine were magical and religious, one should not be surprised to find that the most effective reaction against it drew on the same potent sources. One such possible reaction has been suggested to me by 232. Two correspondents, namely that the institution of the Sabbath was, in effect, a way of deliberately bringing the megamachine periodically to a standstill by cutting off its manpower. Once a week the small, intimate basic unit, the family and the synagogue, took over, reasserting, in effect, the human components that the great power complex suppressed. Unlike all other religious holidays, the Sabbath spread from Babylon across the world, mainly through three religions, Judaism, Christianity, Islam. But it had a limited local origin, and the hygienic reasons put forward by Karl Sudhoff to justify it, though they are physiologically sound, do not account for its existence. To cut out one whole day from the working week is an expedient that could occur only in an area where there was an economic surplus, a desire to throw off an onerous compulsion, and a necessity to reassert the more significant concerns of man. The latter possibility would have direct appeal, one might suppose, to an oppressed and exploited group like the Jews. On the Sabbath day alone, the lowliest classes in the community enjoyed a freedom, a leisure, a dignity that only the chosen minority enjoyed on other days. Such a curb, such a challenge, was obviously not the result of any deliberate appraisal and criticism of the power system. It must have sprung from far deeper and more obscure collective sources, at bottom perhaps a need to control the inner life by ordered ritual as well as by compulsory labor. But the Jews, who espoused the Sabbath and passed it on to other peoples, had certainly more than once become the victims of the megamachine by being taken wholesale into captivity, and during their Babylonian exile they combined the Sabbath with still another byproduct of that episode, the institution of the synagogue. This unit of organization escaped the restraints of all the older religions tied to territorial gods, a remote priesthood, and a capital city, since it could be transplanted anywhere, while the leader of such a community, the rabbi, was a scholar and a judge, rather than a priest and a dependent upon royal or municipal power. Like the village community, the synagogue was an I and thou, face-to-face association. It was held together, not just by neighborly nearness, not just by a common ritual and a special day for religious observance, but likewise by regular instruction and discussion in matters of custom, morals, and law. This last intellectual office, derived from the city, was what had been lacking in village culture. So far as is known, no other religion before 600 BC combined these essential attributes, including transportability in small units and universality, though Woolley traces these features back to the household religious practices that Abraham may have acquired at Ur, where even burial took place in a crypt beneath the dwelling house. By means of the synagogue, the 233 Jewish community recovered the autonomy and the capacity for self-replication which the village had lost through the growth of larger political organizations. This fact accounts not alone for the miraculous survival of the Jews through endless centuries of persecution, but for their worldwide distribution. Even more significantly, it shows that this small-scale organization, though as unarmed and open to oppression as a village, could maintain itself as an active nucleus of self-sustaining intellectual culture for over 2,500 years, when every larger mode of organization, based on power alone, had disintegrated. The synagogue had inner fortitude and persistence that highly organized states and empires, for all their temporarily effective instruments of coercion, always lacked. Admittedly, the small communal unit, in its Judaic form, had serious weaknesses. For one thing, its underlying premise, the existence of a special relationship established between Abraham and Jehovah, which made the Jews a chosen people, was as presumptuous as the claims of divine kingship. That unfortunate solecism for long prevented the example of the synagogue from being more widely imitated, and from serving, until the heresy of Christianity arose, as a means of establishing a more universal community. Jewish exclusiveness outdid even that of the tribe or the village, where at least marriage out of the group was often encouraged. But despite this weakness, it seems plain, from the very antagonisms the Jewish community awakened, that both in the synagogue and in the practice of the strict Sabbath it had found a way of obstructing the mega-machine and challenging its inflated claims. The hostility that the Jews and the early Christians constantly evoked in great states was a gauge of the frustration that mere military power and absolute political authority experienced in dealing with a small community held together by a traditional common faith, inviolable rituals, and rational ideals. For power cannot long prevail unless those upon whom it is imposed have reason to respect it and conform to it. Small, seemingly helpless organizations that have an inner coherence and a mind of their own have in the long run often proved more effective in overcoming arbitrary power than the biggest military units, if only because they are so difficult to pin down and confront. This explains the efforts of sovereign states all through history to curb and suppress such organizations, whether they were mystery cults, friendly societies, churches, guilds, universities, or trade unions. And, in turn, that antagonism suggests the way in which the modern mega-machine may in future be curbed, and brought under some measure of rational authority and democratic control. Chapter 11. Invention and the Arts. 1. The two technologies. Since the mega-machine was in essence an invisible organization, the historic record tells us nothing specifically about its existence. What we know is derived from the details that must be pieced together. Those who designed the machine were of course unconscious that it was a machine, for how could they identify it as such when the few existing machines, all far more primitive in design, supplied no clue? But of one thing we may be certain, because the motive power of this machine required a great assembly of human prime movers, it could flourish only in a few prosperous agricultural regions that favored urban civilization, with its facilities for concentrating and coercing a large population. Without this constant flow of manpower, the machine could no more work than a watermill on a dried-up river. This explains why the mega-machine, as a productive mechanism, never took hold in many sparsely populated areas of the world. Smaller communities on a tribal or feudal basis might, once the mega machine was in being, mimic many of the accoutrements of kingship in close detail, from the shillaks of Africa to the Polynesian kingdoms of the Pacific. But as a working organization, the mega machine lapsed in such areas, and if evidences of its existence nevertheless remain, as is perhaps indicated by the stone statues of Easter Island, and certainly by the cities and roads of the Peruvian and the Mayan empires, one must assume a more dense population than now exists in those regions. In short, a miniature megamachine is a self-contradictory, almost comic concept, even apart from the difficulty in small communities of 234. 235. Achieving the necessary desocialization and depersonalization of the individual parts. When the feat of universalizing the megamachine was finally achieved, it was only by translating its attributes into their non-organic equivalents in wood or metal. Once invented, the original megamachine underwent no further improvement as a whole, though various parts might, by training, reach a higher degree of automatism. But the invisible machine, as a smoothly working apparatus, never exceeded in either output or meticulous workmanship the high standards of the Pyramid Age. The Macedonian phalanx was not more completely mechanized than the Sumerian phalanx had been some 2,000 years before, nor was the Roman phalanx more economic of energy than the Macedonian, and 2,000 years later, the famous British military square, even when equipped with muskets, was still, as war machine, on the same level as its predecessors. Along that particular line, invention was arrested at an early stage. But this arrest was partly an indication of the adequate performance of the megamachine when conditions favored it. For the massive achievements in civil engineering, from the construction of the Mesopotamian canal system, traced out recently by Thorkild Jacobsen and his associates, to the building of the Great Wall of China, were uniformly done under royal authority through its local agents and appointees. No small community could engage in such enterprises, even if any custom-bound council of elders were sufficiently aspiring to conceive them. The line of technological advance for long lay outside the province of the megamachine, and it was in large part a continuation of the same kind of small-scale enterprise, based on empirical knowledge, seasoned by broad human experience, which had brought about the domestication of plants and animals and vastly raised the energy potential of the human community. These improvements were far less spectacular than the wholesale constructions and destructions of the megamachine, and most of them, like agriculture itself, were the work of many little people, pooling their experience, maintaining their traditions, and concerning themselves more with the quality and human value of their products than with mere quantitative displays of power or material wealth. The handicraft tradition, like the older inventions of social organization, language, and agriculture, was never exclusively in the hands of a self-favoring minority in command of a centralized organization. Almost from the beginnings of civilization, we can now see, two disparate technologies have existed side by side, one democratic and dispersed, the other totalitarian and centralized. The democratic mode, based on small-scale handicraft operations, was kept alive in a multitude of little 236 villages, in partnership with farming and herding, though spreading into the growing country towns and finally lured into the cities. Craft specialization and interchanges by barter and purchase were necessary to this economy, as they had been, indeed, in Paleolithic times, so that those special raw materials, copper or iron for the smith, or minerals for glazing pottery, or special dyes for cotton or linen cloth, might come from the outside. Most of the resources and most of the skills to use them were homegrown. Such innovations as took place came in slowly, without disrupting the ancestral patterns. To make the contrast between democratic and authoritarian techniques clear, let me define the term democracy in this context, since I have already characterized the authoritarian system. Democracy is a term now confused and corrupted by indiscriminate use, and often treated with patronizing contempt, when not foolishly worshipped as if it were a panacea for all human ailments. The spinal principle of democracy is the perception that the traits and needs and interests that all men share have a superior claim to those put forward by any special organization, institution, or group. This is not to deny the claims of superior natural endowment, special knowledge, experience, or technical skill. Even primitive democratic groups acknowledge some or all of these distinctions. But democracy consists in favoring the whole, rather than the part, and ultimately only living human beings can embody and express the whole, whether acting alone or with the help of others. An institution is the lengthened shadow of a man. Yes, but only part of a man. Democracy, in the sense I here use the term, is necessarily most active in small communities and groups, whose members meet face to face, interact freely as equals, and are known to each other as persons. It is in every respect the precise opposite of the anonymous, depersonalized, mainly invisible forms of mass association, mass communication, mass organization. But as soon as large numbers are involved, democracy must either succumb to external control and centralized direction, or embark on the difficult task of delegating authority to a cooperative organization. The first choice is the easier one, or rather, it is hardly a choice, but what happens automatically when no sufficient effort is made to lift the spontaneous democratic mode of customary control to a higher level of intelligent organization. Historic experience shows that it is much easier to wipe out democracy by an institutional arrangement that gives authority only to those at the apex of the social hierarchy. The latter system, in its first stages, often achieves a high degree of mechanical efficiency, but at a prohibitive human cost. Unfortunately, the forms and methods of totalitarian techniques could not 237 be confined to the mega-machine, for wherever the population was concentrated in large cities, where a large-scale organization of a landless and increasingly traditionless proletariat took place, compulsive methods made their way even into the processes of handicraft and progressively mechanized them. Mechanized, that is, in the human sense. The large-scale organization of the proletariat in specialized workshops and factories, using what now seem like modern methods, is reasonably well documented for the Hellenistic and Roman world, as Rostov-Tsev showed, but must have begun at a much earlier date. In this way the original practices of the mega-machine began to pervade even the more humane institutions derived from an earlier economy. Both kinds of techniques had their virtues and their disadvantages. Democratic techniques had the security that comes from petty operations under the direct control of the participants, following a customary pattern, in a familiar environment, but it was at the mercy of local conditions and could suffer grievously from natural causes, ignorance, or bad management without being able to get help from elsewhere. Authoritarian techniques, at home with quantitative organization, capable of handling larger numbers of people and drawing by trade or conquest on other regions, was better capable of producing and distributing surpluses, under rulers with sufficient political intelligence to establish just distribution. But the mega-machine wiped out its own gains in efficiency, in the workshop as in the state, by cupidity and sadistic exploitation. Ideally, each mode had something to give the other. But neither established for long any effective cooperation. If the small agricultural community favored democratic techniques, the increased use of metals, first copper, then bronze, and finally iron, which coincided with the rise and spread of kingship, helped to foster the authoritarian form and carry it into other industries, from era to era. The persistence of military operations in itself incited improvements in the arts of metallurgy, and it was in the mines, smelteries, and foundries that the industrial processes exhibited both the harsh coercions and the heroic exertions that had hitherto been the special characteristics of the military regime. In hunting and agriculture, work had been a sacred function, one of collaborating with the forces of nature, and invoking the gods of fertility and organic abundance to countenance with their favor the efforts of the human community. Pious exaltation and cosmic wonder mingled with strenuous muscular exercise and meticulous ritual. But for those who were drafted into the mega-machine, work ceased to be a sacred function, willingly performed, With many pleasurable rewards in both the act and its fruition, it became a curse. In the book of Genesis, God associated this curse with Adam's exile from 238. The tropical exuberance of the Garden of Eden, for that exile imposed the necessity, brought in with cereal crops, to dig and delve in the hard soil. Doubtless it was natural for free-moving pastoral nomads, like the Jews, to associate this curse with the unfamiliar rugged duties of agriculture, to down Cain, the farmer, and raise up Abel, the shepherd. But this interpretation conceals the historic fact. Actually, it was mining, mechanization, militarism, and their derivative occupations that took the joy out of daily work and turned it into an implacable, mind-dulling system of drudgery. Wherever tools and muscle power were freely used, at the command of the workers themselves, their labors were varied, rhythmic, and often deeply satisfying, in the way that any purposeful ritual is satisfying. Increase of skill brought immediate subjective satisfaction, and this sense of mastery was confirmed by the created product. The main reward of the craftsman's working day was not wages but the work itself, performed in a social setting. In this archaic economy there was a time to toil and a time to relax, a time to fast and a time to feast, a time for disciplined effort, and a time for irresponsible play. In identifying himself with his work and seeking to make it perfect, the worker remolded his own character. All the praise of tool making and tool using that has been mistakenly applied to early man's development becomes justified from Neolithic times onward, and should even be magnified in evaluating the later achievements of handicraft. The maker and the object made reacted one upon the other. Until modern times, apart from the esoteric knowledge of the priests, philosophers, and astronomers, the greater part of human thought and imagination flowed through the hands. Under democratic technics, the only occupation that demanded a lifetime's attention was that of becoming a full human being, able to perform his biological role and to take his share in the social life of the community, absorbing and transmitting the human tradition, deliberately bringing the ceremonies he performed, the food he planted, the images he shaped, the utensils he carved or painted to a higher degree of aesthetic perfection. Every part of work was life work. This archaic attitude toward work was widespread, and despite all the efforts Western man has made, since the 16th century, to corrupt and destroy this basic culture, it still lingered in peasant communities, as well as in the surviving tribal enclaves that were intact at the beginning of the present century. Franz Boas noted the high regard for craftsmanship among supposedly primitive peoples, while Malinowski emphasized the same attitude among his near-Neolithic choral gardeners. Machine culture in its original servile form did not share these life-enhancing propensities. It centered, not on the worker and his life, but on 239. The product, the system of production, and the material or pecuniary gains therefrom. Whether kept in operation by the taskmaster's whip or by the inexorable progression of today's assembly line, the processes derived from the megamachine worked for speed, uniformity, standardization, quantification. What effect these objectives had upon the worker or upon the life that remained to him when the workday was over was no concern of those who commanded these mechanical operations. The compulsions produced by this system were more insidious than outright slavery, but as with slavery, they finally debased the controllers as well as the working force so controlled. Under household slavery, indeed, personal relations might be established and sometimes were established between the slave and his master, and this in turn might result in a recapture of autonomy, since the favored slave, as in Rome, might acquire property, perform outside services for money, and might finally purchase his freedom. Slaves employed in making works of art, a much larger part of industrial production in ancient times than in the present age, achieved an inner freedom, a personal delight, that provided them with a life not essentially different from those voluntarily dedicated to the work. Indeed, in 5th century Greece and elsewhere, they worked side by side. But wherever the practices derived from the megamachine were dominant, all work became a curse, even if the worker were legally free, and in many industrial operations, it was a form of punishment, even if the laborer had committed no crime. The wider use of metals did not lift this curse, though it did in fact provide better and cheaper tools, as well as weapons. For the extraction and breaking up and smelting of ores, along with the further working up of the metals, demanded prolonged physical effort, under far more unhygienic and depressing conditions than those under which the farmer and the craftsman of the more domestic trades labored. In the small workshop, the carpenter, the leather worker, the potter, the spinner and weaver, though often unduly confined and economically harried, had the benefit of human companionship, more or less on a family pattern, often with family assistance. But mining underground was from the beginning a dismal, dangerous, back-breaking occupation, particularly when done with the crude tools and apparatus that prevailed up to the 16th century of our era, and in many places well into the 20th. Physical coercion, disease, bodily injury gave mining at every step the features of a battlefield. Both the landscape and the miner bore the scars of this operation, even when the latter remained alive. From the earliest times, as Mircea Eliade points out, blood sacrifice had been a ritual accompaniment of metallurgy. The curse 240 of war and the curse of mining are almost interchangeable, united in death. There is plenty of historic evidence of this association. Though peasants were sometimes conscripted for mining operations, as well as for war, so repellent was this labor that for the greater part of history only slaves or criminals were assigned to the mines. It was confinement with hard labor, a prison sentence, and no work for free men. As the cult of power widened its province, the heavier demand for metals in war, notoriously the chief consumer of metals, extended the slavery and these sacrificial rituals over wider areas. And if, as V. Gordon Childe supposed, metal workers were the first full-time specialists, then that division of labor itself shared and intensified the primal curse of labor, which embittered and actually shortened life. With the advance of civilization, this system of brutalized toil, on the prison model of the mine and the galley, was eventually carried over into the more commonplace tasks of daily life. Traced back to its origins, the curse of labor is the curse of the mega-machine, a curse extended beyond the period of conscription to a whole lifetime. That curse gave rise to the compensatory dream of a golden age. Part memory, part myth, the picture of a life when there was no harsh struggle or competition, when the wild animals meant no harm and even man was kind to his fellows. This dream first appears on an Akkadian tablet, and much later was transferred to the future, as an afterlife in heaven, when all work would cease, and everyone would enjoy an existence of sensuous beauty, material amplitude, and endless leisure, a replica in terms of mass consumption of all that actually took place in the great palaces and temples for whose expansive maintenance and further elevation the mega-machine was first invented. With the increased division of labor in many urban trades, the field of activity for the individual worker shrank, and the chance of shifting from one occupation to another, as one does in the seasonal round of farm work, became more remote. At a quite early date the city, once conceived as a representation of heaven, took on many of the features of a military camp, a place of confinement, daily drill, punishment. To be chained, day after day, year after year, to a single occupation, a single workshop, even finally to a single manual operation, which was only a part of a series of such operations that was the worker's lot. Each specialized trade, precisely through its specialization, now acquired its typical occupational disabilities, its lopsided posture, its overdeveloped muscles, its bleached complexion, its myopic eyes, its enlarged heart, or its silicate-clogged lungs, with their associated diseases and poor 241 monant anatomical deformities. Too often these ailments were chronic and persistent, a higher death rate betrayed the lower life rate. Down to our own time, the expectation of life for an English farm laborer, often living in a crowded dwelling, eating coarse food, constantly exposed to wind and rain, remained superior to that of the factory worker, even when the latter was far better provided, not only with higher wages, but with more sanitary domestic facilities. Under such conditions, the curse of labor was no idle epithet. In the Egyptian summary of the benefits enjoyed by the scribe above all other occupations, these disadvantages of specialization were set forth, as related to one occupation after another: the daily hardships, the filth, the danger, the nightly weariness. The scholars who imagine that this reckoning was grossly exaggerated, and call the document a satire, know too little about the actual condition of the urban working classes in any period. All the miseries the scribe depicts were worse, of course, in those crafts which were practiced indoors, in underlighted, ill-ventilated quarters, in contrast to the poorest peasant, who is foot-free and mobile. Witness the weaver's lot: he cannot breathe the open air. If he cuts short the day of weaving, he is beaten with 50 thongs. He must give food to the doorkeeper to let him see the light of day. This passage clearly shows that the discipline of the mega-machine had already been extended to the urban workshop, thousands of years before it reached the 18th century factory. If conditions under the mega-machine were oppressive, they remained dismal enough in many ordinary trades all through history, though the picture was never uniformly bad, and in certain periods and in certain cultures, Athens in the 5th century BC, or Florence in the 12th century AD, to take only the most obvious examples, was distinctly bright. Is it strange that out of such depressing circumstances there came not only the feeling that labor itself was inherently a curse, but that the most desirable life possible would be one in which magical mechanisms or robots would perform all the necessary motions under their own power, without human participation of any kind? In short, the idea of the mechanical automaton, which would obey all orders and do all the work. This dream has haunted civilization throughout history, repeated with magical variations in 100 fairy stories and popular myths, long before it took form in the modern slogan, "Let automation abolish all work." Often, this dream was accompanied by another that sought to release mankind from the other curse that the mega-machine had imposed upon the underlying population, the curse of poverty. The cornucopia of plenty, the blessed land where an inexhaustible supply of foods and goods came forth at a 242 wave of the hand, in other words, the infantile contemporary heaven of an ever-expanding economy and its end product, the affluent society. The curse of work was a real affliction for those who came under the rule of authoritarian technics. But the idea of abolishing all work, of transferring the skill of the hand without the imagination of the mind to a machine, that idea was only a slave's dream, and it revealed a desperate but unimaginative slave's hope, for it ignored the fact that work which is not confined to the muscles, but incorporates all the functions of the mind, is not a curse but a blessing. No one who has ever found his life work and tasted its reward would entertain such a fantasy, for it would mean suicide. 2. Was invention arrested? The authoritarian industrial and military techniques that supported civilization reached a plateau in purely mechanical aptitude, most interpreters of technical history have supposed, early in the Iron Age, a period that can be roughly dated as beginning around 1200 BC. On the direction of that progress and the results of that mastery the testimony of ancient wisdom leaves little doubt. The Iron Age, said Albius Tibullus, in the 1st century before Christ, repeating Hesiod's early lament, sings the praise not of love but of pillage. From it comes blood, from it slaughter, and death draws nearer. Doubtless most of Tibullus's contemporaries regarded this description as hysterical, but by the 5th century AD the grim results could no longer be ignored, and the marks left by the Iron Age, if only because they intensified and extended the capacities of the mega-machine, are still with us. But when historians compare the total volume of invention during this long period with what took place in Western Europe since the 18th century, they habitually look around for some explanation of what seems to them a curious technological backwardness, which causes them to ask, what arrested invention? In doing so, they close off a line of inquiry I purpose to open up by asking, was invention actually arrested? but first let us survey the impact of iron itself. For the manufacture of digging and cutting tools, no less than weapons of war, iron gave a distinct advantage over other metals. To that extent it lightened the burden of work, or at least raised the level of efficient production from the same number of man-hours. In agriculture, the iron hoe was an immense improvement over 243. The bone or stone hoe, and the spade and the shovel and the iron pickaxe gave the farmer tools that could cope with any kind of soil, while the iron axe was so efficient that it should be held partly accountable along with the goad for the ruthless destruction of the forest cover over the whole Mediterranean area. Dr. Fritz Haeckelheim suggests further that the use of iron at first must have been a social leveler, by improving the condition of the working classes and extending cultivation with the iron plough to heavier, richer bottomland soils. But the increased production of iron also made it cheaper to equip armies and tempted rulers to embark on more extensive conquests. Note that the same classical scholar observes that the population of the Mediterranean area decreased between 201 and 31 BC, owing to the Roman wars of conquest, civil wars, social revolutions, and slave hunting. Once the use of iron had become common, the present general impression of the technology that prevailed between 100 BC and 1500 AD is that it had reached a dead center, and that, instead of showing cumulative progress, with an acceleration of inventions, there was a widespread slacking off of technical activity. Even such a competent historian of technics as R.J. Forbes records this judgment, and attributes it, as many others have done, to the prevalence of slavery, which supposedly removed the chief incentive to the production of labor-saving machines. This is on many counts an extremely doubtful explanation. Was it not a labor-saving machine, Eli Whitney's cotton gin, that helped increase the demand for slaves in the cotton states of North America? Sometimes, on the other hand, this supposed failure of technical invention and initiative is attributed to the upper-class divorce from manual labor, since the ancients held that theoretical studies, free from the taint of manual labor and vulgar use, should alone occupy the liberal mind. Even Archimedes, that prince of technicians, seems to have shared this notion, though war evoked from him a series of ingenious devices to disable the Roman fleet attacking Syracuse. But the patrician contempt for labor, which extended even to commerce, was far from absolute. The aristocratic youth of Athens learned about life from an old stonecutter, named Socrates. Nor did it prevent the rise of an active merchant class. There was nothing to keep free workers, self-employed, or masters of small workshops, from inventing machines had they felt sufficiently interested. The crafts involved in the Aegean export trade, producing pottery and textiles in a system closer to mass production than to individual piecework for a single customer, must already have subdivided and specialized their operations. With a few more steps, such AC 244 activities might have been transferred to machines, as happened in Europe between the 15th and 19th centuries. Though the upper classes indeed might look with disdain upon base mechanic employments as they called them, it was only in the metallurgical arts and on large-scale public works of engineering and building that slavery or forced labor prevailed. Even under tyrannous regimes there was plenty of scope for both the engineers and craftsmen to make improvements, and various improvements were indeed made. What has misled judgment in our own age is that the greatest technological achievements of the ancient world were in the realm of statics, not dynamics, in civil, not mechanical engineering, in buildings, not machines. If the historian finds a lack of invention in earlier cultures, it is because he persists in taking as the main criterion of mechanical progress the special kinds of power-driven machine or automaton to which Western man has now committed himself, while treating as negligible important inventions, like central heating and flush toilets, or even ignorantly attributing the latter to our own industrial revolution. Doubtless slavery and upper-class contempt both had an insidious effect in undermining respect for the worker as a person, and perhaps in lowering his own interest in his job. Shakespeare's cruel caricature of Snout and Starveling, as if bodily deformity and undernourishment were themes for amusement, echoed 1,000 similar epithets. These attitudes and institutional barriers may have discouraged interest in mechanical invention, but that is not the whole story. The common belief that no important technical progress took place between the perfection of the mega-machine in the Iron Age and its resurrection in our own era is also partly due to the fact that modern observers tend to underrate the productivity of the ancient world. There must have been a reliable surplus, in many departments besides agriculture, to have permitted the costly wars and massive urban destruction that constantly took place, and not a little of this surplus was the result of mechanical inventions. The chief center of these inventions was Greece, the very place where servile work was regarded as unbecoming a free citizen. But it is hardly an accident that fresh mechanical inventions sprang up here, for this was a culture whose main cities, Athens in particular, challenged and overthrew the institution of kingship at an early date. Even in the Homeric epics, kings were little more than provincial chiefs, living in manor houses much like those of later feudal Europe, not exalted sacred beings exercising divine prerogatives, and Greek myth, though perhaps it had Mesopotamian roots, never seriously harbored the silly nonsense, to use Herodotus' scornful. 245. Characterization associated with the cult of divine kingship. Even at the height of Hellenic urbanization, the democratic village measure kept its hold, and typically it was a handful of resolute freemen rather than a massed army who held the mountain passes or manned the efficient Greek war galleys. The fact is that most of the components of later complex machines were either invented by the Greeks, between the 7th and the 1st centuries BC, or were manufactured with the aid of machines and mechanical parts the Greeks first invented. Witness two key inventions, the screw and the lathe. The invention of the screw by the Greeks, possibly in the 7th century BC, made feasible a whole series of other inventions. Archimedes applied the principle of the screw to the raising of water, and this opened up new territories for agriculture all over North Africa and the Middle East. Later irrigation machines, once called typically Oriental, were in fact, Heikelheim reminds us, invented during the 3rd century BC as a consequence of Hellenistic progress in mathematics. Later than Archimedes, Ctesibius invented suction and force pumps, which soon came into use, while Archytas, supposedly the inventor of the screw, applied geometry to mechanics, as other geometers had done to architecture. This is neither the first nor the last example of the interplay between the exact sciences and the machine. The invention of the lathe was an advance of comparable importance, since accurately turned and bored cylinders and wheels lie at the core of every rotating machine. Though neither the time nor the place of this invention can be definitely assigned, some authorities give it an early Mesopotamian origin. It seems likely that machine-turned spindles antedated the screw. At all events, without the lathe the passage from the human to the non-human machine could hardly have been accomplished. Though the perfection of the lathe was a slow process, it was from the beginning as great a labor-saving device as the wheeled vehicle or the sailboat, and because of its many applications, equally important. The most direct use of the product of the lathe was in lifting devices, pulleys, winches, and derricks, of use in loading goods and hoisting sails, but in the classic Greek tragedy this facility also had a part to play. The god who intervened in human affairs at a critical point was called the god from the machine because he descended from above by means of a real machine. Does not the fact that a Greek audience found nothing incongruous in this device suggest an acceptance of the machine as a supernatural agent? While the screw and the lathe were outstanding inventions, many other contributions joined them. The stamping of metals to make coins was a 246. 7th century Greek invention, which revolutionized economic transactions, though the further application of the stamping process to printing had to wait many centuries. As for the immense skill shown by the Greeks in the casting of bronze statues by the lost wax method, there the supposed technical indifference or incompetence of the Greeks falls fantastically wide of the truth. Anyone who recalls Cellini's account of the difficulty in the casting of his Perseus, a relatively small figure, will have some insight into the superb technical mastery that made possible the casting of many far bigger bronze statues in Greece. So, too, In our admiration for the final form of the Greek temple, architectural critics often forget the resourceful engineering necessary to transport the heavy stones for the Parthenon up the steep slopes of the Acropolis. No less remarkable was the shaping and fitting together of the massive foundation stones employed for the Temple of Apollo at Delphi. These smooth-faced but completely irregular blocks of stone, fitted together like a jigsaw puzzle, without cement, were a sound device for withstanding earthquakes, but anyone who contemplates the scribing and exact fitting of these stones will not be tempted to underrate Greek engineering. One must grant that these brilliant technical innovations were not always immediately applied, any more than was Hero of Alexandria's aeropile, and let us not forget either that parallel inventions, quite as original, were made in China, India, and Persia, inventions that help account for their dazzling performances in sculpture and architecture. But it is doubtful if the series of mechanical improvements that were introduced into Western Europe after the 11th century could have been developed, or even conceived, without this long series of preliminary efforts. I have kept to the last the most revolutionary of all these mechanical inventions, also seemingly Greek, that of the watermill. The original model for this invention might conceivably have come, by way of Alexander's armies, from India, where toy water wheels were used for the mass production of Buddhist prayers. But again, it is hardly an accident that the watermill as a practical invention, not a magical toy, came from Greece, the culture that had doggedly retained the democratic techniques of the archaic village and had never submitted supinely to the totalitarian ideology of kingship, as revived by Alexander the Great and later Hellenistic savior kings. In further confirmation, one notes that the Athenians had not, either, accepted that other necessary component of the mega-machine, a trained permanent bureaucracy. The Athenians retained, as a proud mark of citizenship, the administrative functions that must otherwise have been delegated to specialized functionaries, and instead of making administration 247 a lifetime function, they rotated offices. Thus the mechanical prime mover, in its pure form, not using even animal power, was a Greek invention, the first successful effort to displace the collective human machine as a source of energy for productive work. On the present evidence, it seems likely that the earliest type of watermill was a small horizontal one, now called Norse, good only for local domestic use, though thus all the more available on small streams. This may well have been the contribution of the Greek mountain village, for the earliest literary citation of the watermill is in a 1st century verse by Antipater of Thessalonica, Salonica, as follows: "Cease from grinding, ye women who toil at the mill, sleep late even if the crowing cocks announce the dawn. For Demeter has ordered the nymphs to perform the work of your hands, and they, leaping down on the top of the wheel, turn its axle, which with its revolving spokes, turns the heavy concave Nisaean millstones." We taste again the joys of primitive life, learning to feast on products of Demeter, without labor. This distinct reference to an overshot water wheel, though it has been repudiated without explanation by an historian of technics, would in fact indicate a much earlier date of invention, since the undershot wheel is supposedly the older, less efficient, type. On the most prudent estimate, one must allow 1 or 2 centuries before such an invention would come to the attention of a poet, even a local poet, and awaken such lyric praise over what must have been a well-demonstrated success. Probably the smaller, simpler type of mill was invented still earlier, and it remained in existence in the Hebrides Isles right through the 19th century. What is important to realize is that with this invention the unavoidable drudgery of domestic flour grinding was, at least in principle, over, though hand querns continued in use. The potentialities of water power as a labor-saving device were appreciated. If this invention did not spread rapidly over the Mediterranean area, geographical conditions, rather than human inertia, may have been largely responsible, for in Greece the mountain streams in the summer often dry up to a trickle, or worse, and even at other times of the year cannot be relied upon anywhere without a mill dam and a mill race. Though the range of the watermill was necessarily limited, its spread and large-scale utilization, where possible, is now well attested. The discovery of 16 watermills, set on 8 symmetrical floors, at Barbegal near Aries, dating from AD 308 to 316, proves, as Bertrand Gill points out, that under Diocletian and Constantine a scarcity of slave labor had led to a large-scale introduction of power machinery, which displaced both the slave and the free domestic system by one based upon mechanical prime. 248. Movers. Perhaps this is the first historic evidence of wholly mechanized mass production, though another poet, Ausonius of Bordeaux, only slightly later, records the use of watermills for sawing limestone in the Moselle Valley. There is no reason to suppose, when the documentary evidence for the watermill's use on a great scale reappears in the 11th century, that this was a fresh reinvention. Though I have stressed the 3 key Greek inventions, because they have been underrated, I must add various others derived from them, such as the auger, the pulley, the winch, and the screw press for mechanically squeezing oil and wine. These indicate that the common appraisal of the whole period as backward in technology because of slavery reflects only a stereotyped academic judgment, which unfortunately was crystallized before the contrary evidence came to light. Now what applies to the Greeks applies no less to a whole series of other inventions in other countries and later centuries. These were long lost to view, some doubtless forever, because they were not recorded in books or preserved as relics. In the Industrial Museum at Doylestown, Pennsylvania, there is a whole array of clever early American inventions, mostly in wood, to simplify domestic labor and facilitate farm work. But like the machine for chopping turnips for fodder, most of these contraptions have disappeared with changes in cultivation and feeding, and but for such museums would be completely forgotten. Just as our machine-infatuated age has failed to rate the breeding of vegetables and fruits on a par with mechanical invention, so it has also grudged to give credit for the processing of foods, by salting, smoking, cooking, brewing, distilling, as another realm of invention. The lively records from both Mesopotamia and Egypt, hailing improvements in the taste of beer, call attention to similar efforts in other departments. Though we cannot date the first pressing of olive oil, or the fabrication of the first sausage, both are attested in classic Greek literature. The sausage itself is such an admirable device for preserving meat in a handy form that it has continued in existence down to our own day, without any further improvement until the dubious one of plastic casing was introduced. None of these concrete improvements should be dismissed because they must be evaluated in other terms than mechanical ingenuity and productivity. So, too, in our preoccupation with large-scale industrial uses, we have forgotten technological innovations in other departments. A great variety of Roman surgical instruments, finely specialized, reminds us that invention did not cease here, and Herodotus' account of the series of hysterectomies performed on the king of Lydia's concubines seems surely to indicate the 249. Discovery of effective anesthetics, a professional secret shared by the priesthood at Delphi, who removed a cataract on the eye after putting their visitor to sleep. But unfortunately the secret was so well guarded in both cases it seems not to have been transmitted to later generations. 3. The broader record. Before I round out the picture of early technical accomplishments our own age has ungratefully assimilated without even noticing, let me point out the one massive cause for both industrial and social retardation that the technical historians have so far slighted, a far more serious cause than slavery, and this is the repeated, indeed chronic, devastations and decimations of war. Against the many positive advances, one must place this colossal negation. In the burning of villages and the wrecking of cities, something more than buildings and workshops was repeatedly wiped out, namely the traditions of craftsmanship, the trade secrets, the new inventions, along with the secure sense of the future that makes men willing to sacrifice valuable days of their life for a later fruition. Only a part of the technical tradition could be sustained and transmitted under these constant assaults, even if the workers were enslaved instead of being killed. For with slavery came a loss of initiative and in all likelihood a certain amount of vengeful sabotage, the conscientious withdrawal of efficiency. Since most craft knowledge was carried in the head, and was effective only when appropriate materials were at hand, and when the process was passed on by imitation and verbal instruction, the losses through war must have been great, incalculably great. To omit war as a cause for general technological retardation, and to center on its byproducts slavery and ruling class contempt for the utilitarian arts, is to treat secondary factors as primary ones. Perhaps the largest failure to acknowledge substantial technological achievement has been in the realm of the domestic arts, the slow but constant improvement in utensils and equipment that serve domestic convenience and increase comfort. I refer to a wide range of inventions from textiles and cutlery to chairs and beds. If the forms of some of these objects, in pottery for example, have remained stable, it is because no improvement 250 was possible. The degraded or silly fantasies in furniture, pottery, and cutlery that now seek to command contemporary attention by their hideous novelty furnish ample proof, by contrast, of this earlier success. If we turn to the furnishing of houses and the equipment of kitchens, we shall find that the whole horizon of invention widened out at an early period. The dovetail joint, for example, was an old Egyptian invention that kept sliding drawers themselves another useful invention from falling apart. The wicker chair, in form like the modern Chinese peeled chair, was also an Egyptian invention, while the Etruscans, before the Roman conquest, had fabricated both chairs and bedsteads of bronze, thousands of years before the iron bedstead had been boastfully advertised as a singular mark of Victorian mechanical progress. Many ingenious inventions for infant care, personal hygiene, or agricultural efficiency date from the seemingly uninventive interregnum after the horse had been introduced and iron had become the chief industrial metal. Even a partial list of inventions or popular adaptations would include the folding camp stool, the potty stool for infants, Greek, the bathtub, the shower bath, piped hot air heating and piped water, water closets, piped sewage disposal, the flail, the reaping machine, the barrel, the churn, the pump, the horseshoe, the stirrup, the hod, the wheelbarrow, and not least, paper. Note that only a few of these inventions can be called machines. Many of them, as one would expect from their agricultural or domestic setting, are utensils, or utilities, derivatives from the primarily Neolithic art of containers on which I dwelt earlier. As for the city itself, a complex social invention with many differentiated parts, it was the scene of many other inventions, both functional and, what is at least equally important, meaningful. The public bath, the gymnasium, the theater, the park, were all true inventions, not less useful because they lie outside the mechanical realm. In our modern commitment to dynamism, industrial turnover, rapid transportation, we have overlooked the fact that a life without stable containers would fall to pieces, as in fact our own life is now rapidly doing. All over the world the city has been wantonly sacrificed to the private motorcar, although monotransportation by motorcar is the most inefficient possible substitute for the complex transportation network needed to serve and save the city. Shortly I will review this long, supposedly stagnant, interregnum from quite another angle than that of productive efficiency. So far I have been concerned only to show that the actual productivity in both inventions and their applications has been underestimated because of the current Western fixation on tools and machines. After such an accounting, one is nevertheless left with certain areas in which the absence of technical 251 progress defies explanation on any plausible rational grounds, glass for example. The first glass beads date back to around 4000 BC, and the culture that invented the pottery kiln and the ore furnace could easily have carried glass-making forward, for its chief material, sand, is far easier to procure than metal-bearing stones. But apart from beads, the earliest glass objects known date from 2500 BC, and only some thousand years later have the first glass vessels been dated. At the end of the 1st century BC we indeed have evidence of glass blowing, and less than a century later Seneca reports as recent the use of glass windows which let in the full brilliance of the day through a transparent pane. But though there were no serious technical obstacles to the manufacture of window glass, and though there was need for better indoor light in offices, scriptoria, and workshops, transparent window glass seems to have remained a rarity even in Rome and continued so in European dwelling houses down to the 16th century and later. This tardiness is all the more mysterious since only recently, 1965, a huge slab of glass, estimated to weigh over 8 tons, was discovered in a cave near Haifa, dated between AD 400 and 700. Was this a unique technological stunt, like the column of chemically pure iron found in India, or was it a sound project that was nullified by another outbreak of armed violence? At all events, the employment of glass for a wide variety of purposes, from vases and chemical alembics to spectacles and mirrors, dates only from the 13th century itself, still often erroneously supposed to be a period of empty theological disputation and technical stagnation, despite Lynn Thorndike's ample documentation to the contrary. Certainly, then, there was an unexplainable backwardness in more than one province where technical improvement was easily conceivable without any violation of existing social arrangements or craft traditions. But some of this backwardness may be explained on the same theory I have applied to backwardness in tool making before late Paleolithic culture. There was a major concentration of interest in other departments: religious ritual, magic, literature, the plastic and graphic arts. Once the fundamental crafts and the simple machines were established, advances within technology came mainly through increased skill, elaboration of form, refinement of detail. To sacrifice aesthetic invention or functional rightness in order to double the output, or even to hurry the process of production, was foreign to the whole scheme of pre-mechanized civilization, whether democratic or authoritarian. Not that quantity was altogether neglected, this came in with capitalism and long-distance trade. Even in symbolic objects quantity and cheapness might play a part. By reducing the size of a fabricated article, as in a 252 Tanagra figurine, it became possible to put more of such products on the market at lower prices. On the whole, the concern for quality for long served as a brake upon production, but if it lessened the output and decreased the circle of possible consumers, it also evened up the account by decreasing the pace of obsolescence and eliminating a large source of waste. When these contradictions between authoritarian and democratic techniques are reckoned with, they help to give a more accurate picture of technical development than one based upon a gross comparison between ancient technology and that of the present age. 4. The primacy of art. Now, the whole picture of backwardness changes as soon as we cease to judge earlier technologies by the provincial standards of our own power-centered culture, with its worship of the machine, its respect for the uniform, the mass-produced, the mass-consumed, and with its disregard for individuality, variety, and choice, except in strict conformity to the demands of the mega-machine. In terms of today's criteria, all past cultures up to our own were indeed uninventive. But once we realize that under handicraft production, even when subservient to the mega-machine, the great realm of invention was in the arts, the position of the two technologies is reversed. In aesthetic and symbolic terms, it is our present culture that has become painfully uninventive, ever since the handicrafts and the folk arts that went with them lost their lifeblood in the 19th century. The end products in painting and sculpture, at least those most exploitable commercially, are now deliberately degraded to a level far below the earliest Paleolithic carvings. While utilitarian inventions made slow and intermittent advances up to the 19th century, aesthetic inventions, marked by a proliferation of styles, patterns, and constructional forms, have characterized and differ at every culture, even the humblest. As in man's earliest departures from his dumb animal forebears, it is into the arts of expression and communication that the most intense human energies have until now always poured. Here, and not in manufacture or engineering, was the major realm of invention. To make even a cursory inventory of the aesthetic inventions between 3000 BC and AD 1800, would be a more formidable task than to write. 253. A history of technics proper. For such a canvas would be nothing less than a massive encyclopedia of all the arts, those of the folk as well as those of the palace, not merely as forms in space, but as the languages of the human spirit, comparable in their richness and subtlety to the spoken language itself. Aesthetic invention played fully as large a part as practical needs in man's effort to build a meaningful world, and because of the demands it made, it was also a major stimulus to technics. The greatest technical conquests of ancient civilization, once past the Neolithic processes of domestika, were in the domains of building and the domestic arts. From the earliest Sumerian ziggurat onward, architecture was the scene of a succession of major inventions. Each building, by its combinations of volume, mass, color, ornamental pattern, texture, was a new invention, expressing and modulating an idea about human and cosmic relationships. The pyramid, the obelisk, the tower, the arch, the dome, the steeple, the groined vault, the flying buttress, the stained glass window, all these are examples of untrammeled technical audacity, brought into play, not by the satisfaction of physical needs or the desire for material wealth, but by the more fundamental pursuit of significance. Though architecture, with its utilization of many arts and its organic complexity, may well serve as the central exhibit of aesthetic inventiveness, the same endless flow of designs characterized the other arts and touched even their commonplace pots and textiles. No article, even of vulgar daily use, was regarded as finished, unless it bore some unmistakable stamp, by its painting or modeling or shaping, of the human spirit. This mass of aesthetic inventions compares favorably with the total mass of mechanical inventions during the last few centuries. But so far from suppressing technics, as our current economy suppresses art, these two modes of invention interacted. The current separation of art and technics, then, is a modern solecism. Until the machine monopolized our attention, there was a continual interplay between quantitative order and working efficiency on one hand, and the qualitative values and purposes that reflected the human personality on the other. To deny the name of invention to the creative expression of subjective forms is to deny the unity of the organism itself and the impress of the human personality. The fabrication of musical instruments, beginning with panspipes, the drum, and the harp, covers at least as wide a span of time as the art of weaving. Perhaps it is no accident that one of the earliest observations in mathematical physics was the discovery by Pythagoras of the relation between the length of a vibrating string and the accompanying musical note. 254. So far from being backward, the subjective arts not only produced fresh modes and styles of their own, but in turn stimulated mechanical invention. Thus Hero of Alexandria designed a windmill to work an organ, and later, steam was generated to work an organ bellows, long before either force was used to pump out a mine. The reciprocal relation between art and technics was maintained, to their common advantage, through all the ages of small-scale handicraft production. The violin, whose perfection was such a superb contribution, not only to Baroque music, but to all later orchestral composition, was itself an extraordinary invention, for that deceptively simple-looking instrument, as fabricated in Cremona, had as many as 70 separate parts, each of wood specially selected, seasoned, and shaped for its function, while the musical compositions it made possible were as much inventions as the instruments that played them. Even the most cursory historic survey of the arts reveals a fertility of invention in design unsurpassed by any utilitarian equivalent in engineering until the 19th century, and the working out of new aesthetic forms imposed further demands upon technical ingenuity, as in the series of textile inventions, starting historically with the Damascus weavers, going on through the tapestries of the Middle Ages, and finally in the elaborate ornamental patterns that called forth the jacquard loom. The latter, incidentally, drives home the point I have been making, for the complex punch-card instructions of the jacquard loom served as model for the later inventions of sorting and calculating machines. In short, it was in the decorative, the symbolic, and the expressive arts that progress was maintained, even in ages that, in retrospect, otherwise seem stagnant. Well before the steam engine and the power loom, the first large gains in quantitative production were made here, not merely by means of the printing press, but in the arts of engraving, etching, and lithographing, which made pictures in quantity, often by the greatest artists, available at reasonable prices for use in private homes. Thus not merely aesthetic invention, but mechanical invention for the sake of achieving or perfecting the purely aesthetic or symbolic results, characterized a large part of pre-automated production. This contribution has been underrated, even in its technical implications, by those who would reduce techniques to the conquest of time and space and energy. That craft tradition, handed on mainly by word of mouth and personal example, was not easily lost or destroyed, since it had a worldwide distribution. If China had ever forgotten how to make glazed pots, Japan or Italy could have supplied the missing art. If all the workshops of a town were burned down, the individual craftsmen, if they escaped with their tools, could, if necessary, have replaced them. War might retard further improve. 255. Men's but Neolithic technology, with its worldwide distribution, could not be completely suppressed until megatechnics itself became equally universal. To destroy such a well-diffused technical tradition, one must entirely wipe out the supporting culture and the individual personality. An event to ally that result was brought about, after the 16th century, by the invention of invention, which gave to the machine the primacy that had once belonged to the craftsman-artist, and which reduced the personality to just those numbered parts that could be transferred to the machine. Ironically, but tragically, that happened just at the point when democratic technics, centered in the small workshop, had at last at its command sufficient mechanical power to rival the performances of the mega-machine. With the introduction of small-scale power machinery, which could have increased quantitative production without destroying aesthetic sensibility or undermining personal creativity, the flowering of the arts that took place in Europe from the 13th century on might have gone on steadily. A genuine polytechnics was in the making, capable of reconciling the order and efficiency of the mega-machine with the creative initiative and individuality of the artist. But within a few centuries the whole system was undermined by the new impersonal market economy and the resurrection in a new form of the totalitarian mega-machine. There were many processes in handicraft that could well have been shortened, simplified, or perfected by the machine, just as pottery making had been originally perfected by the invention of the potter's wheel. Anyone who has had the pleasure I once had, of seeing an old-fashioned wood-turner in the Chiltern Hills in England split a seasoned log with an axe into equal billets, and turn out on his power lathe, with swiftness and precision, a chair leg, will know that there was no necessary enmity between handicraft and the machine itself. Just the contrary, under personal control, the machine, or the machine tool, was a boon to the free worker. Two thinkers during the last century were quick to realize the advantages of an advanced technology utilizing small machines with efficient and cheap electric power for restoring the intimate human scale, and with it the communal cooperations of the face-to-face community without forfeiting the benefits of rapid communication and transportation. Peter Kropotkin and Patrick Geddes. In his fields, factories, and workshops, Kropotkin outlined this potential new economy. Curiously, Dr. Norbert Wiener, whose own scientific work furthered automation, rediscovered these possibilities 2 generations later, without being conscious of any prior analyses by Kropotkin, Geddes, and myself. But the dominant forces of the 19th century, including the authoritarian communism of Karl Marx, remained on the side of big organizations, centralized direction, 256, and mass production, with no thought for the worker except as a unit in the mega-machine. So it has been only in the contemporary American home, with its array of automatic heating and cooling apparatus, washing machines, mixers, grinders, beaters, polishers, cleaners, that these possibilities Ideas have been even partly explored. Up to now the handicraftsman's freedom could not survive an authoritarian economic system, based on the organization of complex machinery that no single worker could buy or control, and promising security and abundance only in return for submission. The philosopher, A.N. Whitehead, has seen the importance of this culminating period in Western handicraft better than most historians, and his words are worth quoting. So far as their individual freedom is concerned, there was more diffused freedom in the city of London in the year 1633 than there is today in any industrial city of the world. It is impossible to understand the social history of our ancestors unless we remember the surging freedom which then existed within the cities of England, of Flanders, or the Rhine Valley, and of northern Italy. Under our present industrial system, this type of freedom is being lost. This loss means the fading from human life of values finitely precious to it. The divergent use of individual temperaments can no longer find their various satisfactions in serious activities. There only remain ironbound conditions of employment and trivial amusements for leisure. Apart from Whitehead's choice of the 17th century as a high point, perhaps true for England but far too late for the rest of Europe, his characterization brings us to the great divide in Western history, the point at which democratic technics was so overwhelmed by the authority, the power, and the massive success, on its own narrow terms, of megatechnics. But before confronting that history and attempting to explain its results, we must reckon with the counterforce that had been at work for some 2,000 years, that of the axial religions and philosophies, the diverse yet kindred systems of value that challenged and sought to lift the heavy burden of civilization, by directing all change toward the transformation, not of the environment, but of the individual soul. 5. The moralization of power. With the spread of urban civilization, an immense amount of technical facility and material wealth was accumulated, in many areas, the life in 257. These centers of power offered incentives, opportunities, and fulfillments that were beyond the scope of the archaic village. Yet the mass of mankind, until the present era, has never lived in cities, nor altogether been willing to accept, as an ultimate gift, the kind of life offered there. The ruling classes themselves shared some of this discontent with the imputed advantages of civilization, as the dialogues on suicide I have cited show. They either maintained estates in the countryside, where they would reside periodically, or, when the whole complex political apparatus broke down, would take refuge there permanently, partly compensating for the vanished goods of civilization by returning to the older pursuits of hunting, fishing, planting, breeding. As for the mass of urban workers, they must have viewed their dismal lot, if they were conscious at all, with a feeling of galling disappointment. In accepting the division of labor they had lost their own individual wholeness, without having it restored, by fellowship and cooperation, on a higher communal level. The spectacles of power, provided by the mega-machine, might divert them or exalt them, but vicarious living is no better than vicarious eating. At best, the worker was forced to starve in the midst of plenty, and had reason to feel cheated. This sense of disillusion with what life had to offer is evident in early Mesopotamian literature and was constantly reiterated. Vanity of vanity, all is vanity, saith the preacher. And the sum of that vanity is that they have sought out many inventions. On these terms civilization stank. So, among the various conditions that help account for the slowness in enlarging the province of the mega-machine, once the original spurt of constructive activity had reached an apex, something more than the negations of war must be taken into account. There was a recurrent disillusion with power and material wealth themselves when alienated from the purposeful and significant life course of the community. This disillusion in time touched the exploiters as well as the exploited. The ruling classes constantly were enervated by the surfeit of goods and pleasures they had so ruthlessly monopolized for themselves. They had lapsed, too many of these insolent rulers and their agents, from a human to a distinctly simian level. Like the apes, they snatched food for themselves, instead of sharing it with the group, like them. 2. The more powerful claimed more than their share of women, like them. Again, they were in a constant state of nettled aggression toward possible rivals. In short, they had alienated themselves from their distinctly human potentialities, and in that sense, the real gains of power and wealth had led to a dead end. They produced no equivalent wealth of mind. Between 3500 and 600 BC the physical shell of civilization had thickened, but the creature within it, he who had fabricated the shell, 258, felt increasingly pinched and constricted, if not immediately threatened. The rewards of large-scale organization and mechanization were small in proportion to the sacrifices demanded. Only this increasing sense of disillusion can explain the popular revolt that began slowly between the 9th and the 6th century BC, a revolt of the inner man against the outer man, of the spirit against the shell. Because this revolt did not depend upon physical weapons, it could not be put down by whips, truncheons, or shackles, and it quietly threatened to shatter the whole power system based on land monopoly, slavery, and the lifetime division of labor. The first scholar to describe this simultaneous movement and understand its significance was an almost forgotten Scotsman, J. Stuart Glennie, who also called attention to a 500-year cycle in culture, and both Karl Jaspers and I have independently called these new religions and philosophies axial, a deliberately ambivalent term which includes both the idea of value, as in the science of axiology, and centrality, that is the convergence of all separate institutions and functions upon the human personality, around which they revolve. This revolt began in the mind, and it proceeded quietly to deny the materialistic assumptions that equated human welfare and the will of the gods with centralized political power, military dominance, and increasing economic exploitation, symbolized as these were in the walls, towers, palaces, temples of the great urban centers. All over Europe, the Middle East and Asia, and notably out of the villages rather than the cities, new voices arose, those of an Amos, a Hesiod, a Lao Tzu, deriding the cult of power, pronouncing it iniquitous, feudal, and anti-human, and proclaiming a new set of values, the antithesis of those upon which the myth of the mega-machine had been built. Not power but righteousness, these prophets said, was the basis of human society, not snatching, seizing, and fighting, but sharing, cooperating, even loving, not pride, but humility, not limitless wealth, but a noble self-restricting poverty and chastity. By the 6th century BC this challenge had spread everywhere, the same general attitude toward life, the same contempt for the goods of civilization, the same scorn for those leaders in the court, the camp, the temple, and the marketplace who, as William Blake said, would forever depress mental and prolong corporeal war. Above all, the same espousal of the poor and lowly, hitherto the easy victims of power. From India and Persia, clear across to Palestine, Greece, and eventually Rome, the new spirit ignited, a seemingly spontaneous combustion. And in each place a new kind of personality sprang up and fathered a succession of similar personalities. This was a popular movement, not an upper-class fad. No longer was the ideal man a hero, a being of extraordinary bodily 259 dimensions and muscular prowess, like Gilgamesh, Heracles, or Samson, no longer a king who boasted of the number of lions he had killed, or the number of rival kings whose gods he had captured and whose persons he had humiliated or mutilated, nor would this ideal figure boast of the number of concubines he had engaged in sexual intercourse in a single night. The new prophets were men of a modest, humane disposition. They brought life back to the village scale and the normal human dimensions, and out of this weakness they made a new kind of strength, not recognized in the palace or the marketplace. These meek, withdrawn, low-keyed, outwardly humble men appeared alone, or with a handful of equally humble followers, unarmed, unprotected. They did not look for institutional support, on the contrary, they dared to condemn and defy those in established positions, even predicting their downfall if they continued their established practices. Many, tickle up Harsin. Thou art weighed in the balances and art found wanting. Even more intransigently than kings, the axial prophets dared depart from customary usages and traditions, not only those of civilization, but the sexual cults, with their orgies and sacrifices that derived from Neolithic practices. For them, nothing was sacred that did not lead to a higher life, and by higher they meant emancipated from both materialistic display and animal urgencies. Against the personified corporate power of kingship they stood for the precise opposite, the power of personality in each living soul. The humble manual vocations, rather than the high offices of the scribe or the civil servant, sustained these new prophets. Work, said the author of Works and Days, is no disgrace, it is idleness which is a disgrace. Whatever be your lot, work is best for you. Amos was a shepherd, Hesiod a farmer, Socrates a stonecutter, Jesus of Nazareth a carpenter, Paul a tent maker. True, Siddhartha, the Buddha, was a prince, but he left his palace and his family to find a new vision of life in the solitude of the forest, while Confucius, though a scholar and a gentleman, was one of the chronically unemployed, not welcome at court, despite his courtly punctilio. What is important to note is that this new movement rejected the obvious goods and achievements of civilization no less than its patent failures and evils. This was not merely a revolt against the system of regimentation that had elevated the ambitious and ruthless and depressed the cooperative and amiable, it was a revolt against all the pomps and vanities of worldly success, against ancient rituals that had become empty. Vain repetitions such as the heathen use against gigantic images, imposing buildings, gluttonous feasts, promiscuous sexuality, human sack. 260. Rifices, all that degraded humanity and shriveled the spirit. These new figures persuaded rather than commanded, they did not seek to be rulers but teachers, each a teacher of righteousness, inciting his followers to return to their own centers and be guided by their hidden lights. By withdrawal from ordinary duties, by fasting and meditation, the new leaders had found within themselves the possibility of living a new kind of life which reversed the previous scale of values, even that of archaic agricultural society, with its overemphasis of sexuality, its exclusive concern with kinsmen and neighbors, but even more emphatically they rejected the standards of civilization. Facing the heavily armored personalities produced by kingship, these prophets were spiritually naked and physically unarmed, so many Davids confronting the brass-bound Goliaths of the mega-machine. The new leaders were bold enough to present this stripped personality as a model for imitation. For Confucius, one of the most influential of these new prophets, only those who sought to perfect the personality, with the aid of music, ritual, and learning, could be called complete men. The age ushered in by these prophets and their universal religions or philosophies was a new age, so definitely so that one of the greatest of the prophets supplanted Caesar's name on the calendar by which most peoples still reckon time. In seeking fellowship with others of their kind, without regard to the claims of local gods or to territorial and linguistic boundaries, they established the human personality as more important than its physical and institutional agents. In relying upon direct human contact by means of word and example, in disciplining and redirecting the natural appetites, in focusing present activities upon distant future ends, these prophets had severally returned to the human center and the special artifacts of the mind. They picked up the thread dropped when the pressures of increasing numbers turned the Neolithic cultures of the Near East, even before the onset of civilization, to the one-sided exploitation of the environment. Among the older type of kings, with their boasts of divine power, not one left a permanent impression upon later generations by reason of any change of character he effected. Indeed, the deliberate imitation of the king's personality would have been an unpardonable affront, if not a sacrilege. In the very act of admiring their splendid tombs and their monuments, we must smile, as we smile over the boastful inscription to posterity left by Ozymandias, at their colossal vanity and their childish ambition. What deep inferiority required such inordinate compensations? What mental disturbance prompted such exhibitions? but it is another matter with the new kind of spiritual leaders, who waged contention with. 261. Their times decay, and of the past are all that will not pass away. Isaiah. Buddha, Confucius, Solon, Socrates, Plato, Jesus, Muhammad, these and their like are still in one degree or another alive, more solid and intact than any physical monument, still identifiable in the face and posture of their lingering descendants, as if the change effected had been enregistered in the genes. To imagine that a transformation as profound and as widespread as this could have no effect upon technology would be possible only to those who think that society has always been divided into watertight compartments. This new way of life, by discrediting alike the aims and the means of civilization, diverted human energy from its service more by withdrawal and abstention than by any overt struggle with the ruling classes. By going back to the original instruments of man's development, seeking to reorient his mind, pulling it out of its ever-deepening institutional ruts, they had seemingly opened up a way to further development, though in fact, as I showed in the Transformations of Man, they were all too soon absorbed back into the institutions they had challenged. Kingship itself became affected by these new spiritual considerations, in the person of the Buddha, to begin with, then Asoka in India, and Marcus Aurelius in Rome. Nor was it the Jewish prophets alone that dared to admonish kings and bid them conform to a higher morality. Dio Chrysostom, AD 40–115, in his first discourse on kingship, did not hesitate to point the lesson. The good king, he wrote, also believes it to be due to his position to have the larger portion, not of wealth, but of painstaking care and anxieties, hence he is actually more fond of toil than many are of pleasure or wealth. For he knows that pleasure, in addition to the general harm it does to those who constantly indulge there, also quickly renders them incapable of pleasure, whereas toil, besides conferring other benefits, continually increases a man's capacity for toil. This struck a new note, as stridently contradictory to the original postulates of kingship as Christianity itself. An ancient king would hardly have believed his ears had anyone uttered such words in his presence, for he never counted his exertions in battle as anything but pleasure unless defeated. But Marcus Aurelius would soon seek to live his life on those terms. Human life, as thus conceived, was no longer cheap but infinitely precious, not to be squandered on the pursuit of ephemeral goods. This new faith in the central role of the personality shifted the emphasis from mechanical organization to human association and mutual aid, and this, as Kropotkin demonstrated, had its effect upon technics. From the 12th century on, this change can be documented by the practices in Western 262 Europe of the medieval guilds, for their work was attached to acts of charity and succor and fellowship aid for widows and orphans, decent offices of burial for the dead, participation in brotherly feasts and ceremonies, the performance of mystery dramas and spectacles. This new axial religious and ethical reorientation was fated to have a profound influence upon technics. For one thing, it helped to alleviate the lot of the slave and then brought about the gradual renunciation of slavery itself. In peaceful occupations, if not in war, that source of power for the mega-machine was disconnected and abandoned, and this reform hastened the pace of inventing alternative non-human power systems and machines. No one can doubt that this was a positive advance. Unfortunately, in Europe, the main ecclesiastical organization that had radically challenged the old materialistic values of civilization had itself risen to power by taking over the bureaucratic administrative organization of the Roman state. In time the papacy would even command armies of its own, along with still later means of coercion practiced by the Inquisition, equipped with ingenious mechanisms in graduated torture, hardly surpassed in our time by Nazi inquisitors and their ugly military counterparts in other countries. In the rebuilding of the Roman state on axial lines, the Roman Catholic Church itself became, paradoxically, a kind of etherealized mega-machine, working for the glory of God and the salvation of souls under a divine king. And again, to complete this likeness, This took place under a direct representative of Godhead, the Pope, whose pronouncements on matters of faith and morals, supported by the priesthood, were deemed absolute. But by the time the new values of the axial prophets had been incorporated in social institutions and embodied in new architectural forms and works of art, sketches and working drawings for a more potent type of megamachine were already, so to say, on the drawing boards. After centuries of erosion, the old megamachine was due for a complete overhauling, even in the army, where the tradition, though not unbroken, had been most faithfully preserved. To rebuild the megamachine on modern lines, both the old myths and the old theology needed to be translated into a more universal language, which would allow the king in person to be overthrown and removed, only to return again in more gigantic and dehumanized form as the sovereign state, endowed with absolute but far from divine powers. But before this could happen, a long period of preparation was needed, in which the main axial faiths, Buddhism, Confucianism, Christianity, and Islam, all had an active though largely unconscious part to play. Chapter 12. Pioneers in Mechanization. 1. The Benedictine Blessing. Now we come to one of the curious paradoxes of history, the fact that certain missing components, necessary to widen the province of the machine, to augment its efficiency, and to make it ultimately acceptable to the workers as well as to the rulers and controllers, were actually supplied by the otherworldly, transcendental religions, in particular by Christianity. Some of these components had been perfected through the axial philosophies. Confucianism, with its emphasis on ritual, filial duty, moderation, learning, laid the ground for the exemplary bureaucratic organization of imperial China, not based on status and privilege alone, but recruited by examination from every class. The first comprehensive effort to reconstitute the machine on a new basis, with greater emphasis on lifelike mechanisms as such, and less on the machine molding of the human parts, took place in the Christian Church. This was largely responsible for the fact that Western civilization caught up with, and then surpassed, the technical inventiveness of China, Korea, Persia, and India. Christianity not merely reconstituted the original forces that were combined in the megamachine, but added precisely the one element that was lacking, a commitment to moral values and social purposes that transcended the established forms of civilization. By theoretically renouncing power achieved mainly by the coercion of men, it augmented power in the form that could be more widely distributed and more effectively controlled in machines. The results of this mutation have become fully visible only since the 17th century, but the place where the change first transpired was 263. 264. It would seem, the Benedictine monastery. In this new institution, all that the machine had hitherto been able to do only by making extravagant claims to divine mandate backed by large-scale military and paramilitary organizations, was now done on a small scale, by small companies of men, recruited on a voluntary basis, who accepted work, indeed the whole technological order, not as a slave's curse but as part of a free man's moral commitment. This change proceeded from the fact that from the 3rd century after Christ in Western Europe there had been a steady withdrawal of interest from the goods and practices of civilization, accompanied by a wholesale retreat from the great urban centers of power, like Rome, Antioch, and Alexandria. Little groups of mild, peaceable, humble, God-fearing men and women, from all classes, withdrew from the noisy tumult and violence of the secular world, to establish a new mode of life, dedicated to their soul salvation. When organized as communities, these groups introduced into the daily routine a new ritual of ordered activity, a new regularity of performance, and a measure of accountable and predictable behavior hitherto unattainable. The Benedictine order, instituted by Benedict of Nursia in the 6th century, distinguished itself from many similar monastic organizations by imposing a special obligation beyond the usual one of constant prayer, obedience to their superiors, the acceptance of poverty, and the daily scrutiny of each other's conduct. To all these duties they added a new one, the performance of daily work as a Christian duty. Manual labor was prescribed for no less than 5 hours a day, and as in the organization of the original human machine, a squad of 10 monks was under the supervision of a dean. In its organization as a self-governing economic and religious society, the Benedictine monastery laid down a basis of order as strict as that which held together the earlier mega-machines. The difference lay in its modest size, its voluntary constitution, and in the fact that its sternest discipline was self-imposed. Of the 72 chapters comprising the Benedictine rule, 29 are concerned with discipline and the penal code, while 10 refer to internal administration, more than half in all. By consent, the monk's renunciation of his own will matched that imposed upon its human parts by the earlier mega-machine. Authority, submission, subordination to superior orders were an integral part of this etherealized and moralized mega-machine. The Benedictine order even anticipated a later phase of mechanization, by being on a 24-hour basis, for not merely were lights burned in the dormitory during the night, but the monks, like soldiers in combat, slept in daytime clothes, so as to be 265. Ready at once for canonical duties that broke into their sleep. In some ways this order was more strict and far-reaching than that of any army, for no periodic letdowns or sprees were permitted. These systematic privations and renunciations, along with regularity and regimentation, passed into the discipline of later capitalist society. Probably the practical necessity to become self-supporting, in an era when the old urban economy was collapsing, and when self-help and agricultural productivity was the only alternative to helpless starvation or abject submission to slavery and serfdom, dictated Benedict's original insistence upon the obligation to perform manual labor. But whatever the immediate reason, the ultimate effect was to supply something that had been missing alike among the favored classes and the depressed workers in earlier urban cultures, a balanced life, a kind of life that had been preserved, though at a low intellectual level, only in the basic village culture. The privations and abstentions imposed by monasticism were for the sake of enhancing spiritual devotion, not to put more goods or power at the disposal of the ruling classes. Physical work no longer occupied the entire day, it alternated with emotional communion through prayer and plain song. Here the slave's working day, from sunrise to nightfall, gave way to the 5-hour day, with a plenitude of leisure, be it noted, that owed nothing in the first instance to any labor-saving machinery. And this new scheme of living was aesthetically enhanced through the creation of spacious buildings, well-tended gardens, thrifty fields. This regimen, in turn, was balanced by intellectual effort in reading, writing, discussion, not least in the planning of the varied agricultural and industrial activities of the monastic community. Shared work had the benefit of shared mind. The order and regularity that was introduced into the monk's day, with every office performed in due succession at stated intervals, the 7 canonical hours, was timed and paced by the hourglass, the sundial, and eventually, the clock. From the monastery, this timekeeping habit spread back to the marketplace, where in the classic era it had perhaps originated, so that from the 14th century on a whole town would time its activities to the ringing of the tower clock's bells. Thus the Benedictine monastery had within its own confines taken over the discipline and order that the great collective labor machine had originally introduced as an attribute of assertive temporal power. But at the same time the monastery had rationalized and humanized this discipline, for the monastery itself had not merely kept to the human scale. Only 12 members were required to form one, but it had abandoned the once tightly organized complex of civilization, the small-scale division of labor. 266. Class exploitation, segregation, mass coercion and slavery, fixation for a lifetime in a single occupation or role, centralized control. Each able-bodied member of the monastery had an equal duty to work, each received an equal share of the rewards of work, though the surplus was largely devoted to buildings and equipment. Such equality, such justice, had rarely before characterized any civilized community, though it is a commonplace among primitive or archaic cultures. Each member had an equal share of the goods and food, and received medical care and nursing, plus extra privileges, such as a meat diet in old age. Thus the monastery was an early model of the welfare state. In moving from one occupation to another in the course of a day, this regimen overcame one of the worst and most persistent defects of Orthodox civilization, a lifetime's confinement to a single type of work, and a whole day concentrated upon work alone, to the point of utter exhaustion. Such moderation, such equalization of effort, such promotion of variety, had been possible before only in small, traditional, unambitious communities, that forewent the advantages of any richer intellectual and spiritual development. Now it became a model for cooperative effort on the highest cultural plane. Through its regularity and efficiency, the monastery laid a groundwork for both capitalist organization and further mechanization. Even more significantly, it affixed a moral value to the whole process of work, quite apart from its eventual rewards. Admittedly, monasticism had achieved these admirable results by oversimplifying the human problem. Above all, it had left out the prime form of human cooperation, that between the sexes, and it had not allowed for the fact that full-blooded men and women, who must necessarily be open to the lusts of the flesh if they are to reproduce, could not make full use of the monastic pattern. Other ideal communities, with equally remarkable economic and technical achievements, like the Shaker colonies in the United States, would break up later on that same rock. Unfortunately, the sexual one-sidedness of monastic organization made its own wry contribution to mechanization. In later developments, the divorce between the factory and the office on one side, and the home on the other, became as marked as that between the earliest archetypal bachelor armies for war and labor and the mixed farming communities from which they were drawn. The lesson of the anthill, that specialized work can best be done by sexual neuters, was increasingly applied to human communities, and the machine itself thus tended to become an agent of emasculation and dehumanization. That anti-sexualism left its mark on both capitalism and technics. Current projects for artificial insemination and extrauterine Preg 267. Nancy reflected. These same natural drives broke through the surface of monastic order. Sooner or later, both the lust for power and the power of lust proved difficult to control. Yet the Benedictine system demonstrated how efficiently the daily work could be done, when it was collectively planned and ordered, when cooperation replaced coercion, and when the whole man's sexuality aside was employed. Above all, when the kind and quantity of work done was regulated by the higher needs of human development. By their own example, the Benedictines denied the slavish premise that all labor was a curse and that manual labor was a particular degradation. They proved, in fact, that it contributed, without the aid of any special gymnastics, such as the Greeks had introduced, to both physical fitness and mental balance. In moralizing the whole process of work, the monastery had raised its productivity, and the term, le travail Benedictine, became a byword for zealous efficiency and formal perfection. Manual work thus ceased to be identified with mindless drudgery, and the exercises of the mind ceased, by the same token, to be disembodied head work utilizing only a minimum of organic aptitudes, a mere game performed with abstract counters, lacking the touch of the senses, and the continued testing of abstract thought by relevant concrete experience and deliberate action. In the act of accepting work as a common daily burden, monastic order lifted its weight. Work, study, and prayer went together. And if the Benedictine motto was "to labor is to pray," this meant that the offices of ritual and work had at last become transferable and interchangeable, yet each part of life was directed toward a more exalted destination. 2. The multiplication of machines. From the organization of the tasks of the day, each at its appointed hour, the Benedictines took a further step, the multiplication and assemblage of machines. In emancipating themselves from the dehumanized routines of the collective machine, the old labor army or war army, the monks discovered the true uses and advantages of the machine. For this new type of machine was no longer a massive man-eating mega-machine, like that of the pharaohs, but a labor-saving device that partly dispensed with human muscle. This was not the least triumph of the new discipline. 268. Though the Benedictines had helped to lift the curse of exhausting manual labor and had equalized its burdens to a larger degree than ever before, at least within their own community, they were not under the illusion that all forms of work are equally a blessing. In the practice of their own rule, they must have discovered what Emerson learned by personal experience, and I myself a century after Emerson, namely, that even one of the most rewarding forms of manual labor, that in a garden, if performed more than a short time, dulls the mind. For while a whole day spent in gardening is the best of anodynes and the most benign of soporifics, the higher functions of the mind go to sleep after all heavy work. Indeed, physical fatigue has done more to prevent rebellions against the harsh exactions of daily work than either strong drink or brute pressure. Even the benign Emerson could say shrewdly about the immigrant labor gangs which built the first railroads, toiling at starvation pay for 15 or 16 hours a day, it served better than the police to preserve order. The true solution for this difficulty, the monks had found by the 11th century, was the invention and wider use of labor-saving machines. This began with the systematic adoption of prime movers like the horse-powered treadmill, the watermill, and later the windmill. The invention of machines and their organization into large work units went on together. The main features of this process of rationalization were elegantly embodied in the original building plans for the monastery of St. Gall, which have survived the dilapidation and destruction of the original complex of buildings. With the centralized administrative system introduced in the 12th century by the Cistercians, it is noteworthy that new monasteries were built according to a standard plan. Monastic mechanization was itself part of an overall rationalization, which embraced the entire technological process, and only in recent times has it been appraised at its full value. The change over to free industry, based not on tools and craft processes alone, but greatly aided by labor-freeing machines, began around the 10th century, and was first marked by a steady increase in the number of watermills in Europe. As early as 1066, when William the Conqueror seized England, there were 8,000 watermills, serving less than 1 million people. At the very modest estimate of 2.5 horsepower per mill, this was twice the energy that was available through the assemblage of the 100,000 men who built the Great Pyramid, and probably more than 20 times in relation to the population of their respective countries. Though sufficient data are lacking to enable one to speak here except in the most tentative manner, we can now perhaps understand why the first effective labor-saving machines came, not from the technically ad 269 advanced centers of empire, but from the barbarian peoples on the fringes, who had never wholly succumbed to the sacred myths of divine kingship, that is, from Greece and Gaul, or from Rome itself after the breakdown of imperial power. André Varignac pointed out that both the Celtic and the Germanic tribes had stubbornly kept to the customs of democracy and resisted the Roman attempts to impose the impersonal forms of their mechanized civilization. He made the additional point that these barbarians were technically inventive during the supposedly Dark Ages. Indeed, as the mega-machine crumbled away again, new specialized machines and specialized crafts began to proliferate, and for lack of surplus manpower in Western Europe, horsepower and water power had an increasingly important role to play. In the technic phase, as I called it in Technics and Civilization, this diffusion of free energy was a far higher technological contribution than the pharaonic mode of concentration in human masses. Wherever water flowed rapidly or wind blew, it was possible to install prime movers and to turn solar energy and the Earth's rotation to human advantage. The smallest village or monastery had as much use for these new machines as the biggest town, and the progressive employment of such agents was marked. These innovations contributed directly both to the rise and the subsequent prosperity of the free towns, where free labor now was able to establish itself in corporations and guilds that were largely independent of either feudal or royal establishments. But the monastery, through its very otherworldliness, had a special incentive to develop mechanization. The monks sought, as Bertrand Gill has pointed out, to avoid unnecessary labor in order to have more time and energy available for meditation and prayer, and possibly their willing immersion in ritual predisposed them to mechanical, repetitive and standardized solutions. Though they themselves were disciplined to regular work, they readily turned over to machinery those operations that could be performed without benefit of mind. Rewarding work they kept for themselves: manuscript copying, illumination, carving. Unrewarding work they turned over to the machine: grinding, pounding, sawing. In that original discrimination they showed their intellectual superiority to many of our own contemporaries, who seek to transfer both forms of work to the machine, even if the resultant life prove to be mindless and meaningless. 270. 3. Machines for leisure. Lest there be any doubt as to the extent to which mechanization entered the Cistercian monastery, let me quote at length from Bertrand Gill, who in turn quotes from Migna's account of Saint Bernard in his Patrologia Latina. The river enters the abbey as much as the wall acting as a check allows. It gushes first into the corn mill, where it is very actively employed in grinding the grain under the weight of the wheels and in shaking the fine sieve which separates the flour from the bran. Thence it flows into the next building, and fills the boiler in which it is heated to prepare beer for the monks drinking, should the vine's fruitfulness not reward the vintner's labor. But the river has not yet finished its work, for it is now drawn into the fulling machines following the corn mill. In the mill it has prepared the brothers' food, and its duty is now to serve in making their clothing. This the river does not withhold, nor does it refuse any task asked of it. Thus it raises and lowers alternately the heavy hammers and mallets, or to be more exact, the wooden feet of the fulling machines. When by swirling at great speed it has made all these wheels revolve swiftly, it issues foaming and looking as if it had ground itself. Now the river enters the tannery, where it devotes much care and labor to preparing the necessary materials for the monk's footwear. Then it divides into many small branches and, in its busy course, passes through the various departments, seeking everywhere for those who require its services for any purpose whatever, whether for cooking, rotating, crushing, watering, washing or grinding, always offering its help and never refusing. At last, to earn full thanks, and to leave nothing undone, it carries away the refuse and leaves all clean. This is not, as Gill is careful to point out, an isolated showpiece of medieval technology. Most of the early abbeys had an extensive water system of this type, and the Abbey of Fontenay in Burgundy still has its factory, a huge structure with 4 rooms built at the end of the 12th century. I know no better description of the effective use of a power technics, applied to just those laborious operations that deplete human energy by their monotony and lower the tone of the whole organism. Thus in the time of Bernard of Clairvaux, well before the 12th century resurgence of urban life throughout Europe, a whole series of technological advances had been instituted by the Benedictine monasteries, which released labor for other purposes and immensely added to the total productivity of the handicrafts themselves. 271. How great this release was can be discovered by the number of holidays the medieval worker enjoyed. Even in backward mining communities, as late as the 16th century, more than half the recorded days were holy days, while for Europe as a whole, the total number of holidays, including Sunday, came to 189, a number even greater than those enjoyed by Imperial Rome. Nothing more clearly indicates a surplus of food and human energy, if not material goods. Modern labor-saving devices have as yet done no better. With the importation of the Persian invention of the windmill in the 12th century, the supply of power greatly increased in areas that could count on this source of energy. By the 15th century, batteries of windmills surrounded every progressive town. This development must be coupled with the great moral and political feat that accompanied it, the progressive diminution of both human slavery and serfdom, and finally, in every advanced industrial country in Europe, its total abolition. The original step taken by Christianity and Islam, of accepting the slave as an equal member of the spiritual community, was now crowned for the first time in the history of civilization by the progressive abolition of slavery itself. Largely as a result of the technological advance first promoted by monasticism in the pursuit of a holy life, the impossible conditions for the abolition of slavery laid down by Aristotle in a famous passage of the Politics had at last been met. For if every instrument, at command, or from foreknowledge of its master's will, could accomplish its special work, as the story goes of the statues of Daedalus, or what the poet tells us of the tripods of Vulcan, how self-taught they moved into the godlike course, if the shuttle thus would weave and the lyre play of itself, then neither would the chief workman want assistance nor the master slaves. That consummation now approached. As a result of this combination of an ordered routine of life and technical mastery, the Benedictine monasteries prospered. They traded their surplus products with other houses of the order all over Europe, and in addition, invested such a large part of their capital in more august abbey churches and other buildings, that they fell under the condemnation of more sensitive Christian souls, who saw that the private property which the monks renounced at their induction was more than offset by their communal opulence through collective proprietorship, which in time was coupled with a richer diet and more copious or more refined drinks, including distilled liquors like brandy and the very cordials that still bear the name of the Benedictine and Carthusian orders. To handle these economic enterprises, the kind of order that first regularized devotions proved applicable in every form of record-keeping and exact measurement. By the 12th century, the efficient rationalization 272 that had been achieved in the monastery was ready to be transferred to secular occupations. For the Benedictines had proved what the English evangelist, John Wesley, was to point out many centuries later, that Christian thrift, sobriety, and regularity would inevitably lead to worldly success. Most of the habits that Max Weber erroneously treated as the special property of 16th-century Calvinist Protestantism were in effective operation in the medieval Cistercian monastery. 4. The medieval equilibrium. To sum up, the Benedictine commitment to labor and prayer had done more than take the ancient curse off work. For the productivity of the system established, likewise, the economic value of a methodically ordered life, and that moral was not lost on contemporary craftsmen and traders. The Venetian merchant, Louis Cornaro, in his classic essay on attaining longevity, took this regularity and abstemiousness to be the guarantee not only of a fruitful life but of financial prosperity. These Protestant virtues long antedated Calvinism. What the monastery began, the medieval guilds carried through, for they not merely laid down a fresh basis for association in craft and trade, but they restored to work the aesthetic and moral values, conditioned by religion, that governed the rest of their life. They, too, were autonomous corporate bodies, which established a common discipline for the performance of work and the regulation of wages and prices. With the gradual retreat of both slavery and serfdom, abetted and hastened by the scarcity of labor in the 14th century, after the Black Death, the status of the worker improved and the demand for machines widened. The restoration of European productivity within a century, after the loss of between a third and a half of the total population, bears witness to both the abundant human and mechanical energies available. This transformation was decisive, so there is no need to exaggerate it. The integration of work with moral regulations, aesthetic expression, and social security, was never completed in the guilds, any more than in the monasteries. As wealth accumulated, particularly in the wholesale trades and in mining and shipping ventures, the economic gap between the poor and the wealthy guilds grew. In an effort to protect their own particular craft from outside competition and to feather their individual family nests. 273. Each guild not merely restricted membership, but too often turned its back upon the technical advances that were being made outside the legal protection of urban centers, and as happens today with the trades unions, they took no account of the growing body of casual workers, handicapped by poverty and lack of training. Admittedly, then, the gains in both productive ITY and creativity were uneven, yet the total result down to the 16th century, which marks a turning point, remains impressive. Thanks to this emerging economy, which combined handicraft skills with mechanization and power machinery, Something like a balance had been brought about, more favorable to a diversified and humane life than anything that earlier technics had ever before achieved, since in regions like the Low Countries, it introduced many improvements in transportation, agriculture, and industry. The technical pace of the previous 3,000 years was being quickened without any loss of the aesthetic aptitudes that had once been too assiduously developed for the benefit of the upper classes alone. By the 16th century the printing press had eliminated the class monopoly of knowledge, and the reproductive processes in printing, etching, engraving had once more democratized the making of images. While in one department after another the sort of material goods that had once been restricted to a small caste were now becoming available to a larger population, indeed, the power machine promised to extend all these advantages to their theoretic limits. In many departments, until the 17th century a nice balance was established between the rural and the urban, between the organic and the mechanical, between the static and the dynamic components. What this regime lacked in power, it made up for in time, for even its common products were fabricated for durability, while its great architectural works were not only built over the centuries but planned to outlast the centuries, so well that many of them remained erect, at the end of the Second World War, amid the rubble of destroyed modern buildings all around them. Unlike the continuity achieved in the art and architecture of early Egypt after the Pyramid Age, medieval continuity was preserved in the midst of constant change of both contents and form, and its effectiveness over the centuries was in radical contrast to the one-generation forced labor economy of the pharaohs, or that of the absolute monarchs, like Louis XIV and Peter the Great, who claimed similar powers in the 17th century. But the process of moralizing work and integrating it with every other human activity was never fully accomplished. For the one universal institution of the medieval period in Western Europe, the Christian Church, at a critical moment in the 14th century through its authority. 274. On the side of the forces specializing in power absolutism, militarism, and capitalism divorced from the social commitments of the monastery, the guild, the free city. Between them, however unintentionally, these institutions laid the basis for a dehumanized technology, and in the end for something that proved even more fateful, a new myth of the machine. Let us examine the beginnings of this process. 5. The mechanization of mammon. If the development of automatic sources of power was one of the essential contributions of the monastic regime, the reshaping of capitalist enterprise in its systematic modern form was the other, as G. C. Colton, that knowledgeable medieval historian, held. But whereas monasticism was originally dedicated to a single object, the pursuit of individual salvation, capitalism in its orthodox form was dedicated to the glorification of mammon and the achievement of salvation of a more tangible sort, by expanding the opportunities for profit and capital accumulation and ostentatious consumption. In concentrating upon that pursuit, capitalism necessarily addressed it self to overthrowing the restrictive, continent practices of all the axial religions. That the original monastic thesis of renunciation and self-abnegation should have produced its capitalist antithesis, avarice and acquisitiveness, might not have surprised Karl Marx, but it remains one of the right turns of history. Capitalism is not of course a modern phenomenon. One means here by capitalism the translation of all goods, services, and energies, into abstract pecuniary terms, with an intensified application of human energy to money and trade, for the sake of gains that accrue primarily to the owners of property, who ideally are prepared to risk their savings on new enterprises as well as to live off the income of established industrial and commercial organizations. Defined in these broad terms, capitalism makes its first appearance, in primitive mercantile form, soon after kingship, and as capital investment grows, takes on an increasingly corporate form. Though the possibilities for gain first came through the control of land and the exaction of rents, capitalist enterprise naturally took hold of areas like shipbuilding, maritime trading, mining, and smelting, which demanded large investments, provided that these enterprises were too small or too The mechanization of Mammon 275. Complex to be handled economically by the clumsy bureaucratic organization of the state. As scholars dig more deeply into the early Mesopotamian and Egyptian records, it seems likely that state capitalism, with the merchant as an official of the state, may have preceded private capitalism if not private barter, and if capitalism, from the 13th century on, took over much of the discipline of monastic organization, this was only following earlier habits of regimentation established by the primeval megamachine. The capitalist, as landlord, as merchant, as speculator, in the early stages, might be likened, a little unkindly, to jackals who feasted on the less attractive offal left over from the royal lion's kill. For long, indeed, trade and industry and banking remained at the mercy of the sovereign power. Their profits and privileges were constantly depleted in times of war by the destruction of cities and by the pillage of their temples, treasuries, and rich inhabitants, and in times of peace by wholesale extortions, levies, and unduly burdensome taxes, often unevenly assessed by corrupt tax farmers. To flourish at all, mercantile capitalism had to operate over as wide an area as any empire, and take risks of losses larger than any small-scale merchant dared. Capitalist operators needed a special kind of acuteness, agility, inventiveness, and enterprise to offset these disabilities, and it is hardly surprising that from early times on the alphabet, coined money, and Arabic numbers come from people who were preeminently long-distance traders and colonial exploiters. Marco Polo was neither the first nor the last of such adventurers. Jacob Fugger in one age, Rothschild in another, and John D. Rockefeller in a third incarnated this institution. The classic theory of capitalist accumulation was first set forth in the Middle Ages, not by economists, but by the schoolmen in their purely theological doctrine of the treasury of salvation, the piling up of earthly merits through continence and sacrifice for the sake of an immense future reward in heaven. One of these schoolmen, Vincent of Beauvais, in the 13th century admonished people to work, not just for a living, but for the sake of accumulation, which would lead to the further production of wealth. Scholars who go on repeating Max Weber's anachronistic equation of the spirit of capitalism with Protestantism should find a way to conceal the abundant medieval data that contradict it. Protestantism, as it first appeared in the doctrines of the heretic merchant, Peter Waldo, in the 12th century, was in fact a vehement protest against the new capitalism and a repentant effort to go back to the way of life of the early Christians, who despised worldly goods and the insidious temptations of trade. The social outlook of the Waldensians, the Y. 276. Liffords, the Lollards, the Begins, the later Anabaptists, was first and last militantly anti-capitalist, and so for that matter were the autarkic economic principles and the anti-usury polemics of Martin Luther. When Francis of Assisi, a century after Waldo, made a similar effort to restore by humble daily labor the central doctrines of early Christianity, the continued pressure of capitalistic expansion doomed him to failure. Poverty did not serve capital accumulation, and voluntary service for the good of the community could not be anything but disruptive in the new wage system which replaced serfdom. The very papal authority that cannily incorporated the Franciscan order into the Church, promptly proclaimed, under John XXII, that the current belief that early Christians actually practiced communism was a damnable heresy. Now, the desire for money, Thomas Aquinas pointed out, knows no limits, whereas all natural wealth, represented in the concrete form of food, clothing, furniture, houses, gardens, fields, has definite limits of production and consumption, fixed by the nature of the commodity and the organic needs and capacities of the user. The idea that there should be no limits upon any human function is absurd. All life exists within very narrow limits of temperature, air, water, food, and the notion that money alone, or power to command the services of other men, should be free of such definite limits is an aberration of the mind. the desire for limitless quantities of money has as little relevance to the welfare of the human organism as the stimulation of the pleasure center that scientific experimenters have recently found in the brain. This stimulus is subjectively so rewarding, apparently, that animals under observation willingly forego every other need or activity, to the point of starvation, in order to enjoy it. When capitalists become aware of the nature of such pecuniary overstimulation, once called the curse of Midas, they either commit suicide or turn repentantly to public service and philanthropy. In the ideal capitalist ego, the miserly hoarding of money blended with the zealous acquisition of illimitable riches, just as the abstemious habits of the monk combined with the adventurous activity of the soldier. To speak in Freudian terms, it appealed to both anal and oral personality types. The new capitalists deserved in large measure the title later bestowed on them, merchant adventurers, and at an early period these conflicting yet complementary strands of inheritance came together in the order of Knights Templars, those warrior bankers of the Middle Ages. So, too, it was in no defiance of the new capitalist spirit that the trading posts of the great Hansa towns were in fact run as monastic enclaves, under a strict military discipline. 277. This combination of traits was in due course transmitted to the scientific ideology of the 17th century, a readiness to entertain daring hypotheses, a willingness to dismember organic complexities, while subjecting every new theoretic insight to cautious observation and experimental test. Despite their different origins and their seemingly incompatible aims, the monk, the soldier, the merchant, and the new natural philosophers or experimental scientists were more closely united than they realized. Like John Gabriel Borkman, the Ibsen hero who summed up the capitalist spirit of the 19th century, each was ready to forego love and to sacrifice life, in order to exercise power however sublimated and transmuted that power might seem to be. But at the same time capitalism, in satisfying its insatiable desire for pecuniary riches, took over and translated into its own special terms the economy of abundance that had originally been the work and the mark of divine kingship. The actual increase in productivity brought an often happy release from the nagging constraints of natural poverty and economic backwardness, and it prompted a steadily growing revolt against the ascetic inhibitions of Orthodox Christianity, which had been easy to popularize in a time of troubles when no tempting alternatives were available, but now seemed gratuitous and needlessly life-denying. Within a few centuries, the new capitalist spirit challenged the basic Christian ethic. The boundless ego of Sir Giles Overreach and his fellows in the marketplace had no room for charity or love in any of their ancient senses. The capitalist scheme of values in fact transformed 5 of the 7 deadly sins of Christianity: pride, envy, greed, avarice, and lust into positive social virtues, treating them as necessary incentives to all economic enterprise, while the cardinal virtues, beginning with love and humility, were rejected as bad for business, except in the degree that they made the working class more docile and more amenable to cold-blooded exploitation. 6. Pecuniary incentives to dynamism. Werner Sombart observed that if he were pressed to give a date for the inauguration of capitalism, he would say that the publication of Leonardo Pisano's Liber Abaci, the first popular treatise on arithmetic, would be 278. That date, AD 1202. Any such single starting point would be challengeable. One might cite a score of equally critical moments. But one of the most important traits of the new capitalism, its concentration on abstract quantities, was indeed furthered by such instruction. The new form of universal accountancy isolated from the tissue of events just those factors that could be judged on an impersonal, quantitative scale. Counting numbers began here, and in the end numbers alone counted. This was ultimately a more significant contribution of capitalism than any of the actual goods the merchant bought and sold. For only when the habit of using mathematical abstractions became ingrained in a dominant part of the community could the physical sciences resume the place they had first occupied in the great trading cities of Ionic Greece. Again, this connection was not accidental. Thales, the archetypal scientist, was a Speculative philosopher in more than one sense, for according to Diogenes Laertius, he had made a fortune by cannily cornering oil presses one season when the olives were specially abundant. Wherever the capitalist spirit took hold, people became familiar with the abstractions of the counting house, timing, weighing, and measuring, in ever more exact amounts, became the mark of this whole regime. The change was not spontaneous, but the result of deliberate intention and persistent indoctrination. From the 13th century on, the grammar school, with its fundamental courses in reading, writing, and arithmetic, inculcated the elementary symbols for long-distance buying and selling, for making contracts, for bookkeeping and bill rendering. The need for reliable information and careful forecasts, in order to trade in commodities not seen till delivered, furthered the appreciation of quantitative appraisals in every department, not merely just weights and measures, but accurate astronomical observations in navigation. The impersonal, bureaucratic order of the counting house vied with monastic and military order in laying the foundations for the inflexible discipline and impersonal regularity that has now gradually extended itself to every aspect of institutional life in Western civilization. This order has been smoothly translated into automatic machines and computers, even more incapable of exercising humane judgment and discretion than a trained clerk. The new bureaucracy devoted to managerial organization and coordination again became a necessary adjunct to all large-scale, long-distance enterprises. Bookkeeping and record-keeping set the pace, in standardized uniformity, for all the other parts of the machine. The failure to reckon with this mathematical aspect of mechanization, as a prelude to industrial inventions, has resulted in a warped and one-sided picture of modern technics. This account gives to specific tools and machines by 279 themselves the priority in effecting changes that first took place in the human mind and were translated later into institutions and mechanisms. During the centuries when capitalism and mechanism were being shaped, their ultimate tendencies were largely concealed, for they were both curbed by the stubborn rivalry and the formidable inertia of many other institutions. As late as the 16th century, the theologians of the University of Paris denounced the opening of state banks on the ground that usury, lending money at interest, was a sin in Christian theology, and the humane protection offered by the guilds to their own members was still so effective in the 18th century that new enterprises, using cheaper methods of production, were forced, as Adam Smith pointed out, to establish themselves in the countryside, or in nearby unincorporated suburbs, bootlegging their products into the town. Otherworldly church doctrines and restrictive feudal customs, such as tethered, non-purchasable landed property, guild regulations, high standards of craftsmanship, family interests, all slowed down the pace of capitalism's conquests. The desire for qualities, for long conflicted with the demand for quantities. Even as late as the 16th century, when the great Augsburg financier and industrialist, Jacob Fugger the Elder, offered to take a brother of his into his highly profitable business, the latter refused, on the ground that such a sinful enterprise would endanger his soul's chances for salvation. At that period there was still an open choice. In its early spread in Western Europe, furthermore, urban capitalism was subject to the same perversions as had arisen under kingship. The leading mercantile cities resorted to armed force in order to destroy rival economic power in other cities and to establish a completer economic monopoly. These conflicts were more costly, destructive, and ultimately even more feudal than those between the merchant classes and the feudal orders. Cities like Florence, which wantonly attacked other prosperous communities like Lucca and Siena, undermined both their productivity and their own relative freedom from such atrocious attacks. When capitalism spread overseas, its agents treated the natives they encountered in the same savage fashion that it treated their own nearer rivals. In sum, where capitalism prospered, it established three main canons for successful economic enterprise: the calculation of quantity, the observation and regimentation of time, time is money, and the concentration on abstract pecuniary rewards. Its ultimate values: power, profit, prestige. derive from these sources, and all of them can be traced back, under the flimsiest of disguises, to the Pyramid Age. The first produced the universal accountancy of profit and loss, the second ensured productive efficiency in men as well as machines, the third introduced a driving motive into 280 daily life, equivalent on its own base level to the monk's search for an eternal reward in heaven. The pursuit of money became a passion and an obsession, the end to which all other ends were means. With this shift from the contemplative life of the religious to the active life of merchants, sailors, financiers, industrial enterprisers, these canons took on the form of moral imperatives, if not neurotic compulsions. Yet so well established was the older system of values that even into the 19th century the ambition to retire from active business in the prime of life with a competence still seemed to many merchants more attractive than the piling up of more money by incessant application to business. But it was in science that the abstractions of capitalism came in the long run to play an even greater role and to bring an even greater reward. When the Royal Society was founded in London in the middle of the 17th century, merchants and bankers took a leading part in it, not merely as providers of funds, but as active experimenters in the new science. The notion that every item of exchange must be accounted for and that the books must balance preceded by centuries Robert von Mayer's doctrine of the conservation of energy. Thus account-keeping and time-keeping had not merely been secularized by the 16th century, but they had ensured that such sacrifices as this regimen exacted were attached to the promise of a tangible reward. Under kingship, rewards for the privileged classes had not flowed directly from their services, but were dependent upon the caprices of the ruler and were often ill proportioned to either the effort expended or the value of the result. But under the new accountancy of capitalism, failure was directly penalized by loss, and even more significantly success, tied to efficiency and foresight, was abundantly rewarded. Capitalism, in other words, relied on the method of conditioning used successfully by animal trainers to ensure obedience to orders, and to secure the performance of difficult feats. And whereas kingship had emphasized punishment, a method that has a definite limit in the death of the individual too severely punished, there was no limit under early capitalism to the possibility of reward. Moreover, this new motive did not appeal only to a single class, it theoretically held out a promise and a hope to the humblest individual who would strictly apply himself to business. From small beginnings, by thrift, acumen, and concentration, great fortunes might be made, as Poor Richard later insisted. Any Dick Whittington might, theoretically, become Lord Mayor of London. Edward Thorndike, whose psychological experiments established the value of rewards rather than punishments for effective conditioning, was conscious of the contrast between the punishment method, traditionally 281, used by political government, and the contrary method employed by business. The shift from the status of feudalism, he observed, to the contract of the modern world was to some extent a shift from use and wont supported by threats and punishment to experimentation supported by hopes and rewards. Business was especially permeated by the reward principle. What was peculiar to the capitalist economy, however, was the fact that immediate rewards were mainly in the abstract form of money, and any further sharing of rewards by the worker and consumer was put off until the investing and managerial groups were fully satisfied, though in principle no limit was placed on their demand for ever larger gain. In the teleology of business enterprise, profit was the final end of life. Compared to this, the ancient pharaonic system, which sought life, health, prosperity, was better grounded in organic realities. In short, capitalism exploited and universalized a powerful positive motivation that for decent human reasons had never been tapped in more primitive societies. For centuries, it is true, the capitalist continued to use the negative form, of penalization rather than reward, to ensure compliance by the worker, while self-righteously reserving rewards for himself, his managerial colleagues, and the investors. Money, as the nexus in all human relations and as the main motivation in all social effort, replaced the reciprocal obligations and duties of families, neighbors, citizens, friends. And as other moral and aesthetic considerations diminished, the dynamics of money power increased. Money was the only form of power which, through its very abstraction from all other realities, knew no limits, though finally this indifference to concrete realities would meet its nemesis in the progressive inflations of an expanding economy. 7. Enter the sorcerer's apprentice. Though capitalism had begun to establish a new style of thinking by the 16th century, it did not operate alone. Indeed, it could hardly have made headway so rapidly without gaining the support of other institutions and interests, some of them newly awakened to life by the first successes in creating power machines and automatons. Since the 13th century, new inventions had been stirring everywhere in Europe, to mingle with far more ancient ones that had never entirely disappeared. For long these fantasies of power that 282 sended man's natural limitations, including his biological mortality, had floated from mind to mind, first of all, perhaps, man's envy of the birds and his desire to conquer the air. That dream, expressed early in Mesopotamian myth, took more realistic form in the story of Daedalus among the Greeks, and then spread everywhere, even to Peru, in the figure of Ayarkatsi, the flying man, to say nothing of the flying carpet in the Arabian Nights. Similarly, the old wish for the cornucopia of endless plenty called adventurers to distant lands, along with the search for the elixir of life, the panacea nowadays called the wonder drug that would cure all human ailments. And the alchemists, many centuries before their like-minded scientific successors, such as Hermann Muller and F.H.C. Crick, played with the idea of creating a living homunculus in a test tube. Now the passage of a myth from the unconscious to actual life is an obscure and devious one. Until it begins to be supported by changes in daily existence, and in turn confirms them, one can hardly do more than guess at its existence, for it remains at best an elusive impulse, a seemingly empty wish, often too outrageous when expressed publicly to be taken seriously, certainly too deeply buried to affect the surface of life. Yet the conception of new kinds of power machines, which could be put together and made to work without magical hocus-pocus, fascinated various minds from the 13th century on, notably Albertus Magnus, Roger Bacon, and Campanella, all, be it noted, monks. Dreams of horseless carriages, flying machines, apparatus for effecting instantaneous communication, or transmuting the elements, multiplied. These fantasies were no doubt incited by such rudimentary machines as were already in operation, for there must have been a moment when the first windmill or the first automaton moving by clockwork seemed as marvelous as the first dynamo or the first talking machine less than a century ago. One remarkable accompaniment of these dreams should parenthetically be noted, for it was soon to be repressed or peremptorily dismissed. In their initial announcement, such dreams did not always promise a happy ending. Significantly, they were mixed with forebodings. The ancient Norse legends contain premonitions of a massive disaster, that of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, when the world would go up in flames and the brutal giants and demons would triumph over all that was benignly human and godlike. In another vein, the deliberate suppression, by the Christian Church, of the anatomical dissection of human cadavers, even for the improvement of medical and surgical practice, testified to a fear that such a violation of nature for the sake of detailed, exact knowledge alone might be no less inimical to human salvation than the naked pursuit. 283. Of power. Though the culture that inhibited such research stultified itself by inventing the ingenious machines for torture used by the Inquisition, these mythical promptings and yearnings in time produced a happy effect that nullified the premonitions of disaster. By the end of the 15th century, certainly, the more alert minds of Europe were aware that a great cyclical change, long in preparation, was about to take place. Poliziano prophetically interpreted the discovery of the New World by Columbus as heralding a beneficent change in the whole life of man, and his contemporary, the Calabrian monk, Campanella, eagerly anticipated the technical achievements that would accompany this recolonization of the planet. By the militant powers of Europe, Campanella, in his Utopia, the City of the Sun, pictured boats which would go over the waters without rowers or the force of the wind, but by some marvelous contrivance, and at the end of the account the Grand Master who rules this commonwealth says, "Oh, if you knew what our astrologers say of the coming age, that it has more history within 100 years than all the world has in 4,000 years before." Others were stirred by the same intuitions at the same time. Mankind, or at least an awakening minority in Western Europe, was already headed for a new world, and if they did not find it as Sir Thomas More did at the other side of the globe, they believed, as he also did, that they might install it at home, with the aid of a beneficent monarch, by ordaining uniform ordinances and rational regulations, or introducing new mechanical inventions, like the chicken incubator in Utopia. Not least, they might deliberately create more humane social institutions than as yet existed. Though a whole literature of utopia soon followed in the wake of More's picture of an ideal commonwealth, it is significant that the only one whose direct effects can be traced was the mere fragment of a utopia left behind by Francis Bacon, for it was his The New Atlantis that first canvassed the possibility of a joint series of operations that would combine a new system of scientific investigation with a new technology. At a moment when the bitter struggle within Christianity between contentious doctrines and sects had come to a stalemate, the machine itself seemed to offer an alternative way of reaching heaven. The promise of material abundance on earth, through exploration, organized conquest, and invention, offered a common objective to all classes. 284. 8. The radical inventions. Now it was not solely in fantasy, as was noted, that the first efforts to install machines and expand human control were initiated. Though the medieval innovations of the windmill and the watermill made the great advances of the 18th century possible centuries before the steam engine came into common use, the central inventions, upon which everything else depended, were all made in Europe before the 16th century, and these inventions profoundly changed the space-time framework of the civilized world and modified both the external environment and man's internal character. The first set of inventions rested upon the improvement of glass manufacture, which made it possible, thanks to the increased scientific knowledge of optics, recorded in Roger Bacon, to supply pure glass for spectacles, by which defects of eyesight, particularly those brought on by old age, could be corrected. The invention of spectacles prolonged and enriched the mental life of mature people by an average of 15 years, if 60 be taken as their expectation of life at 45, and in many cases, where nearsightedness began earlier, it added an even longer period of mental activity. Amid all the factors that have been uncovered to account for the revival of learning, the effect of spectacles was surely not the least. But the immediate effects of this invention did not end with the prolongation of reading ability through corrective optical diagnosis, for it was the knowledge so learned that led first to the simple magnifying glass, and then to the discovery of the extraordinary magnification possible through using compound lenses. The invention of the microscope and the telescope in the 17th century altered all the dimensions of the world, that which had been invisible heretofore, because it was either too small or too distant, became visible under closer scanning. Thus these inventions opened up the new world both of microorganisms and of distant stars and galaxies. A far greater new world than Columbus or Magellan explored. For the first time, to use a now overworked cliché, it was possible to see both the cosmos and the organic environment in depth. Without moving a foot from the microscope or the astronomical observatory, modern man could take into consciousness potentialities that had hitherto not been touched even in his most audacious dreams. This first transformation of spatial dimensions owed nothing to machines for instantaneous communication and rapid transportation, which came much later. The whole vast change was achieved by the glass makers and lens grinders and optical. 285. Scientists, with the aid of the simplest tools and utensils. Again finding preceded making and static inventions set the pace for dynamic transformations. The importance of spectacles was enormously advanced by the other great invention that came a few centuries later, The printing press and its perfection through the invention of movable type for setting up a printed page. This transformed the slow hand process of manuscript copying, which itself had already become standardized, accurate, and elegantly stylized, into a machine process. That final perfection of this art was the outcome of a series of inventions that swept across the world from China and Korea, through Persia and Turkey, until the final steps in the invention were taken, almost simultaneously, in Haarlem and Mainz, with Gutenberg and Johann Fust putting on the finishing touch of casting movable type. This stands as the first example of applying mass production through molding to a dynamic process, with standardized, interchangeable, replaceable parts. The printing press in its own history typifies the changeover from the mechanization of the worker to the mechanization of the work process itself. For a fuller discussion, see my Art and Technics. But apart from the direct effects of the printing press upon the invention of later machines, it had a social result that was perhaps even more important, for almost at a stroke, the cheap and rapid production of books broke down the ancient class monopoly of knowledge, particularly of the kind of accurate, abstract knowledge, of mathematical operations and physical events, that had long been the monopoly of a small professional class. The printed book made all knowledge progressively available to all those who learned to read even if poor, and one of the results of this democratization was that knowledge itself, as contrasted with legend, dogmatic tradition, or poetic fantasy, became a subject of intense independent interest, spreading by means of the printed book into every department of life, and immensely increasing the number of minds, past, present, and future, having intercourse with each other. The enrichment of the collective human mind, through the printing and circulation of books, is comparable only to that linking together of individual brains and experiences through the invention of discursive language. The increase of the scope of scientific discovery and the tempo of mechanical invention can both be largely attributed to the printed book, and from the 17th century on, to the printed scientific paper and review. Changes that might have taken centuries to achieve through the circulation of a limited number of manuscripts took place almost overnight through the agency of print. The third key invention, the clock, became the source of a whole line. 286. Of other inventions which completed in the realm of time and motion what the magnifying glass had done in space. The mechanical clock dates from the 14th century, though parts of the mechanism, and the process of time measurement itself had come in with the earlier water clock and the astronomical armillary, which followed the movement of the planets and the seasons. The machine that mechanized time did more than regulate the activities of the day, it synchronized human reactions, not with the rising and setting sun, but with the indicated movements of the clock's hands, so it brought exact measurement and temporal control into every activity, by setting an independent standard whereby the whole day could be laid out and subdivided. In the 16th century the tower clock in the late medieval marketplace, which struck the hours, moved into the upper-class home on the mantel shelf, and by the 19th century, reduced to the size of a watch. It became part of the human costume, exposed or pocketed. Punctuality, ceasing to be the courtesy of kings, became a necessity in daily affairs in those countries where mechanization was taking command. The measurement of space and time became an integral part of the system of control that Western man spread over the planet. Karl Marx was one of the first to understand the place of the clock as the archetypal model for all later machines. In a letter to Friedrich Engels in 1863 he observed that the clock is the first automatic machine applied to practical purposes. The whole theory of production and regular motion was developed through it. The italics are his, and he did not exaggerate, but the influence of the clock went far beyond the factory, for not only were some of the most important mechanical problems in transmitting and governing motion worked out in clockworks, but the clock, by its increasing success in achieving accuracy, crowned by the invention of the ship's chronometer in the 18th century, made it the model for all instruments of precision. The clock, in fact, is the paragon of automatons. Almost all that we can achieve and all that we can expect in automatons was first worked out in the clock. In the progress from the great cathedral clocks of the 16th century to the tiny self-winding wristwatch, with its calendar and alarm, one finds, too, the earliest example of the process of miniaturization, over which electronic technology currently, and with reason, is so proud. The automation of time, in the clock, is the pattern of all larger systems of automation. Between the 12th and the 16th century, then, the key inventions upon which a whole order of new machines would be built, as the first step in creating a new kind of mega-machine, had been assembled, the 287 watermill, the windmill, the magnifying glass, the printing press, the mechanical clock. On those inventions all the later technical advances, different in kind as well as in power from those of earlier industrial cultures, largely depended. It was this new technical assemblage that gave the scientists of the 17th century the agents they needed to achieve what was to become a world revolution, strangely similar, in all its main assumptions and goals, to those of the Pyramid Age. 9. The Premonitions of Leonardo da Vinci. In the mind of Leonardo da Vinci, 1452 to 1519, one of the greatest intellects of a great age, a multitude of practical inventions accompanied his ideal projections. He and other contemporary artist-engineers demonstrated, as early as the 16th century, how many of the technical achievements of our own time had already been sampled in fantasy and even tested in actual or pictured models. By now everyone is familiar with Leonardo's many daring but remarkably practical constructions, and his equally practical anticipations, likewise with his unsuccessful Great Bird. The latter was actually a glider, with wings which could not move, a failure for reasons that his near contemporary, Borelli, was soon to explain by his remarkable researches on the locomotion of animals, and in particular on the anatomy of birds. For even if Leonardo's wings had been feather-light, they would have required enormous pectoral muscles on the scale of a bird's breast to flap them. Yet in doing justice to Leonardo, the inventor and engineer, scholars have tended to overlook how disturbed he was by his own mechanical fantasies. Like Roger Bacon, he too had foreseen in his usual enigmatic way. Labeled a dream, that men shall walk without moving motorcar, they shall speak with those absent telephone, they shall hear those who do not speak phonograph. But in another fantasy, written in the form of a letter, Leonardo conjures up the image of a hideous monster that would attack and destroy mankind. Though Leonardo gave the monster a tangible, gigantic, subhuman form, his actual performances come all too close to the hideous scientifically engineered exterminations our own age has witnessed. The monster's imperviousness to attack only completes 288 semblance to the airborne atomic, bacterial, and chemical weapons that now have it in their power to wipe out all of mankind. Leonardo's description, printed in MacCurdy's translation of the Notebooks under Tales, demands direct quotation. Alas, how many attacks were made upon this raging fiend, to him every onslaught was as nothing. O wretched folk, for you there availed not the impregnable fortresses, nor the lofty walls of your cities, nor the being together in great numbers, nor your houses or palaces. There remained not any place unless it were the tiny holes and subterranean caves where after the manner of crabs and crickets and creatures like these you might find safety and a means of escape. Oh, how many wretched mothers and fathers were deprived of their children! How many unhappy women were deprived of their companions! In truth, my dear Benedetto, I do not believe that ever since the world was created there has been witnessed such lamentation and wailing of people, accompanied by so great terror. In truth the human species in such a plight has need to envy every other race of creatures, for us wretched mortals there avails not any flight, since this monster when advancing slowly far exceeds the speed of the swiftest courser. I know not what to say or do, for everywhere I seem to find myself swimming with bent head within the mighty throat and remaining indistinguishable in death, buried within the huge belly. There is no way of proving that this nightmare was the reverse side of Leonardo's hopeful anticipations of the future, but those who have lived during the last half-century have experienced both the mechanical triumphs and the human terror they have generated, and we know, even better than Leonardo, by what a large factor his anticipated evils have been multiplied. Like his successors who actually promoted the myth of the machine and caused it to gain practical ascendancy, Leonardo could have had no conscious foreboding that he was both prefiguring and serving a myth. On the contrary, like them, he probably felt that he was creating a more sensible rational order, in which his acute intelligence, with more adequate methods and agents than man had ever possessed before, would bring all natural phenomena under the sway of the human mind. These technical premises seemed so simple, their aim so rational, their methods so open to general imitation, that Leonardo never saw the need to put the question we now must ask: is the intelligence alone, however purified and decontaminated, an adequate agent for doing justice to the needs and purposes of life? Yet some insight into this limitation had already lurked under the 289 surface of Leonardo's conscious interests and tainted his otherwise favorable picture of what rational invention could do for man. He was, intellectually speaking, too large a personality to fit into any of the standard categories of engineer, inventor, artist, or scientist, though like his near contemporaries, Michelangelo and Dürer, and many earlier and later figures, he ranged freely over a wide territory, from geology to human anatomy. But he realized the limitations of mechanical invention alone. In one of his notes he wrote, "Would that it might please our Creator that I were able to reveal the nature of man and his customs even as I describe his figure." Leonardo had at least a glimpse of what was missing from the mechanical world picture. He knew that the man he dissected and accurately depicted was not the whole man. What neither the eye nor the scalpel could reveal was equally essential to the description of any living creature. Without an insight into man's history, his culture, his hopes and prospects, the very essence of his being was not accounted for. Thus he knew the limitations of his own anatomical descriptions and mechanical inventions. The visible world represented in his paintings was but an eviscerated mummy, and he demonstrated in his own experience that the suppressed part of his unconscious world would at last erupt in the same nightmares that now haunt all of humanity. Unfortunately, Leonardo's talents, as happens to so many of the best scientists and technicians today, were at war with his conscience. Seeking for fuller command of the machine, he was ready, like so many of our present-day scientists, to sell his services to the Duke of Milan, one of the leading despots of his day, provided he got an opportunity to exercise his inventive talents. Yet because the new ideological framework had not yet been put together, Leonardo retained an intellectual freedom and a moral discipline that only rarely could be achieved after the 18th century. Although Leonardo, for example, invented the submarine, he deliberately suppressed this invention on account of the evil nature of men who would practice assassination at the bottom of the sea. That reservation marks a moral sensitiveness equal to his inventive abilities. Only a relative handful of scientists, like the late Norbert Wiener or Leo Szilard in our day, have shown any parallel concern and self-control. Leonardo's consistent concern with moral problems, with the kind of human being he was himself becoming and was in turn helping to create, sets him off from those who confine their attention to observations, experiments, and equations without the faintest sense of responsibility for their consequences. In all likelihood his sensitiveness to the social outcome of invention created an inner conflict that curbed his success, but so strong were the pressures of both mechanization and war that he never 290 less was driven by his mechanical demon, not merely to invent submarines, but land tanks and rapid-firing guns, and many kindred devices. Yet if Leonardo's imaginative anticipations and internal conflicts had been general, the whole tempo of later mechanization might have been slower. Leonardo was proud of his status as an engineer. He even listed half a dozen engineers of classical times, from Callias of Rhodes to Callimachus in Athens, he who was skilled in making great bronze castings, as if to establish his own place among his ancient peers. With a sense of history later engineers lost, he ransacked the annals of antiquity for suggestive hints from Greek or Persian engineers. He even cited the fact to our present astonishment that the Egyptians, the Ethiopians, and the Arabs had used the old Assyrian method of inflating wineskins to buoy up camels and soldiers in fording rivers, and he advocated building unsinkable boats for transporting troops, also after an ancient Assyrian model. In his military preoccupations, Leonardo did not stand alone. He was but one of a large group of highly inventive minds in Italy, France, and Germany, all devoted to military engineering, finding immediate service, if not a full use for their inventive powers, in the train of absolute rulers, who reproduced, in miniature, the powers and the ambitions of more ancient monarchs. They designed canals with canal locks, and fortifications. They invented the paddle-wheel boat, the diving bell, the wind turbine. Even before Leonardo, Fontana had invented the velocipede and the military tank, 1420, and Conrad Kaiser von Eichstadt had invented both the diving suit, 1405, and the infernal machine. One need not be surprised that the demand for such inventions did not come from either agriculture or handicraft industry. The stimulus to invention, if not the immediate practical support, came from the same socio-technical power complex that had produced the earliest mega-machines: absolutism and war. Similarly, Leonardo was familiar with the early German method of producing poison gas, from feathers, realgar, and sulfur, to asphyxiate a garrison, a grisly 15th-century invention that anticipated its first 20th-century application by the same nation. Like other military engineers of his time, he played with the possibility of armored tanks, propelled by hand-operated cranks, to say nothing of revolving scythes, advancing in front of a horse-propelled vehicle, to mow down the enemy. One begins to understand how deeply the old myth of unlimited power had begun to stir again in the modern mind, when one observes how Leonardo, a generous, humane spirit so tender that he bought caged birds in the marketplace in order to release them, deserted his paintings and spent so much of his energies in both military inventions and fantasies of 291. Destruction. Had he concentrated his superb technical skill upon agriculture, he might have effected a mechanical revolution there comparable to that he actually began with his device of the flying shuttle for an automatic loom. Unlike the unduly sanguine prophets of the 19th century, who equated mechanical invention with human improvement, Leonardo's dreams were colored by his consciousness of the spectacle of the human savagery and the murderous malice that some of his own proposed military instruments were designed to serve. These horrors mingled in his dreams with prospective marvels, as in the following prophecy: "It shall seem to men that they see new destructions in the sky, and the flames descending therefrom shall seem to have taken flight and to flee away in terror. They shall hear creatures of every kind speaking human language, they shall run in a moment, in person, to divers parts of the world without movement, amidst the darkness, they shall see the most radiant splendors. O marvel of mankind! What frenzy has thus impelled you?" The vague, ambiguous prophecies of Leonardo's contemporary, Nostradamus, may easily be dismissed, but Leonardo himself committed to paper even more remarkable forebodings of the world that science and mechanization would eventually bring into existence. In his notes on necromancy, he unsparingly criticized people who were then proclaiming the reality of fantastic powers possessed by invisible beings for transforming the modern world. Many of these fantasies were nothing but early unconscious projections of natural forces that later took concrete form, and no one described the consequences of such forces more incisively than Leonardo, even in the act of denying their possibility. Should the claim of the necromancers be established, Leonardo wrote, "There is nothing on earth that would have so much power either to harm or benefit man. If it were true that by such an art one had the power to disturb the tranquil clearness of the air, and transform it into the hue of night, to create coruscations and tempests with dreadful thunderclaps and lightning flashes rushing through the darkness, and with impetuous storms to overthrow high buildings and uproot forests, and with these to encounter armies and break and overthrow them, and More important than this, to make devastating tempests, and thereby to rob the husbandmen of the rewards of their labors. For what method of warfare can there be which can inflict such damage upon the enemy as the exercise of the power to deprive him of his crops? What naval combat could there be which should compare with that which he would wage who has command of the winds and can create ruinous tempests that would submerge every fleet whatsoever? In truth, whoever has control of such irresistible forces would be lord over all nations, and no human. 292. Skill will be able to resist his destructive power. The buried treasure, the jewels that lie in the body of the earth, will become manifest to him. No lock, no fortress, however impregnable, will avail to save anyone against the will of such a necromancer. He will cause himself to be carried through the air from east to west, and through all the uttermost parts of the universe. But why do I thus go on adding instance to instance? What is there which could not be brought to pass by a mechanician such as this? Almost nothing, except the escaping from death. In the light of history, which, can one say today, is the more remarkable, these pure fantasies themselves, welling forth out of the unconscious without any check from history or current experience, or Leonardo's interpretations of what the social consequences would be, if the necromancer's assertions actually proved true? The first response clearly anticipated in dream what centuries later has become a formidable reality: control over the forces of nature sufficient to bring about total destruction. To Leonardo's credit, he realized in advance, almost 5 centuries in advance, the implications of these terrible dreams. He foresaw what total power would become in the hands of unawakened and unregenerate men, as clearly as Henry Adams did on the eve of its achievement. In passing judgment upon that necromantic dream, Leonardo made only one mistake: he believed that the dream was baseless because there are no such incorporeal beings as necromancy assumes. He could not anticipate as a probability what in his day seemed so remote from being even a possibility, namely that science in a few centuries would discover these invisible incorporeal beings in the heart of an equally invisible atom. Once that discovery was made, every link in Leonardo's chain of reasoning proved sound. I am not alone in this interpretation of Leonardo's ominous prophecies. Nor was Leonardo himself alone, as Sir Kenneth Clarke has pointed out. Clarke sees in Leonardo's drawings of deluges a foreboding of cosmic disses, which he connects with other apocalyptic speculations that were current around the year 1500, and which led Dürer to dream of a similar cosmic disaster and record his dream in a drawing dated 1525. Those dreams have proved even more significant than the deformed images and blasted emptiness of many modern paintings, for the latter, so far from being prophetic anticipations, are little better than immediate transcriptions of observable physical ruins and disrupted mental states. Both Leonardo's projects and his anxieties throw a light on what followed. During the next 4 centuries, the possibilities of terror that Leonardo exposed in his intimate notes were seemingly laid to rest. They were overlaid by the large apparent increase of orderly scientific interpretation and 293. Constructive technical achievement. It was possible, at least for the more prosperous manufacturing classes, themselves growing in number and influence, as against the old feudal and clerical estates, to believe that the benefits of science and mechanization would far outweigh their disabilities. And certainly, 1,000 fresh inventions and tangible improvements confirmed many of these hopes. When scrutinized more closely, the social results were, however, more disturbing than the prophets of mechanical progress were willing to admit. From the beginning in the 15th century, blasted landscapes, befouled streams, polluted air, congested filthy slums, epidemics of avoidable disease, the ruthless extirpation of old crafts, the destruction of valuable monuments of architecture and history, all these losses counterbalanced the gains. Many of these evils were already noted defensively in Agricola's treatise on mining, De Re Metallica. In the heyday of 19th century industry, John Stuart Mill, no enemy of mechanical progress, could still declare in his Principles of Economics, that it was doubtful if all the machinery then available had yet lightened the day's labor of a single human being. Even so, many of the gains were real, some of them would deservedly become part of the permanent heritage of mankind. While the goods promised by mechanical invention and capitalist organization were naturally more easy to anticipate than the evils, there was one evil, more mountainous than all the rest put together, which for lack of sufficient historic information at that period it was impossible to perceive in advance or to forefend. This was the resurrection of the mega-machine. Through the coalition of all the institutions and forces we have just been examining, the way had been prepared for the introduction of the mega-machine on a scale that not even Chephren or Cheops, Naram-Sin, Assurbanipal, or Alexander, could have deemed possible. For the accumulation of mechanical facilities had at last made it possible vastly to enlarge the scope of the mega-machine, by progressively replacing the recalcitrant and uncertain human components with specialized mechanisms of precision made of metal, glass, or plastics, designed as no human organism had ever been designed, to perform their specialized functions with unswerving fidelity and accuracy. At last a mega-machine had become possible that needed, once organized, a minimum amount of detailed human participation and coordination. From the 16th century on, the secret of the mega-machine was slowly rediscovered. In a series of empirical fumblings and improvisations, with little sense of the ultimate end toward which society was moving, that great mechanical leviathan was fished up out of the depths of history. The expansion of the mega-machine, its kingdom, its power, its glory became 294. Progressively the chief end, or at least the fixed obsession, of Western man. The machine, advanced thinkers began to hold, not merely served as the ideal model for explaining and eventually controlling all organic activities, but its wholesale fabrication and its continued improvement were what alone could give meaning to human existence. Within a century or two, the ideological fabric that supported the ancient mega-machine had been reconstructed on a new and improved model. Power, speed, motion, standardization, mass production, quantification, regimentation, precision, uniformity, astronomical regularity, control, above all control, these became the passwords of modern society in the new Western style. Only one thing was needed to assemble and polarize all the new components of the mega-machine, the birth of the sun god. And in the 16th century, with Kepler, Tycho Brahe, and Copernicus officiating as accoucheurs, the new sun god was born.